I'm live. I'm live now. Woohoo!
You're live.
Yay! Oh my god, I can't do that.
Good morning.
I forgot to pop up my
Look
chat,
at the
and now I'm
camera.
trying
Say
to
hello to your subject.
Hi, everybody. Hello, my loyal subjects. How are you today?
Oh, you're muted. You need to mute your thing.
I gotta mute my thing. I didn't do my thing properly.
I'm eating my breakfast.
Hello, my loyal subjects. How are you today?
Turn it
How do
off.
I'm looking. Oh my
just
god.
Turn it off. You can just turn it off.
Are you gonna? I can't see.
We shouldn't be running that bandwidth at the same time.
Oh right. Okay. Well, see the chat that we can't see.
Open up your thing and turn it off, and I'll put it on over here. You can still put the chat on. Oh my gosh, you guys, Peggy needs help.
No, I don't. You said turn it off, so I turned it off.
You don't understand. This can stay open, and the other thing can stay. Yeah, this is still fine.
Okay, let me just get.
You just had to close the other window. We're figuring it out. Good morning. Also,
oh my
I don't
god,
have the
we
chat
did
up
a
at all
thing.
yet.
Good morning, everybody. How are you today?
It's early. We're
minute 1 of 6 hours of this. Are you ready?
Yeah, I need to fix that.
Yeah, I want to make my chat nice and big.
I think that's good.
So there's lots and lots of people here. That's awesome.
I'm eating my breakfast and like having coffee. We're getting sorted.
Yeah.
Hello. Oh my god. If there are thongs and probing involved, I may switch the channel.
Well, Scorpio.
Oh my god.
I was just about to ask everybody if they remembered to wear their thongs today.
You didn't wear your thong.
Did you wear yours?
No, I didn't wear one either. It's really hot here, though. It's really. I gotta fix this. I'm sorry. Okay, that's better.
So who's Danny's here?
Oh my god!
I saw Boho Taro is here. Kristen Smith,
grab my glasses at some point.
April Harmon, Boho Magic, everything in divination related. Let me see. Scorpius, 3 Degrees of Love. Hi, Alana. Ellen Books and Tarot.
Oh,
Shannon is here. TC's Life, Laura Hernandez. Party time. So we picked the best possible day for this. We're like about almost halfway into our heat wave.
It's really hot here.
It's 9 a.m. We've got the air conditioner and 3 fans going, and it's almost about 80, 85 indoors.
If I had a thong right now, I'd probably be wearing it just to cool off.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what's happening. Also,
we already have our first willing victim in the wings waiting to come on and say hi. Didn't we have a couple of quick things?
Housekeeping things?
Quick housekeeping things, nothing special.
We may end up having to stop and restart the stream at some point. If we do, we'll get it back up ASAP.
Yep.
If there's some kind of interruption to the matrix.
Yeah, if for any reason that's what it was. We've noticed, because it's just our joy, around noon every day here, so in about 2 hours, at about the 2 to 3 hour mark, we've been getting a little hiccup in our internet. We don't know, probably just because they flip a switch in the background somewhere.
Literally eating.
Literally, yeah, she's just been. So if that happens, and it's a problem and lasts for more than a couple of minutes, it's usually been maybe 2 to 5 minutes. If it lasts longer than that, then we'll end the stream and start it again.
What Peggy said.
What I said. So, and other than that, there's not a lot. We haven't got a lot. Actually, we've had a lot going on though. I opened a second shop.
Your fabric shop is
opened a fabric shop. And Lisa opened up memberships.
I'm so excited.
So we got that going on. Yeah. Not enough thongs in the world.
Not enough thongs anywhere.
Not enough thongs in the world. So Lisa's doing memberships now. And we're going to apologize in advance because we did not know that when somebody joins that a message is going to pop up on whatever we're doing. So if you see messages popping up in the chat, sorry. We had talked
yay.
We had talked about doing it we had talked about doing it later on this afternoon or this evening, and it's like, yeah, but let's just go ahead.
I was so nervous.
She had it all. It was already set up, and it's like, oh, just go ahead and do it because we didn't know that it was gonna start popping stuff up. Some people might have seen it in the pre-chat. Yeah. Anyway, so
I think the chat auto greets new members, which is kind of exciting.
The chat auto greets new members.
Your thigh is warm.
Well, that's not my problem.
It's so hot here.
She put a towel on the couch in case our butts sweat.
I mean, I think it's practical. I'm just saying.
I think I'm sitting on a towel.
Well, at least your couch will not be sweaty. It's supposed to be like 110 degrees today. Okay. Anyways, we should say hello to people.
We've been harassing each other. So anyway, so that's it.
If anybody has any questions about what's happening, feel free to drop them in the chat.
We have no idea what's happening.
Peggy, this is Peggy's show.
We have absolutely no idea what's happening because that's not the point. We're just going to be here for 6 hours doing it.
I'm just here to be eye candy.
So, Oh, memberships. So, okay. In a nutshell, we've always really, like Lisa, always really tried hard to make this a safe space.
Yeah.
And way back when the channel was beginning, there was, well, Self-Worth Saturday is the big thing, and I'm sure people. Oh yeah, my crown. I don't have a crown today. I didn't think of a crown. Oh, there we go. There. Anyways, everybody knows. Yeah, there we go. So everybody knows that we've always tried to make this a safe space, and we keep it light and we keep it fluffy and we keep it this and we keep it that. But we also sometimes don't. We also sometimes skip the
welcome, Casey.
Personal growth and self-worth stuff because it gets a little bit less. I don't know. It's less safe.
It's hard when it's public, right? Because you can't be as vulnerable.
Yeah.
It's a little harder when it's open to the wide world.
We're still creating a positive and supportive space, but the membership gives them an opportunity to do a little bit more, like I said, in terms of personal growth and self-worth, and adding that extra layer of privacy and safety.
Thank you, Brooke.
I know. I'll get my. Oh yeah. Alana needs these today. There.
Oh wait, somebody said, "Congrats!" and put the unicorn crown emoji up.
Yay!
Oh.
Hi, honey.
I'm not going to look at you.
She won't look at me when I'm looking like this.
We should have poor Orshi come on.
So our first victim today is Orsi, and if you haven't already got if anybody who's interested in
joining us and wants to
anybody who's interested in torturing themselves by coming on here with me,
drop me an email.
Drop an email
and I'll send you the invite.
If you haven't already got the invite link, check your spam folders because they were all sent out last night.
Okay, we ready for this?
Are we ready for this? First up is Orsi, so we're gonna say hi to Orsi and see what we can talk about, and then we're gonna go from there. And we're doing this till 4 p.m. guys. Hi Orsi.
Hi everyone.
Is it
Hi
Orsi?
Scott. I see you, Scott. He's a Scorpio Moon Tarot. It's Scott.
Oh, hi, Scott.
I just go by the name that I see because I get mixed up so easy.
Mine is Orshi with an heart.
Orshi. I thought
so. I was so proud of myself. I was saying it right.
I thought so, and then I wasn't sure, and then I thought so.
How are you?
These are my tongues.
Oh my god, that's awesome!
You brought your thongs.
I did, and I have my dragon as well. So
I've got those kind of thongs.
Oh my god, that little dragon
I've got
is
those
everything.
kind of thongs.
That is so cute.
So.
Oh my god, you're set. Oh my god, Peggy.
Oh my god. Okay. We're
official.
This has.
Oh my god, you are starting this.
This has to happen.
Oh, whatever you're drinking, I want it. Is that?
It's cider.
Lisa can't handle it.
It's pear.
I mean, this should be my new profile photo, don't you think?
Oh yeah.
Totally.
Oh yeah. That should be.
Is that like a pear, like cooler, or like is it?
It's a cider. It's a cider.
Cider. Oh my god, that sounds so yummy.
Oh,
I'm just eating toast, still having my first coffee of the day.
Look at this. Bruno.
It's 7 p.m. here, so I can drink.
Lisa is eating toast, and Bruno loves toast. Yeah, let's go. Yeah, get that piece of jam off.
There. He just has to know that he's invited to share. This is weird because I'm used to looking over here.
Cheryl Mitchell asked, how long have we been together? And we will have been married for 15 years in September.
Excuse me?
August. Oh my God, August.
Oh my.
You forgot not just the day, but the month?
August 5th.
Almost.
Okay, so this is the Lisa divorces Peggy chat.
It's the 5th of August.
Yeah.
My channel started on the 6th of August.
Ooh,
so I will remember your anniversary.
Yay! I
there
think
you
I'll have
go.
a link to your channel down below in the description box for anybody who wants to see. I've tried to add everything in there. I have no idea.
She's clicking buttons again.
I was gonna check.
She's clicking buttons. Don't click buttons.
Well, you're the ruler. Okay.
Yeah, don't click buttons.
I think it's down there. If it's not, anybody who wants to in the chat, well, I guess, do we have any mods in the chat? We can post the link to Orshi's channel in the chat. That'd be amazing.
Somebody else do it because Lisa's gonna click the buttons and confuse me, and then
Peggy gets easily confused.
Those glasses are awesome.
I'm not.
I love these glasses.
I will spit out my tongue. Oh my god!
I mean, they are horrible, but in a really awesome way.
I know. Well, it's like
I can't.
You know what creeps her out is because it matches my skin tone just enough that Alana was saying the same thing. It matches my skin tone enough that it almost, but not quite, looks like it could be real in just the right kind of creepy way.
Where's my headband? If you're gonna wear that, I'm wearing that.
You wear your headband.
Okay.
There. So what's new, or she? Oh my God, I'm gonna say Orsi forever now. Just reach the
You're gonna get used to it. People get used to it, so I have faith in you.
So what's new? Now where are you? You're in Europe, right?
In Hungary, yes. In Hungary.
I'm sorry, I'm gonna be really distracting.
She's just not gonna let me.
With the glasses.
Did you say you're in Hungary?
Yeah, Hungary.
Oh, that's awesome. We have to remember to look there. We have the camera set up separate.
Right now it's not awesome, but it should be.
No. Oh.
Political situation. Yeah.
Oh, that's no
politics
fun.
are never fun. Yeah.
Boo.
But is it below 100 degrees where you are right now? Because we're melting.
I mean, I only know Celsius, so it's below. But it's a lot.
40 today.
Yeah, I mean, it was 34.
Oh, so you're same.
So you're not getting any Bruno. I'm just gonna hold my puppy up here because Lisa's eating, and as long as there's food, he is your best friend and won't stop staring.
It's true.
He is creepy. Well, at least it's got to be at least a hot day is better than a freezing day. So why are you clicking buttons again?
Because I had a question and I just realized I can't answer it unless I click buttons. So
she's clicking buttons.
Someone suggested creating a map and marking where everyone is gonna be from.
Oh,
that would have been fun.
Good idea, very good idea.
That would have been a good idea. I didn't even think about that.
Well, you know what?
As
long as we all enjoy this, I'm doing it again, and every 3 months, every season change.
Yep. I mean, I'm enjoying myself.
Can you just take 3 big bites and make that go away? Because he's not.
Is he dying right now?
He's dying a little inside. Look at this dog. He's dying.
Yeah.
Of beaties.
So are you.
Okay, so what's new and okay, politics not fun. What's new and exciting otherwise?
I mean, if you guys don't mind me mentioning, but I'm just so proud of myself. I finished revamping my zombie oracle deck. So I'm
nice.
Wait. Your zombie oracle. What do you do? Is it a deck you're making?
Yeah. Wait.
I made one already, but there were some copyrighted pictures, and I want it to be accessible to everyone. So I remade the deck and added some cards and.
Oh, nice.
Can you show us? Is it possible to
have it with you?
Yes, please.
Absolutely. Okay, zombies and creepy faces and thongs. This is the right place for it.
We have to remember. It's going to be so hard to remember. I'm going to have to move this way because we're going to forget to look at the actual camera.
Yeah, Harmonious Path with Jen. Zombie Oracle sounds fantastic. When did you make it?
I don't know how to share because I can only share a video or a screen.
Oh, it's on your computer.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
But
yeah, it's but I will post a video.
Do you have a video that talks about it?
I have a video on the original one, and some of the cards, inside thread, is still the same. So if you look at it, you can get a feel. But I think the new one is better, obviously.
But that's on your channel, right?
I want to find the link to the video.
On my channel.
Yeah, so go to Orsi's channel, and then you can.
I'm gonna find it. I'm subscribed.
Yeah, so we'll link it. So why?
Thank you, Magic Everything. They said that I'm like that cool chill owned in every rom-com movie. I'm like, I'm good with that one.
Oh, that's awesome.
So what? So zombies for a particular reason? Is that why zombies?
I bought the zombie deck. I mean, I'm pointing up because the decks are over there, but you can't see that. And I was like, I need a matching oracle deck for a zombie tarot.
Is this to match the original zombie tarot? Like the one that's got the 1950s kind of aesthetic?
But mine is not like that, so don't be, don't be. It's different. But I think it worked well. I mean, I used them in my. I did a little series around Halloween. Like fun readings, like who's gonna be your eternal lover, a vampire, a werewolf, a ghost, and stuff like that. And I used my zombie oracle in that, and it worked well. So.
Well, that's cool.
I wonder if I can share it. I'm just playing because I don't know what's possible.
She's clicking every single button.
Every button. Hold on.
Okay, so we're gonna have to switch sides so Lisa can't click. There you go.
Does it work?
Oh yeah, toxicity is the same. Because I'm just liking the way it looks.
Oh my gosh. I think it's
There
going
we
to
go.
play.
That's
Let's see if
cute.
it'll play in the
That
background
is
while we chat.
cool.
I don't know if it will or not.
I mean, it should be. I just
Can you
didn't
finish
touch
your
it
toast?
again.
Look at this dog. This poor dog is dying. You're killing my dog.
I'm not it's really sad. Okay, I'm sorry.
He's
So yeah, I had to because this arm wasn't available and the blood wasn't royalty free. So
Oh, that's
but the next one they use it is still the same, and that's one of my favorite cards because people don't use their brain.
That's true.
yeah.
I love it. Use it. Did you see it? It's a picture of a brain that says use it.
Okay. Well,
Get
use it or lose it.
I dedicated that card to all the people who were not wearing masks and stuff during Corona.
Oh yeah. That was dumb.
Yeah, that was hard because there's a part of me that goes, people should have the right to choose, but there's certain times when it's like sometimes the greater good is what matters more, and it's like people and like it was a very minor inconvenience to make a very large number of people more comfortable. So I don't see why it was such a hard thing for people to, because initially when all this crap first started, there was a whole bunch of stuff. And initially I was like, well, initially they said masks didn't matter. So I'm like, well, why should we bother? And then they said, well, at the very least, you're making everybody else more, no matter, at the very least, you're making other people more comfortable. So why not? Right? Like at the very least.
Exactly. And, you're not going to die because you're wearing a mask, but maybe you're helping other people not getting sick.
Yeah, I get it. I get it. Like 2 years ago when all this crap started, I can get people not being sure, but by now people should be pretty sure that they help.
Yeah.
But that's okay. It's almost over. It's almost, they're talking about opening the border back up between Canada and the United States again.
That's good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean,
this card is the same as well. Resilience is completely different and stuff like that. So half of the deck is different.
I really like this. Sorry, I'm like looking up to the side because I moved the computer so I can move my plate. I gotta go put my plate away or Bruno's gonna continue to be sad. So I'll be right back.
Okay.
He's sad now because he can't go lick the crumbs. As soon as there's food, he just is over here trying to take his chances, see what he can get.
Obviously, he's a dog. I mean, my cat was here like half an hour ago, still early for her dinner time, but I had to give her food because she was like, meow, 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 meow. I was like,
well, these two are fun because him being a diabetic means he has to eat 99% of his food on a schedule. And the other one is a princess and will only eat when she feels like it.
Yeah, mine too, but I always want to eat. That's the problem.
Excuse me.
Because she got old and now she can't eat dry food. Previously our schedule was that I put out the dry food, whatever, and she came in, she ate, she left, and we never saw each other. But now she's like, give me food like every hour and a half after a feeding, and I'm like, dude, I don't have that much money, and I can't believe that you're actually that much hungry. So
yeah, it's weird. We had a cat that went through the same thing. Once he hit a certain age, it was like he was always hungry.
Yeah.
And he would get really mad when we tried, because at the time we had the cat and then we had Shayla, our black dog, and he would get really mad whenever we tried to feed her because it was like, where's mine? Where's mine? It's like, oh my God, how can pets be so weird?
Yeah, I mean, she's old, and I shouldn't be mad at her, but you know how you're like bickering with your old animals.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, no, that's kind of like that with Shayla.
He just covered you in dog hair.
He did. Oh my God.
So much dog hair. Her shirt is so
It looks good on black.
I kid you not. I have a stack of black T-shirts. I've got at least a dozen. I've got.
He just like.
Yes, I see you. Before I can go do any sewing, I have to change my shirt every time. I change my shirt at least. I change into like today. I have to today. I'm just gonna sit here and just marinate in dog hair, but I have to change my shirt like 3 or 4 times a day because he gets so much stuff on me that I have.
It's also really hot. Poor guy. He's probably like, I don't need all this extra fur today. It's like,
Although my cat sheds everywhere. I mean, her fur, and I don't think she's bothered by it. But I gave up a long time ago not to find hairs on everything, even the freshly washed clothes. it's gonna be there.
Yeah. Well, with me doing the sewing, it's like I want to make sure I don't send people packets of dog fur.
That's why you keep all your finished stuff though in sealed bins and like.
Yeah,
everything.
Shannon says it's magical fibers.
It's magical fibers.
Yeah,
oh my god!
If they're allergic to magical fibers, then it's not fun.
That is not fun. Yeah, that's true.
Well, we're pretty. I have a notice right in the shop. We have dogs. I do everything I can to keep the fur away from everything.
That's true.
Thank God.
Because I used to work at the local library. I mean, I'm still contractually work there, but not in the library. And for some reason, our boss, she has this idea that if she doesn't tell people that there's 2 cats inside the library in the whatever area, the backside, they will not know. And I'm like, if someone has an allergy, they can come in and sneeze their head off. But yeah, let's pretend there's no cats in the library.
My one cousin's daughter was allergic to the cats to the point of anaphylaxis.
Yeah, you can't screw around with things like that. You need help.
And there's a lot of kids coming into the library, so like
Yeah.
Rebecca says I'm semi-allergic to the magical fibers. I'm allergic to dogs.
She's not allergic to our girl dog. Yeah, because our girl dog has a hair coat, not a fur coat. So
I'm allergic to the cuddly one.
Mm-hmm.
Really? I didn't know that, there's a difference. I just assumed that if you're allergic, you're allergic to everything.
It's very rare to be that allergic to cats or dogs, but yeah, my cousin's daughter is like that allergic to cats.
2 things I just noticed.
She's slapping my leg.
I'm sorry, I'm very excited.
She is slapping my leg. You're witnessing an assault. Oh my god.
I'm very excited. No, look, your chat is actually slower than StreamYard's chat. It used to be the other way around.
Oh, okay. Well, I just have it there. So I just have it there.
But you're also on top chat, so you might want to change it to all chat.
Fine.
She's got it over there on giant text.
Why is the default the top chat anyway? I mean, it should be.
It always does.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why. I always forget.
I don't think you can set it on the.
I don't care.
It's really annoying. I don't know how. I think you can set it. You would think you could set it, I should say, but I haven't figured out a way to do it yet, where you can set it as your default. Okay, this is coming off because.
No, same. And I always watch the live chat, so I don't care about the top chat. I never use that. So.
Yeah, top chat is just.
Welcome everybody who's joining. Holy crap!
Yeah,
sitting there like, oh my.
So many new members.
I don't even know what to mean.
Yeah, we didn't know that was going to happen, or we would have waited till after this to turn it on, and now you can't turn it off.
It's more fun. People can celebrate.
I suppose it's more fun. I suppose, but still, it's like, oh my god, that's kind of awesome.
It's kind of awesome.
So who?
Yeah, you should be celebrating it. I mean, this is a party for that too now.
Well, yeah, it's a party. It's a party.
I hijacked your party unintentionally.
She hijacked my party.
I do hijack all the things. It's true. What were you giving me a hard time about before? The candle? Oh yeah, the candle.
Candle?
There's a candle I've been using in my videos that was technically a gift for her.
Somebody asked what your necklace is.
It's me.
That's beautiful.
It's from the Witch's Bounty. It's a aura coated quartz or angel aura quartz.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, but no, I had Peggy was gifted. You have to stop putting your sticky arm on me.
She's like, don't touch me. Welcome to my block party. As I'm shoved into a corner.
I'm like, stop touching me.
I'll just sit here and pet my dog. It'll be fun.
Oh, we have somebody new. Hi, Devin.
Hi. Oh my gosh.
You're in here. Hello.
It's like, woohoo.
I didn't know it was going to work that quick. I didn't think it would just like pop me on there. So
well, I did it. I just pushed the button real fast.
The button.
Welcome.
I forgot to ask now, Orshi, you have a channel, so you've done videos before. Have you, Devin?
No, I bought my first tarot deck in September.
Ooh.
And
congratulations.
2021 has just kind of like taken me by surprise. I found your videos. I found Don Michelle's, and then Dustin, and then Danny, and then
Don Michelle's in here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So hello, welcome.
What was your first tarot deck? I'm sorry, I have to know.
The Radiant Rider-Waite.
Perfect.
Ooh.
That's probably one of my favorite of the brighter colored Rider-Waite Smiths is the Radiant. I think if I was going to have one that wasn't the Centennial, that would be the next.
So is this your first time on video?
Yeah.
Awesome.
And you're doing fine.
See, now I'm touching you and it's fine. I don't know.
Oh, somebody else is here.
Hello. Oh,
Kelly.
Kelly's
Kelly. Hey, Kelly.
Kelly, can you see us?
We can't.
Oh,
she's made it. Just
wait.
Wait.
That's her. It's okay. You've just got to unmute your button.
You have your mute button on.
You don't need to shout.
You can write in the private chat. Maybe she can see that.
Can I unmute her? Oh,
Yeah, unmute.
Oh, can't unmute because they chose to mute themselves. Okay. We're going to get Kelly sorted out here in a second.
Yeah, Kelly.
I'm so excited. Oh my God. This is so fun.
Okay, this is getting fun. This is getting fun.
My face is
so
it's going to hurt.
Where are you at, Devin? Because we're dying in the heat wave, and we're hoping for somebody who can give us some good news that the world isn't burning up.
I'm in Wyoming.
Wyoming.
It's warm there.
Yeah, today it's rainy, but yeah, it's a different world out here because I live in such a tiny town. That we saw the pandemic hit in November really hard. But yeah, the world's not burning down here because there's not a lot of people.
That's good. You probably social distancing is probably not as hard.
You're gonna have to deal.
I know.
Move over into your corner. I'm cuddling. I've got Bruno. He's just settled right into my lap here, so I'm not going anywhere.
He's not going anywhere either. He's
so you recently discovered tarot. Your first deck was the Bohemian
Radiant
Wise, and this is your first video. All right, now the question is, question for the room: do we be nice to Devin?
Initiation.
You should.
Yeah, I think we should. Yes.
Okay, we'll be nice to Devin.
Oh my goodness.
Your videos, she knows what to expect. So
it's true.
I think everybody knows what to expect.
I was gonna say, like, I feel like you're kind of what you see is what you get.
I should just have shit show tattooed right here.
We have an emoji for that for the members. There's a poop show emoji.
Yeah, it looks like okay. It looks like the votes are to be nice to you, Devin. So we're gonna be nice to Devin. Everybody here is fun.
Can we get Kelly?
I think we can get Kelly in now too.
Are you here, Kelly?
Hello.
Can you see us?
Yes.
All right.
I can see you.
Here's a story. Hi. Who is that little mini Kelly?
It's the mini Kelly.
It's a mini
That's
Kelly.
Campbell.
Hi.
So we've got Hungary.
Wait till you see my other one.
Oh. That one was Campbell, right?
So we've got.
Wait, hold on. That was Campbell?
Campbell?
Amber.
Amber. Sorry
about that. I just wanted to get the name right. Amber, hi. Oh, there's another one.
And that's Taylor.
Hi.
Two cutie pies.
Oh my God.
Does everybody call you guys cutie pies?
No, sadly.
Well, Mom, you
we'll
have permission.
We will have a talk with your mom later.
So you were going to tell the story about Say a Sadek, right?
Oh, we had the lovely Kelly on interviewing her for a helping you say yes to the deck piece that I think you guys have heard about. Yeah. Kelly was, oh my God, such a trooper. Her video wasn't working.
She couldn't see us the whole time.
She did the entire thing to a black screen.
Yep. Oh. So when it comes out, just know.
Yeah. You guys have to go watch that one and just give Kelly some extra love because you did awesome. You did awesome.
Yeah.
So, and Kelly, you've been doing tarot and a practicing witch for 25 years. Devin is new. Devin is brand new.
Oh.
Now, baby tarot and baby witch, or just baby tarot so far?
Baby tarot.
Tarot.
I guess I started on the pagan path, just learning that existed just last year. Yeah. And then it kind of exploded.
Isn't that awesome?
Just curious, how old are you, Devin?
Yeah.
How old are you?
I'm 30.
Okay. That's not too bad.
Yeah, you can start at any age.
No, or
it's not a bad thing. It's just, no, that's not, no. I've seen people who are like about my age who are just now starting because they were just so
or now coming out of the broom closet.
Yeah.
That's true.
Yeah. How's the weather over there? It is hot here today.
Yeah, heat wave.
Yeah, it's raining here.
I live in New England, so it's like I just got back from my walk, and now it's like I stopped walking. I'm sweating.
Yeah, it's like bad.
I walked the dogs this morning. Didn't get very far.
Or she has a refreshing beverage that we all wish we could have at 10 o'clock in the morning here.
Can you please just share? I'm drinking coffee. Is it gone already?
Now, how long have you been practicing, Orshi?
Not for almost 2 years now, so not a long time.
Okay, so we've got all kinds of experience here.
Yeah, we could run the gambit.
Yeah,
So-
new, old.
So what are you, Austin and Devin, what are you guys planning on your path? Like, what are you starting? What are you looking into? I'm kind of curious.
Good question.
Do you want to answer first?
Okay. Well, I guess I started out of curiosity. My mom is kind of that hippie nature vibe. So I've always been exposed to this kind of stuff, but tarot was that one taboo topic that I'd never been exposed to. And I picked one up. I'm like, I gotta know what this is all about. And I found this community on YouTube, which is clearly a really tight-knit, really wonderful people. And then I guess I started just learning about all the different decks and the art. And then each one that I follow, Lisa and Danny and Dawn and Dustin, each one kind of brings a different piece of the story together. So I'm just trying to learn the cards right now and appreciate all the different aspects. I use it a lot for just self-care. And then also I really like Dustin's approach where he talks about history, art history. So I'm just in it to learn as much as I can.
Awesome.
Yeah, that's what I like about what I see is I see it just being approached from so many different directions by so many different people, and for the most part everybody is super supportive of each other. Like the content creators, the there's tons of people that don't create content, but they're everywhere helping each other out. I think that's really cool. We don't see a lot of drama really, which is really nice.
Oh yeah.
What about you, Archie? How about your practice?
So for me, it was interesting because I went to learn palmistry. That's what it's called.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
About 10, 15 years ago, and I did a whole course, and I didn't really connect with that, to be honest, because it was kind of weird. I mean, I didn't feel like it, but whoever did the course pulled a tarot card for us in the beginning, and I still remember sitting there thinking, damn, I should have done the tarot course. Then 50 or so years went by, and I just never came anywhere near to tarot reading, because in Hungary, it's mostly gypsy cards. You can find people using that, and it has a bad rap because it kind of feels like fortune telling, and they're going to scam you out of your money. You don't run into people who actually can use it properly on the streets. Only those people that, give me your hand, I'm going to tell your future. And if you don't do that, I'm going to curse you and stuff like that. So, I mean, it didn't happen to me, but other people told me.
Yeah, I suppose in Hungary, it's going to have a completely different culture around it that we just don't see elsewhere.
Have you seen those?
Yeah, I mean, people don't know tarot here.
Yeah.
And I don't know how or why, I can't remember, but I think YouTube just, started recommending readings for me.
Yeah.
And I kind of knew that this would be the way that I can give back to people, because I was sick for a long time and blah, blah, blah. And a lot of people helped. And, you never can repay what you get from those people who help you. But I always try to find a way to repay or pay it forward, Pay it forward, yeah. And I kind of think that tarot works for me because I'm an Aquarius. I can just detach myself from the reading.
Yeah.
And I don't know.
He's probably ready to get down now.
No, he's not. No? He's not. He's
squirming.
No, I'm squirming. He just wants to cuddle right now, and I have to go change it because I'm covered.
She's literally covered. You'll be so uncomfortable with your allergies later if you don't change.
Yeah. You know what? One of the things I figured out.
Keep pulling, honey.
One of the things I figured out.
Was kind of interesting.
Well, and I was enjoying you.
It's like once I get enough dog fur, I start yawning really bad because I can't figure out why. I come over here. I'm doing
so boring. Yeah.
Yeah. No, that's not it. I swear.
No. It's like all this dog fur is like. It just messes up your.
Yeah.
We have a whole bunch of people.
Hi, everybody.
Hi to all the people.
Hello,
hi to all the people. So like, I want to pick on Devin. I want to pick on the new kid.
Oh my god. Okay, so I want to know your wish list.
I want to know where your thong is.
On your wish. Wait.
Or she brought a thong.
Or she did bring a thong.
Yep. No thong.
Look.
I've got about 25 decks already.
Okay.
Nice. So proud.
Wow.
Yeah, let's hear it. The second one I bought was the Spacious Tarot, and then I realized
I've
it
got
being
that
a deck, I got really scared. So
Oh yeah, that would be a hard
I
one.
have that one.
Yeah. Oh well, she's talking about the dragon. Peggy's talking about the dragon deck
Yeah.
she has. Oh, not that one. Oh, she brought
How's
out.
that?
Oh, my goodness.
How's
was
that
prepared.
one?
Which one?
That Star Dragon one. How's that one?
How? Yeah. How is it?
Actually really nice. I mean, I was surprised because the artwork is kind of 90s fantasy artwork, you know, with big boobs and all the muscling people. I don't like that one. But the cards are actually not bad. I mean, I was pleasantly surprised with how dragon looking the dragons are actually.
Yeah, they're
Because
fierce. They're not
sometimes
like.
they don't look like dragons, and
Yeah. Oh my goodness, love that.
so yeah, I can recommend this for people who like dragons.
Dragons.
And
So-
I do.
Yeah, Peggy too. Me too. I keep thinking I want to get a dragon and a unicorn deck by the same creator. It might be Paulo Barbieri. It might be somebody else because I
No,
want
he has
to.
one.
I want to kind of. I don't know if that's the one because I'm not over fond of his dragon deck, but of his unicorn deck, but his dragon deck is good. But I want to find two by the same creator that I can maybe shuffle together for like a Peggy and me deck for when I'm doing like relationship readings and stuff. Might be kind of fun to have like a combined us deck, if that makes sense. So I keep looking for something like that. I think Diana Cooper has one, but hers is really fluffy. And then Paulo Barbieri is at the total other end of the scale. So I've got to find another creator that maybe has like, you know, both a dragon and a unicorn oracle.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm so picky with my dragon decks that
I'm the same way. I'm the same way. I don't have
Peggy's digging into dragons right now. Oh, let's get Tarot Not Plans in the chat here. Let's just keep going. Oh, there's her.
well, that one's
Deck twinsies.
Yeah.
Okay, let's get her in here.
Yeah.
Okay, let's get her in.
same way.
Digging into dragons right now. Oh, let's get Tarot Not Plans in the chat here.
Hey guys.
Oh, there's her. Oh, I think it's Tarot Not Plans. Check your computer because it sounds like we're getting all of our voices back. So you might be playing the video in the background.
Can you hear me?
Sorry, I muted you. I muted you really quick because it's playing our video in the background. So we're getting a really big echo. So can you just check? And then just give me a thumbs up when it's paused and I'll unmute you. I have the power.
Perfect.
I have the power. Oh, I just screamed again. Oh, I just screamed again. Yeah, it's still doing it.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, it's still I can hear you, but I can hear. I had to mute you again. I'm sorry. It could be. Do you have like sometimes with some computers, if you might have to do like an earbud or something so you can hear us, but it doesn't echo back into your microphone. Yeah.
It gets weird.
Nobody else is muted.
No rush. No rush. We're here for 6 hours.
Yeah, we're not going anywhere.
Like, I just have to go change my shirt.
So
Very
Devin,
You guys are matching, so.
are you guys planning on like picking a path like Norse, Celtic, pagan, earth-based? Just curious.
I don't know. I mean, for me,
Right
it's just narrow for now.
Can you hear me now?
Okay.
Yes, it's perfect
Oh
now.
my God, we can.
Whoop, whoop. Welcome.
Oh yeah, does
Um,
anybody know the path? That's a great question, Kelly.
But
as far as paths go, I don't know. I'm kind of eclectic, I guess you could say. I'm dabbling in everything, exploring the whole.
Right.
It's a big realm. It's a big world.
It's a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like I started my first 3 books was To Ride a Silver Broomstick by Silver Raven Wolf, Basic Candle Magic by Raymond Buckland, and then Celtic Magic by J.J. Conway. And I read those for a bit.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I met her twice.
You met DJ
I got to
Conway
meet her twice.
Fun. Peggy's like, I have no idea
Yeah.
who that
No,
is.
but I still think it's cool. Like being able to meet somebody that you admire and respect is cool.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah. And we lost in 2019. We lost 3. We lost 3 authors. DJ Conway, 2019, and Imbolc. She actually passed away on Imbolc.
I know.
And we lost a month later. We lost Raven Gomasi.
And we lost Robin Wood.
Who?
Robin Wood.
Well, I wasn't thinking of him. I was thinking of Eden McCoy.
Oh, Eden McCoy. I didn't know Eden McCoy had passed.
Yeah, Raven. I think DJ Conway. I think she passed away of old age. She was like in her 80s.
Wow.
Raven Gomasi. I almost met him, but his cancer came back, and he passed away from cancer. His last book that he wrote, he was able, because in the forward was his wife, he was able to look at the actual physical book, the last book he wrote. He read the whole thing. He was happy with it. 2 days later, he passed.
Oh, wow.
2 weeks later, he was 60. Remember, he was 64. And then 2 weeks after he passed away, Eden McCoy passed away at 61 years old from the flu.
Oh my 61. Goodness. Holy crap. I'm going to get Shannon in here, and I'm going to get give Shannon and Tarot Nat Plans a chance to say hi. So let me get Shannon in here, and then we're going to do a little round of intros. And oh my gosh. Okay. Shannon!
So Shannon's here.
Oh, Lord. Hi.
You were not ready for this.
And Tarot Nat Plans.
Yeah, I did, because I think they put me in and I didn't know it.
I just threw you in.
It's like, dude, this is supposed to be shit. So okay, so Tarot Nat Plans. Tarot Nat Plans. So where's your thong?
Yeah, where's your thong?
I actually don't own one. They went those in my 20s.
See, all you gotta do is lie and say it's in the wash. Why can't you guys do that? Like,
don't know.
Yeah,
or she's still winning.
I'm reading Lisa's book right now, so I'm trying to do the self-worth stuff and be honest.
Fine.
She totally got you there. That's right. I'm proud that I have influenced people to not give into the thought pressure.
Oh, my glasses back.
No, we don't. No, I'm.
And Shannon is here.
Shannon.
So, did you see Dustin? I'm wearing a thong right now, he said.
Oh my God. Of course he is.
Well, he has to, or he doesn't get to keep his title as princess.
Yeah, true.
Oh my God. You guys are great. So,
Alana and Shannon and I look like each other.
Oh, twinsies.
Just butchies.
Okay. I have a question for you guys. Out of Lisa, Danny, and Dustin, talk about putting in. I don't want to say who. I don't want to quote it as who do you like better, but like which one? Which one do you tend to lean more personality?
Personality-wise, oh gosh, we are literally a spectrum. So like we always talk as a group. But I would say if there was a spectrum, I would be at one end, and Dustin. Oh my God, Margaret! Hi, Margaret!
Hi, Margaret! I love that.
Oh no, I'm getting an echo. Hold on one sec here. Wait. I think I found it. Okay, so the echo is coming from Shannon's speaker. I can't even.
I like Margaret. Hi, Margaret.
Margaret's Peggy's new spirit animal.
Oh yeah.
I'm sorry. Wait 1 second. Shannon, I had to mute you. That's great. Okay, wait. I can't look for a second. Shannon, I'm literally covering where Shannon is right now. Shannon, I had to mute you because there was an echo. Oh my gosh. So it could be either your speaker volume, or it could be that you need an earphone so that it doesn't bounce the sound around. But I will turn it back on and check and see. It might be better already. Oh my gosh. So nope. Still echoing. Anyways,
we can hear. You might have to turn off
though.
You probably have to turn off the video playback in the background.
Yep. Take your time and just give me a big thumbs up when you think it's good. Okay. I'm mouthing okay like I can't be heard when I can be heard.
Yeah.
Tarot Nat Plans. Can we call you Nat? Is that right?
Nat, it's Nat.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I can't hear you at all.
Oh, try headphones. like earbuds, or like if you have like a headset?
I don't know.
Here, let me take it. Let's do it this
Anyway,
way.
what were you saying? So
I was asking Tarot Nat Plans if she has a channel. I don't know if
do you have a channel?
Yes, I just started a channel a few weeks ago.
Congratulations!
Awesome.
Yeah, so that's my channel name is Tarot Nat Plan.
Perfect. So look her up. Look everybody up. Anybody that's got a channel, look them up.
And if you
Join
gave
the channel.
me, if you gave me the channel
Check 'em
name
out.
in the form, I think I have it in the description box down below.
Yes,
So
I did.
oh, good. So feel
Okay.
free to check that, you guys. And
So
look for
what's
Tarot Nat Plans
so
channel.
what is the non-tarot hobby here? What do you guys
I
do?
do-
Peggy, she's like,
I like to make jewelry.
Oh, cool.
Yep.
I'm into everything. I can't make a choice, and this is my problem. I'm like a squirrel, and
hobby
anything
squirrel.
creative, painting, drawing, beading. I'm learning to sew, which Peggy are huge inspiration for that. I'm into everything.
Yeah, that's what I do.
Love
That's all I do.
oh, happy
I love
birthday,
that you
Stray Cat.
sent me pictures, Peggy. That's awesome. I was up till like 1:30 last night trying to sew bags as good as you. They're not quite that good. but
Aw.
I'm trying.
Aw.
Until I ran out of thread, and then I had to go buy thread this morning, and now I don't even know if it's the right thread.
What? As long as it works, who cares?
I bought this thing, and I don't know how that's supposed to go on my sewing machine.
Oh, it's for a serger.
Put it in a. If that says it might be for a serger, put it in a cup.
Like a solo cup, like a cup.
Put it. Just drop it into a cup, and then pull it up and thread your machine.
Okay.
Oh, I wouldn't.
And you may need to put it like. You may need to put something above. Depending on how your machine threads, you should be able to drop it into a cup and then just bring it up from the back and then thread your machine normally, and it should feed.
Okay, perfect. I'll try that because it was cheaper to buy the big bundle, and I hate going to the store, so I was just like, buy it like 5 colors and buy the big bundle, and then I'm done.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Does Kelly have a channel?
I wait for discounts and then buy like 30 at a time.
I'm hoping by the end of summer to mid September, my first video will come out.
Coming.
Oh, yeah.
That's awesome.
It's called the Cauldron and the Ivy.
Fun.
So I have I have it up. I just gotta make an intro and make my first video. So
do it.
So I'm starting to get the stuff to get things ready. I already have like a stand. So I'm probably gonna get like a camera soon and start there.
Cool.
So,
and how about you, Devin? How do you feel being Devin has not been on camera before. How about you, Nat? Have you been on camera before?
No, even my videos so far, I'm kind of just doing like the overhead view, and
how do you
myself in it yet.
How do you guys feel about being on camera? How does that feel?
Nervous.
Really nervous.
Well,
This is
Nat, when I was, I did an episode with Say Yes to the Deck, and just to give you an idea, they were black. I couldn't see them at all, and I still did it.
You did awesome, yeah.
Yeah.
Is Shannon back?
I think so. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
I can hear you. Yay!
Oh, yay! You're here. You made it.
Woohoo!
That's awesome. We were just talking about
We don't see you yet.
I do not have a channel.
Kelly.
Donna just said when she comes up, she's not going to be on camera because she's been in the rain all morning and has weird ass hair.
We like weird
Dude,
ass hair.
I just had to change my shirt and it's pointing out the first shirt because I'm covered in dog fur. Like,
totally true.
It's funny. It's in Ottawa, and I feel like it's Vancouver weather because every time I go to Vancouver, it rains almost the whole time I'm there.
we have a heat wave right now. They're saying it's going to get up to 110,
Yeah.
which is like 45.
40, I don't think it's supposed to be 45. Not that hot. Maybe like 40, 41. But still, for us, that's super hot.
I can't believe it.
Wow.
It's
Yeah, I
crazy
think
here.
the whole place, everywhere is gonna get a heat wave
Yeah.
Yeah,
all over the United States.
yeah, it's.
I live up in New England. I live up in New England right now.
There's a cat's ass on here. I love that. Look at the cat. Did you guys see the cat's ass?
You were really supposed to say cat's ass.
Kisses.
Oh my god.
My babies are in their tank.
Orchie's glasses are the best. Oh my god. What are your babies?
I have leopard geckos. I have 2 girls.
You have to show them on your chat. Who's shuffling? I heard that.
That was Margaret asked the dogs to go out.
Oh. I totally thought somebody was shuffling cards. I'm like, that's not people. Hi,
I'm not that cute.
I don't think it'll let me add another person yet, but hang in there. This is so fun. Oh my
Well,
God.
this is kind of cool.
I'm really
More
excited.
people than space.
I have an African giant snail in the box.
Oh, really?
We just have 2 dogs
Smart.
and a fish tank.
Yeah. 2 dogs.
No, it's a giant snail.
Oh, we lost somebody.
I wanted a dog, but I work too much. So I actually went to visit my best friend who lives in Vancouver, and he had a gecko. So when I came home from my trip, I got 2 geckos.
I can't believe
Oh my God.
So exciting. This is so brilliant.
You're so shiny.
I'm so happy to see you. I'm such a fan.
Oh, hi, Orshi.
We're all fans. I love it.
And then new channels as well. Oh my gosh, it's so exciting.
I love that we have a mix of people that have channels and a mix of people that don't have channels. That's really
These
exciting.
people that have been on camera, people that haven't been
I
on
know.
camera.
Look
This
at
is
Devin being
awesome.
awesome. I want to find out what's sitting at the very tippy top of Devin's wish list right now. I started to ask you, and I think we got distracted. But what's sitting on your list that you're like this close to buying right now?
I just bought the Lily White and Lily Black, so I'm kind of out of cash right now. But I keep watching, and I just bought Tarot this too because it's everywhere on the internet. So
Mine's on its way. I had to order it for Book Depository because Amazon Canada would not it's not there. I don't know what's going on with U.S. games right now, but like if you're not in the U.S., like it's so hard to get their decks when they're fresh out or whatever. But like I need Tarot of the Abyss, and I guess Anna Turian was offering some on her website signed, and I totally missed it. Somebody posted in the Supportive Tarot Facebook group. I am like always the like last to know. You guys are informing each other, and I'm like, oh shit, there's this thing happening. Oh no! Oh my god, that's awesome. That's gonna be a pretty one for sure. Oh my
I tell
god.
you, we can't get in the UK. I tell you what, I cannot get my hands on is Tarot of Mystical Moments. Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, Charlotte's got a troll.
Distracted by a troll. Sorry.
Oh my God, we have a troll on the channel.
Oh no.
We have a troll.
I mean,
Get it.
Where's the hammer? Oh my god, Anna
Where's the
Dragon.
hammers?
Trolls, dragons.
I have an octopus.
Oh, that's so
It's a happy
Oh,
octopus.
okay.
And now it's a mad
Okay, you-
octopus.
Yeah,
I have a
this is
favorite.
the troll this is the troll that we need to be afraid of.
It's like a mood
it's
indicator.
you guys
No
in one
way, it's
octopus.
reversible.
It's reversible.
That's fantastic.
Oh, look at Canadian Tire.
I made Peggy buy this for me at the grocery store. We went. She's like, we're getting to the checkout. I thought this was gonna be like a little $3 or $4 thing. We get to checkout. She's like, honey, it's $12. I like looked at her and I was like, and it's a reversible octopus.
It's a bargain.
Right?
Only $6 each.
Yeah, she has to drag me away from
Okay,
the toy
so
section of the best
enjoying
of times.
Lisa's marathon now.
Oh no! Oh, we have Kelly back. Oh my god!
Oh,
So
no.
we officially
Uh-oh.
now have more people than we can fit on the screen. So we're just gonna
Should I
have
go?
with it.
I
Any
mean-
volunteers to get the fuck out?
Well, no, tell us. We can see how it flows. Devin, are you volunteering to
Devin
go out?
wants
Can
to
we
leave
steer you
a bit
off?
later.
I have to leave in like 15 minutes. I have to go to work in 15 minutes. So
Come with us for the 15 minutes if you want. Then
yes, I am
no
staying here
pressure.
until I have to go to work.
No pressure.
Oh my
And you
god!
can kick me out because I'm here for the longest, so you know.
Oh, okay.
Well, maybe we should pick
come
Orshi
back.
and say goodbye to Orshi and say, come
Aw.
back later though. We don't know
I
how
want
busy things
everybody
are
all
gonna
at
be.
the same time.
I want, yeah, okay, that would be crazy.
I mean, I've been trying
Oh,
to stay
Lord.
up long enough so I can come back, but you know.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
can
come back later. Come back later. But thanks for stopping
Margaret.
by.
Hello.
Yeah, that's gonna be weird as people show up. It's like, but then again, we all share. We share.
Kelly's back.
Kelly's back.
I see myself. It's excellent.
Oh, is that Margaret?
Yes.
Okay, I love the face though. I love the face.
I love that Margaret's basically Peggy, personality-wise.
Yeah.
Yes. She wore that to school.
Yeah, she wore to school.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
All the kids would say hello to her kids.
I want to wear those glasses and go for a drive.
Well, first of all, that's probably
Let's cut my holes a little bit bigger.
Oh my god.
I love that face. Okay, I love that face.
That is
It sounds like all of us have pets. Does everybody have pets? We have dogs.
Yeah.
Devin has a cat because you saw the cat butt.
2 dogs.
3 dogs.
2 geckos. And what about you, Shannon? You have 3 dogs?
And
3
Kelly
dogs.
has 2 cats right now.
2 cats, I think.
Oh, there goes one now.
3
cats.
Devin, what about you?
3.
One
I
cat
have
for
3 dogs and 1 cat. And
2
a
dogs,
kid.
1 cat. And
Nice.
Candy, you have 2 dogs?
2 dogs.
Oh, here comes the
This
poor
is
baby.
What's
What
that,
a
Candy?
Cappuccino. Cat number 1.
Cappuccino.
My dogs are very naughty. They need training.
Yeah. So,
Oh, look at you.
okay, hold on. I'm going to put you on full screen for a second,
Oh.
Carol. No.
This is indoor.
Whoops.
Who's him? Who's your cat?
Indoor. Indoor.
And Dora, right?
Indoor.
Apparently I'm shouting.
Yeah. I just want to see the geckos bigger. Okay.
And
Mine are Disney and Harry Potter names. So this is Stitch, and then I have another one named Sirius.
Oh my god, I love
You know
that.
that.
And it's funny because when I brought them home, I got Sirius first, and then I rescued Stitch, and I named them. But I named Sirius after my dad that had passed like a year before. So it was Sirius Silvio because my dad's name was Silvio. Turns out that both of them are girls. They don't show their gender until they're over a year old. It turns out they were both girls, and I thought they were both boys.
Oh my god. I thought my cat was a boy and then he was pregnant.
My 3rd cat, she's outside. She's short-haired black. Her name's Nyx, after the Greek goddess. And that, my daughter, my teenage daughter has a leopard gecko. We just got one for Christmas. It's it's starting. It's gonna start shedding again. It's pretty big. It's pretty big.
Yeah.
And she named him. Well, we don't know if it's a he or she yet, but she looked for unisex name.
Okay.
So it didn't matter if it's a boy or girl. So she named it Beanie. Like beans.
I love that.
Beanie.
Did you guys just see Taro and Tarantula's comment?
Oh, yeah.
3 cats, hermit crab, 2 crested geckos, 1 gargoyle gecko, 23 tarantulas.
Ooh.
Most our babies don't judge. I'm sorry, that's a lot.
I'm not going to judge, but I'm not going to be your host
These
either.
are amazing.
I
kind of want to question you.
My husband and I had a rose hedge.
Wow. I couldn't do it. I could not do the exotic. I couldn't.
House with the tarantula. I just couldn't
My
do it.
husband
I'm with you.
wanted a scorpion. He wants a pet scorpion. I'm like, no, I can't. No, I can't. I can't.
No.
I can do a rose hedge tarantula. I'm fine with that. I cannot do a pet scorpion. No. Scorpion. No, I can't do
I
it.
think they're cool, but not in my house.
Yeah.
All cats are non-binary. We just go with whatever says Donna. I love that. Oh my god. Okay, so we need I want another question. I want to grill these people.
I want to know why you didn't wear a thong.
I'm like really new. I kind of got into things a few years ago and then dropped everything and then have really started in the last like 8 months. So you can ask me anything. I'm super new to everything.
Good.
But
Okay.
I was in a really bad influence and I am broke like there's no tomorrow because Lisa's constantly making me go buy debt. So we got an issue, Peggy. I need you in my life to tell me to stop.
Okay, stop. Just stop. This is a direction from your queen.
Just stop watching.
I did not get into tarot until I went on YouTube, and between Racine of Owl Moon 513, Lisa, Danny, and
Yeah.
them four.
Totally. Oh my god. That's hilarious.
Okay, Storybook Tarot wins the thong story.
Oh wait, let me put it up here. I'm in a swimsuit that's crawling up my ass like a thong. Does that count? Yes, I think it counts.
I think it counts. I think I will be happy for a while
If
now.
your rear end is sore, you're probably doing it right. I think that's how I. Like, I'm never gonna wear a thong ever. Like, it's not happening. If somebody gives you a wedgie, that's a terrible thing. Why would you do that to yourself on purpose? I don't judge, but I'm judging a little
I'm
bit.
with you. I haven't worn one in like 7 years.
It's not happening. You can have real ones. I don't care. Poor Janet. Janet, did you bring your thong? I want to know.
I think a couple years.
I brought Margaret. That's the thong is again.
That's true. Margaret is your walking thong, really.
I have this thing right up. Yeah, I can't do it. I'm like, I want to be comfortable. I mean, it wasn't bad, but it was like, this feels weird.
Yeah, no. I know. What about you, Devin? No thong for you, hey?
No.
Bummer. See, or she had it right because she brought a pair of the sandal type thongs because those we've called
That's
those
what I was
thongs.
thinking when you guys broadcasted the first video when you were talking about it. I'm like, sandals.
Hello? Yeah, I know. We used to call them flip flops or thongs growing up. Totally.
Yeah, I'm well.
Flip flops.
Yeah.
Oh, it's right here. Hi, Light.
Yeah, we used to call them flip flops or thongs. But then they invented thongs.
Yeah,
It's
that's
like,
what I grew up with.
anymore.
Was flip
Peggy
flops.
wants to hold my hand, but she's
Yeah.
Look at this. Welcome to my block party as Lisa shoves me out of the frame.
It's so hot here. You ever do that when you're like laying in bed with somebody and you're like, stop touching me, it's too hot.
Yes.
Shannon's like, yes, actually. Too warm.
Lisa,
Usually it is a dog though.
Exactly. What was somebody was asking a question?
Whoops.
your zodiac sign is your Cancer, right?
Cancer sun.
Okay.
Same
So,
here.
so Avery has a solution.
What's Avery's solution? Peggy, thongs don't go with my gender expression, but if I can put on a jock strap under my shorts, it'll make you happy.
Yes,
I
it
love
would.
Peggy's open to all forms of thong expression.
I'm all about the thong. How you choose to accomplish it.
Totally up to you. Oh my gosh. Oh, Dustin's here.
Princess
Oh,
Dustin.
Lord.
He's working in the wings.
That's not a thong.
I can't get a 7th on you.
Honestly, like just cut the ass or whatever you're happy wearing. That's fine.
So that's a totally different thing. That's like assless chaps. We're like assless chaps. I just said, where was my
Sounds
brain?
like something
Where was
Dustin might
where was
have.
Her brain was on assless chaps. That was the thing.
Assless chaps on blue jeans are a whole mood. I'm just saying.
So let's just abruptly change the conversation. What do we want to talk about next? We can't do 6 hours of tarot. People will start, their eyes will bleed.
But that maybe their eyes will bleed.
I'm a forever nude. Forever nude. I like tarot. I've been doing tarot off and on for 20 years, and I still need the guidebooks. Actually, there's nothing wrong with the guidebooks, so whatever. Screw it.
Okay, who wants to volunteer to let the next person come on? I'll leave it up to you.
Bye.
Okay. Bye, Devin.
Thank you.
Bye, Devin.
Yeah, come back later. The princess is in.
Hello.
No.
What are you, y'all are nerds.
Where's your thong?
You're one to talk.
Where's my what?
Thong.
We can hear you.
I'm wearing it. I told you.
Pixar, it didn't happen.
I'll glide you.
Oh, great.
Okay, guys, did you guys just notice we start talking dirty about thongs, and here's Dustin.
It's like a night.
Huge surprise.
I got to be here for all the good stuff. Just saying.
For all the good stuff.
Hang out with the dirty
I
talk.
just woke up.
Didn't you start the thong thing? Wasn't that you?
Yeah, I said marathon on one of the comments, and then Lisa got really mad and was like, "Don't make this a thing." And then I was like, "Lisa, it's
gotta be a thing. Gotta be a thing."
She made it a thing by getting so mad about it. It was like, it's a thing now.
It's a thing. It's a thing. I'm sorry. She was like legit upset there for like 5 minutes. She was like kind of mad. She's like, "Can you not make that a thing?" She like sent me this line and was like, "Can you not make that a thing?" And I was like, "Too late." Sorry.
Okay, but as soon as she said don't make it a thing, I think Dustin, me, and about half of the people in the chat at the time got totally on. No, we need to make it a thing now.
This is now going to be
Look
a
at
thing.
Lisa react. We have to make it a thing.
This is a
But yeah,
problem when I'm very
Dustin-
reactive. Yes.
Dustin gets the credit for it.
Yeah, he does. He does. And we have 3 fat readers tomorrow, which Dustin needs to remind
We do.
Make sure you wash your thumb. Keep it fresh for tomorrow.
You don't need a thumb for
Lisa,
tomorrow.
does Dustin know what happened with us?
Oh
The
yeah.
video?
Oh yeah. We're all
You know,
witness-
with the Kelly was on our Say Yes to the Deck segment thing and couldn't see us the entire time. So we recorded the whole thing.
Oh yeah, you told me that on Glide.
I thought so. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Yeah, it was crazy. But did great.
Yeah. Harmonious.
Listen, Lisa and Danny and I all have like a group glide that we glide back and forth on daily. Like while we're pooping, that's the relationship we have.
Glide while pooping. We may or may not chat.
We usually text if we're pooping, but we legitimately do text if we're pooping. But we'll watch the other people's glides while we're pooping. So,
one time I totally did hit the button by mistake.
When she was in the bathroom and she deleted it really fast too. And then we were both like, yeah, all we could see is like your bathroom ceiling. But yeah, we saw it.
Oh my god. Yeah, I mean, you talk to somebody enough on like an app like that. If you guys don't know, because I didn't know for the longest time, Glide is like a video walkie-talkie.
Show them the Glide I just sent you of me just waking up.
Uh-oh.
And then they can see like how disheveled we glide each other.
I can't keep
Hold on, let's see if I can get it to show. I'm gonna put myself on full screen for a second so you guys can see this. This is pretty great. So this is our group chat right now. There's Dustin. Just like, oh.
And Danny.
No, you guys.
I was literally in my kitchen making breakfast.
And
I was like, I just woke up. It's 11:30, and I just woke up.
Yeah, and you're doing great. You're very perky. I
had my entire unicorn mug of coffee in like 5 minutes. So there's a lot of caffeine in me now.
I want it.
Oh my god. That's what I hate. I have to drink decaf now. I don't like that.
I mean,
that's because you're
Peggy?
geriatric now.
Yeah, what is the point?
I'm just trying to fool myself. I don't know.
It's really just self what am I trying to say?
Psychosomatic.
So, oh my god, there's so many shit show emojis in the chat right now.
Oh my god. Okay. And who started it? Who started the literal shit talk? Who started literally talking about poop?
Yeah,
Dustin and Lisa.
Oh my god, that's the blame.
Who gets the blame?
No, we weren't talking about poop. We were talking about doing things whilst pooping.
Yeah, it was
There's
relevant.
a difference.
Yeah.
Oh, it's
totally different.
It's relevant now.
Oh my god. So Orsi just said, where is it? My sisters have a dedicated poop chat room on WhatsApp. I'm not a part of it.
That's hilarious.
No way.
So when I was still working like in an office space in Boulder in game development, we all had this app that tracks the amount of time that you poop.
Oh, no.
So and you don't even have to open it. You just literally like it uses the GPS on your phone. So you open it.
Oh my god.
You mark where you go poop right in the GPS, and then every time you go in there to poop, it just logs the time. And then you put in there what your salary is, so it figures out how much over the course of a year you get paid to poop. So we would have like this yearly party where we figured out who got paid the most to poop. It was pretty fun.
Did you win? Jessica, did you win?
Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
Oh my god, Candy, how hot is it where you are right now?
It's very cool. I'm just hot. It's my hormones making me hot.
Well, you are hot, but the question was about the temperature.
No, it's quite cool. It's been really boiling for the last couple of weeks, but it's gone cold the last 3 days.
It's crazy.
And loads of rain.
Lisa, do you have the AC running?
Yeah, but it's in the bedroom.
And 3 fans.
You better pump that AC so that we don't have to listen to it tomorrow on 3
Is it hot where all of you guys are? Is it
It's cold here.
Because
it is. It's like 60 degrees and rainy here. It's perfect.
We have a heat wave.
I want 60 degrees and rain.
There's a heat wave on the East Coast and on the West Coast.
Yeah.
Oh, yep, it's perfect here in Colorado. It's nice and it's rainy and drizzly and overcast and.
Yeah, it's rainy here. It's like 22. I don't know what that is in American, but it's 22 here.
Can I get that freedom units, please?
0, it's freezing. 10, it's not. 20, it's warm. 30, it's hot. So 20 is like nice. It's nice. 30 is gross.
40 very gray here.
Yeah, 40 is gross. That's way too humid. You don't even want to leave your house.
No, it's supposed to get to 40, 41 today.
Yeah. Okay, what is my thing doing here?
Record breaking, hundreds of
78.
Both times I went to Vancouver, I went in the fall. I went for my birthday or right after my birthday, like before my birthday. So it was like turning into rainy season because it was in the fall.
Oh.
We didn't even have air
It
conditioners
was
here in
nice.
Colorado
It was
because it
cold,
doesn't get
but
that
it was,
hot.
like, it was
Yeah,
nice.
Justin, that's the thing. Like same here. We don't.
Justin, I lived in
here don't have
Colorado
air
for
conditioners.
I have a
My husband was
swamp
stationed
cooler,
in,
which is like
Austin.
What's that,
I
Kelly?
have a swamp cooler, which is like a big. It's kind of like what you have, Lisa, in your room, but it's a little bit bigger, so that it's a little easier to do like the whole house. So if it gets hot, we put that on, but.
Ours is like a standalone unit.
No,
I just don't care. I'm dying. It's fine. I want to go to
You
Candy's
got the
house.
under boob sweat going on because that's when you know it's hot.
Yeah,
That's
you
so
can tell 'cause
sexy.
Even I get that.
under boob sweat is the worst. Oh my god.
Under boob sweat is disgusting.
I was saying with Dustin.
You too.
Okay. I was trying to tell my husband and I were living in Colorado from 2002 to 2005 because my husband was stationed in Fort Carson. So it's like, I know the weather. It was pleasant. It was really nice up there. Like we enjoyed every second of it.
It's usually pretty temperate here.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. It is. We barely had to use the AC. Really.
I want to go
nice.
to Colorado. I was supposed to go to Colorado.
Lisa, look what I finally got.
What'd you get? Oh, yay!
What is it?
I need more coffee.
It's all yay.
What is
I
it?
need more pretend coffee.
It's
coffee.
it's the Polcatero.
Ah.
So it's kind of a creepy Marseille
Did
that
you have
has
to
like
wait for that one?
intestines running through it. It's really
That's
cool.
why Lisa went, oh, yeah.
I don't know. It's too bright and shiny right now.
I might be able to make you big, Dustin. Hold on.
Hold on. Can I do it back here? That's a little easier to see.
Pity. It's real. It's almost.
I thought you already had this.
No.
Just the Hayworth.
No.
Hayworth.
The Hayworths I have, yeah.
Yeah.
But this was pretty hard to get for a while there because
Shannon's got.
I feel that, Shannon. I know.
this is why I don't have
Shannon.
dogs. My cats never do that.
No, cats don't bark. That's true. Ours do. I'm surprised none of ours have responded to anybody else yet. Oh, the camera got.
If my cat ever did that, I would be like, and you're living outside permanently now. Have a nice day.
Yeah, no doubt. I feel like our camera is crooked.
My dog's Rupert got up the top of the garden the other night, and I could hear all this commotion, all this crashing. It's about 1 a.m, and I crept up the garden in the dark, and he was trying to get over next door's 7-foot fence by climbing on chairs. I think there's a cat that walks along the fence, and of course he's a lurcher, and he just went mad, and he got stuck. He'd gone through the wicker chair, and it got stuck in the chair.
Oh no.
It was that's what I could hear. It's like crashing, trying to get out of this chair.
Oh no!
I
Oh my
know.
goodness! Oh, I can see Shannon's dogs.
Poor puppers.
Oh, that's a lot, Candy. Oh my goodness!
Oh, they are a lot.
Okay, they're being quiet for the moment.
Dogs.
Lisa, I have a question.
What's the question?
So, after watching so many of your videos, and I have so many different interests and different things like tarot and runes and chakras and all the different things, but I can only absorb so much information at once. Plus, I'm a bit of a workaholic.
That's fair.
How
Yeah.
do you learn everything? Where it's
You don't.
Like, I don't know. Should I just be focusing on one thing at a time?
Yeah.
Or like pick up bits of things.
Are
I
you
have to
writing things
have-
down?
Now,
Yeah.
when I started, I picked 3 things, and I'm still sticking with it. And that's the element I feel closely linked with is fire. My first form of spell was candle magic, and I worked with Celtic deities, and I just kept those 3. And then
But like
little by little, I
tarot.
add a few things, what have you. And then
Yeah.
tarot came a little later. I mean, tarot came. I had a couple of tarot decks in the early 2000s, and then it was like I had a couple oracle decks, and like I said, and then it's like I my first YouTuber tarot was Racine of Our Moon 513, and then Lisa, and then Danny, and then Dustin. So it's like
Yeah.
I'm starting to have a collection, but it's like I don't have a big collection like Lisa or Danny. Or,
Yeah.
You know, I like to keep it
And-
small.
and when it comes to-
I don't have a big
When it comes
collection
to
either.
learning- Yeah, when it comes to learning tarot,
Oh,
Nat, I would say
Dustin, you do.
So I'm doing Anthony's course.
Just because I can.
Yeah.
The biggest thing about learning this, well, first of all, like, you don't compare yourself to like me or Lisa. Like, I've been studying the occult since I was like 12, right?
Yeah.
I'm 35 now. So it's been a minute. Like, I studied the occult more than I studied things to get my bachelor's degrees and my master's degree, right? So like, that's a thing. The second thing is write things down, right? Like, I still have notebooks from when I was 13 that I refer back to, because it's like, I know I learned this thing back in the day. Like, I was looking for this circle casting I used to do all the time, and I used to have it memorized, but I don't anymore. And so I went back and found it, right? And that's just the way it is. Like, the occult in like an umbrella term, right, it is an art form, right? And it's just like any art form where when you practice it and you do it, it stays in your mind. But when you stop doing it, right, things go away, right? It's just like painting. It's just like writing. It's just like sculpture. If you stop doing it, right, you're going to forget a lot of fundamental things that you're going to have to kind of relearn and reteach yourself.
A lot of it's timing and like repetition and like working with it and just letting it
literally
slowly.
Yeah, like tarot, I tell people, new tarot students all the time, I tell them all the time, tarot is like learning a language. It's a language of 78 cards. And when you learn to speak the language, then you've learned it, right? But don't jump into tarot expecting to give yourself mind-blowing readings. Because it's not gonna, it's literally like, it's like walking into first year French and expecting to like be able to go to a Cirque du Soleil show and understand everything that's spoken, right?
Yeah.
It's not gonna happen. That's not realistic, right? And a lot of people have that expectation when they start learning tarot, is like, oh, I'm just going to crack open the book and I'm going to use my intuition, or I'm not going to use the book at all, which is like the new trend that I fucking can't stand. But it's like, you need to set yourself realistic expectations, right?
Yeah, totally.
Mix up your learning styles as well. I mean, when I used to be a teacher before I became a full-time carer, and just mixing it up, so you're reading, you're writing it down, you're drawing it out, you're taking a card. I mean, I've started taking my cards and walking out into the garden and thinking, right, what things in the garden represent this card? You do that a couple of times with cards and it makes it completely personal and tangible and real.
I love that.
Mix up your learning styles as well.
Yeah, using them in different contexts really, really helps.
Yeah.
And like, just remembering that like you don't have to learn everything about every card right away. Like the way that I really learned was I learned with one keyword and I took it from there, and then I built on that as a foundation.
It's just like learning a language, right?
Yeah,
it's exactly what you do when you learn a language, right? You learn the basics, and then you learn like verb conjugation, and that's hell. And that's kind of like when you start incorporating like astrology and Kabbalah into tarot.
So it's funny that you're comparing it to French, because I'm from Quebec and my whole family went to French school except for me, because I couldn't pick it up. And my dad was French. So I suck at French. I can get by, but I suck.
Well, it's any language, right? I mean, like learning languages is hard, right? Like that's like, I get really mad when people make fun of people who speak broken English in America, because I'm like, you who just speak English, you are dumber than the person who's speaking broken English and speaks an entirely other language.
Hello?
Like, you're dumber.
Exactly.
You know?
Like, be patient with people.
Yeah, you have to be patient. But that's the thing. Like, learning a language is hard. It's not. It's for some people pick it up easier than others, and that's perfectly normal and okay, right? You just kind of have to figure out how to learn and what style of learning is best for you, right? And go from there, right? There's no right or wrong. There's, like I say all the time in my videos, there's no tarot police that are going to come knock on your door. You're learning tarot wrong. Like, that's not going to happen. Oh my God, it's Dawn Michelle, everybody. Hi, everybody. It's Dawn Michelle from Boho Tarot.
Hello, it's Dawn Michelle from Boho Tarot. Dude, I talked out of my mouth in my first video and it stuck.
That's just like me. I say the same thing. Hey, everybody, it's Dustin from Modern Metaphysics, and today we're going to be taking a trip through X. That's my standard blurb.
Keep the lineup changed.
Yeah, we have Dawn now. Shannon took off.
Oh, Shannon left. Bye, Shannon.
We still have Candy and Kelly and Dustin.
I got sent off to make coffee, and people disappeared.
Where is my coffee? Hers came back, but mine didn't come back.
But yeah, the biggest tip I have for you is if you're not taking notes on everything, whether it's magic or tarot or anything, if you're not taking notes on everything, start taking notes on everything. Because I'm just starting to go through the Korea program, and I've been taking notes on things, and just in a number of weeks, I've gone back and been like, oh.
Yeah.
And if I hadn't written that stuff down, I never would have had that moment. If I hadn't written that stuff down and gone back, that's the key. Is some people write stuff down and they don't go back to it.
I didn't write anything down. I just kept throwing cards for myself, for my friends, for anybody that would sit. And I did that for a long time.
Well, I think you have to stick with whatever learning system works the best for you.
Everybody's going to learn different.
I'm doing a bit of both. Like, I signed up for Anthony's course last August because I got injured at work, so I didn't know how long I'd be off of work. So
are you doing summer school? Is that what you're doing?
No, it's her like regular course just for tarot.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, base course or whatever. I forget what it's called, but it's like her full-on course. I didn't do like the one where like you get certified. It did the just
yeah.
But I've been going back and watching the videos and doing that, so I feel like I have a decent understanding of the major arcana. Like, I have like a pretty like I need to learn them more, but I have like a basic meaning of them. But it's my minors. I keep getting mixed up. I really am relying on the imagery. So it's like I've collected all these decks, and I'm like, okay, I'm trying to pick out the ones that really show the best images of what the cards mean.
Yeah.
I put in a whole bunch of decks this week, and it's all your fault, Lisa. I will continue.
It's always your fault.
You're welcome.
I just got in the Way of the Panda and the Sword Machine decks, and I actually ordered the regular size and the baby deck. And I am obsessed with the baby deck.
I
gotta say, I did her first spread, and I got 3 cards that were totally me. And I got her book from Amazon.com, and I did the like, how much of a panda are you? And I got 76%. So I was like, yeah, I'm a panda. And I got Jomi, and it's like waiting for your Hogwarts letter, and I'm like, yes, that's me.
That's
I'm like, obsessed with this deck. This is going to be my deck right now.
Love it. I love that. What did you just remember, Dustin?
Have you seen the Buddha the new Buddha tarot on Kickstarter?
Huh? You know, I watched it on my channel.
I just woke up, you guys. I literally the moment I got in chat like 10 minutes ago was I had just woken up. Calm down. Okay, listen. Y'all need to, your tits are flapping everywhere. Come on. Okay? I just woke up.
I'm not giving
I just needed to make sure Lisa was aware of that because it's 100% her, okay? Like, damn, I just got jumped on by all the girls. Yeah.
Because someone posted about it in support of tarot. I seen the post, checked out the deck, and I was like hemming and hawing. And then Lisa posted a video, and while I was watching her video, I backed it. And then I backed that chakra animal deck that she has.
Animantras.
Yes, I've been staring at that for like a couple of months.
Oh, that's been out for a while though.
It's been a long time.
Did she relaunch it on Kickstarter?
And I was like, do I need it? How am I going to learn the chakras? I've got a little bit of things, but I feel like nothing's really clicking. And I was like, I just wasn't trying to post it.
Oh my God. Sorry, you guys. I'm sorry. Alana's like docked waiting to join, and she's holding up her copy of the self-worth.
This way.
Like, I'm going to show you. Hold on. I'm going to show you. How do we show? Do you have a way? Oh my God, Alana, you're amazing.
Come on, I'm slow.
Oh wait, yeah, there you go.
Oh, she put it away.
Too late. Put it back up.
Do it again.
Oh no, guys, I have to go to work.
Oh, okay. Thanks for hanging out with us, Nat.
Work.
Yeah, it was so much fun. Thanks for everything. Thanks for your advice, guys. But I have to go take care of people for work. So
Have
so
fun.
Okay, bye, Nat. Bye. Oh no, I'll do it this way. I'll show you guys what it was looking like for Alana. So what we see when we're waiting for somebody.
Well, she can do it now.
Oh yeah, don't.
There we go. We're just waiting for her turn.
Hi, Alana. Alana was hanging in the wings.
I can do that too because I have your book on my desk because we were trying to. Did y'all figure out what was going on with the page numbers?
No,
that's almost as good as holding up your thumb.
Let's not go there with the page number.
It's weird. We don't.
Let's not go there.
Dog's triggered. I'm sorry, dog. Mine's perfect. I just want to say mine is perfect.
My first one is perfect.
Yeah, if you guys have a copy of the book, some copies the paging is completely out of order.
The content is there. From what I saw on the posts, all the content's there. It's just the numbers.
Yeah, everything's fine. The page numbers at the bottom are
The source file is correct.
Yeah.
So what is Amazon doing? Because
that's
I'm not happy
with you with what they're doing.
Yeah, it's a PDF, so it doesn't make any sense that the numbers, because it's all, when you look at it on a PDF, it's like the words and the number are on the same page. How the words can get separated from the numbers when they're on the same page, I have no idea.
That'll be next week's problem.
Exactly. Hi, Alana.
That's the first thing that comes to mind. Let's discuss. I'm just keep saying songs.
Yeah.
Hi, everyone. Hi, Alana.
Peggy wants to know if you're wearing a thong because she's inappropriate. I'm just asking to save you the time.
Yes, I am.
There we go. Thongs. We got thongs.
That's the contrary.
Because we really don't want to see asses anyway.
I'm wearing one right now. What are you talking about?
We don't. Period. Hello?
What?
There's only one ass you should be looking at. Thank you. Anyways.
This is so exciting. Oh my goodness.
What's that?
I said this is so exciting.
It is so much fun. I literally, my head feels like it's going to explode right now. In a good way. It's just been really, really fun. And I'm missing all of the conversations in chat. So I hope y'all are having fun in there.
Yeah, I hope you guys are having fun in chat because I'm not sure that we're going to be able to come back to rewatch 6 hours of chat.
No.
Well, it's funny because I was posting a question earlier about about the subscription because I'm like, well, on my non-channel profile, I booked the subscription, but then I didn't do it for 3 Degrees of Love. So I was like, well, if I do both, it means I have to pay 2 double subscriptions.
Yeah, that's the way it works.
Don't do that.
I have a couple of YouTube subscriptions. Yeah.
What's that, Dustin?
Yeah, I have a couple of YouTube subscriptions. It only works on the one that you purchased it with. So even if you have a brand account, and then you have several channels under that, right? It still only works for the channel that you subscribed with, which is kind of weird, but it you know, YouTube, whatever.
Yeah, it's a funny thing.
So
I used to have separate. Oh my God, you have a Care Bear. Hold on. I want to see. Oh my God, it's so cute.
Oh my God, so cute.
You have a Popple. Show. Uncouple it.
Oh my.
It's those kids of the 80s. Oh my God.
This is from childhood.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
That's so cute.
I feel so old because Popples did not exist when I was a kid.
No,
it existed when you were a child.
Popples and Rainbow Bright and Care Bears.
Peggy, toys were made out of wood when you were a child.
We had 2 sticks and a rock.
And ink balls in the desk.
Okay, whoa. My desk at school for the first up until about grade 6, most of the desks still had the old ink wells on them.
Wait, look at Barb's joke. Read it out loud, honey. Read it out loud. Read it out loud. No, stop reading. Read it out loud.
A guy approaches a beautiful young woman in a short dress at the jukebox. Wow, great thong. She pours her drink on him and walks away. I'm sorry, was it something I said?
I'm sorry. Was it
I said
something?
I'm sorry, was it something I said?
Oh no.
Keep him coming.
Grown.
Wah, wah.
Okay, guys, I'm going to use my phone. My phone's running out of charge, and I can't get charge.
Oh.
Thank you for stopping by, Candy.
Bye,
Candy. Come back.
Bye.
Don, your shelves are looking a little full there.
They're full.
They're a hot mess. Can you see? Like down here? What is going on down here? Shit is exploding.
I literally just put up 2 shelves and they're all full.
Yeah.
Doug, I remember when I first came across the channel, and I just like your intro. I just loved it. Like it's just with the drawing and everything. I'm like, oh my gosh, she's so artistic.
Yeah. Okay.
Awesome.
So, how many of you guys with a bazillion decks started your collection going, I only need 1 or 2 card decks? Who actually fooled themselves into thinking that, okay.
That's what they're like, no, are you kidding me? Hello?
Okay.
I had no idea so many decks existed.
Truth.
You know,
I did it when I started ago.
I knew that so many decks existed because when I went to that metaphysical store I've talked about a lot, Celebration, when I was a kid, I'm not shitting you. They had a wall that was probably as big as this wall to this wall, right?
And you're like, I want them.
This shelf holds about 24 books, just so you have an idea of how long it is. And it was just covered in tarot decks. And I was like, I want all of them.
It's because you're
And my
younger.
mom was like, you can pick one. And I was like, but I want all of them.
It's because you're younger. Because I swear to God, when I started, there was like Rider-Waite Smith, Robin Wood, Morgan Greer, like that kind of those Hanson Roberts.
You're already naming more than I ever thought I would have.
Well,
Carnet Marseille, 1670.
Yeah, there was not as
There
many.
were a lot more than you think, but
There were, but when the metaphysical stores I had around me didn't have. They had just the basics. That's what
I grew up going, what's a metaphysical store?
That's true.
It's like no.
Were you exposed to anything witchy or tarot-y before I came around?
Yes, I had.
I was just curious. I don't know.
Not in any major way because we didn't have the internet back then, and
So old. I love it.
no, like you
Oh
found
my god.
communication was done by smoke signal, you guys?
pretty much, yeah. Like
Peggy would
we would
get
ride our
telegrams.
dinosaurs uphill both ways to get to cave school. It was bad. No, like I mean, no internet. Small enough town to have not much going on.
Yeah. Caroline only had 2 decks for 20 years and now has over 200, maybe more. Yep. Story.
My deck collection didn't really grow until I had the expendable income for it to grow, right? Because it's one of those things about like hobbies and passions is that's always where your disposable income goes to. And that's where it went to. And the odd thing is though, is like I'm reaching a point now in my collection where there are very few things that appeal to me. Like I do the like anti-haul thing in my head of like, is there some like, do I really need this? Will I reach for it? Is there anything else that fills this niche? But the other thing is there's just not like, I hate to say this, but all the garbage coming out right now is like completely light washed and just so boring and overdone that I just can't. Like it's just it's literally like vanilla, like basic Starbucks girl Uggs and mocha frappuccino strolling down the street. And I'm like, you're not adding anything to the conversation. Like what?
Oh my goodness.
What is this adding to the conversation? So there's very few things that have come out recently that I've been like, I have to have that. You know.
Well, that's true, especially as your collection gets
As your collection grows, so basically, there's a point at which you actually slow down.
Yeah.
And I'd like my point to be now because I've already got too many decks.
She has 2 buckets of decks.
I have buckets. I don't have anywhere to put them right now.
Yeah, but you guys are getting an extra room, right?
Yes.
That could be Peggy's tarot room.
Oh my God, that's weird.
No, that's Peggy's sewing room. No, our youngest, Steven, he moved back into the house about 4 years ago, and through just one reason or another,
COVID.
Yeah, it's like, so he's still home. He just finally got his own place. He's moving out like
within the next week or so.
He hasn't booked the movers yet because he doesn't have to be in a rush. Once he gets the place, he can take his time moving in. But he's moving out, which means we get a whole new room back.
Nice.
Yeah.
You see Peggy, she's like,
yeah, it's like, yeah.
Lisa's like, been pumped. She's been talking about it for like a week. She's like, you guys, have I mentioned that my son is moving out? And I'm like, yes. Yes, okay. Lisa, you have. I know.
And he
You're
is
excited.
ecstatic to be going. So he's like, it's time for me to not live with mommy anymore.
Yeah, right?
Oh my
There's
goodness.
nothing wrong with that. If you live at home with your parents, there's nothing wrong with
We have Ruth. I'm gonna add Ruth to the chat. Hold on. Ruth,
Hello.
Hey.
Hey.
Hello. Welcome.
Yeah. I had a sore throat, so I had gone to take a nap, and I said, "Oh, they're on! I can't."
I can talk through it. I'll be fine.
Yeah, please be gentle with yourself.
Yeah, I saw y'all were having all the fun.
All the fun. This has been awesome already, and it's only like 11:30.
I've already been sent to make coffee.
I'm sorry.
She keeps pushing me.
She's sticky.
I'm literally just avoiding.
Has been pontificating. I hear. I see.
I need to get me like one of those cool pulpits for my room so that when I can get on my my high horse and be like, modern tarot is garbage.
I think you need a board behind you and one of those little pin lights so that you.
No, I need one of those, like, it's just like one of those car antennas, you know? That's like shing. And then if I had students, I could whack them with it. You're like,
get a car antenna. Nobody can tell on camera.
That's true.
Just don't film.
Does anybody collect
like a selfie
anything
stick,
else
right?
besides tarot?
What's that?
Does anybody else collect anything else besides tarot?
Oh, girl.
No.
I've had 3 husbands.
Because I get
Oh wow!
Who wins? Unique collections for the win.
I have several collections. I collect crystals.
Yeah,
and dead bugs. I have dead bugs. I
You
have
say dead
occult
bugs.
books.
Oh yeah, the butterflies and stuff.
Lots of occult books.
Yeah.
I also
I
have
have
a
some-
vintage camera collection, which I think only
Oh,
Lisa's
nice.
ever seen.
Our house is
That's
so
in my
full of
bedroom.
shit. I can't collect
Pens.
anything.
Fountain pens. Yeah, you can't collect.
I
because
have
collect.
I
nothing.
collect fountain
I have
pens
nothing. I have my
and fountain
soda
pen
corner,
ink.
and then I have nothing.
Journals. Books.
You know what?
I don't collect journals.
I think for me, it was only a matter of time before tarot came swinging in because I've been a lifelong collector of playing cards. Like my
Wow.
playing card collection is just
Epic.
crazy. I don't even know. I can't even tell you how many. There's just so many. Like I
I
have.
have a deck of playing cards in a subscription box, and Peggy literally looked at it. I showed it to her. I was like, "Look how pretty!" And she shows it to me, and she's like, "You are not going to start collecting playing cards."
Well, playing cards was my first love. Like it still is now. But like I have played like mini playing cards. I have giant playing cards. I have round playing cards. I have triangle playing cards. I have heart shaped playing cards. Like it's just crazy. It's just
The only thing I got those Bosch ones. You know, they had the it was a Kickstarter.
Oh.
And you
I
can
think I saw those.
put them all together and they make a big thing.
Like a
Oh, that's
picture,
cool.
like a.
I have to avoid playing cards on Kickstarter because I want to collect them and I know I shouldn't.
And then I got those from Will Studios, but I can't remember what they came with. They came with a tarot deck, and I can't remember what it was. But
well, actually, recently there's been a couple playing card Kickstarters that I backed. One of them is actually it's supposed to be a novel, and inside the novel, you have spots that the playing cards go, and then the playing cards are supposed to go in with the story, and it's something to do with like a shipwreck, whatever. I also recently got Iron Man specific playing cards that actually open up like a fan. And
Oh, I saw that box.
goes on.
That thing is so cool. I've seen that. I saw that because I'm a nerd, and I do have a comic book collection from when I was a kid, and a collection of like action Star Wars and X-Men action figures. They're in the attic, but I have them. But I saw that and I was like, that is the coolest effing box I've ever seen in my entire life, and I want it just for the box. And then I was like, don't buy it just for the box. That's bad.
Yeah.
I bought it. It's I totally have it.
Yeah.
It's like origami, you guys. Like the best way to describe it is it's literally like a tuck box origami, and
Actually,
it
hold on, let me get it.
rolls. It's super cool.
That's cool. Kelly, you said you collect some stuff. Share it with us because I can't click it on the screen. What do you collect?
Oh, beads, crystals, like to make jewelry, as well as crystals for my magic, and clay, colored clay. because I make
like a Fimo clay, like the kind you. Oh, cool.
Like Sculpey, Fimo.
Yeah. Love that.
I don't collect much of anything. I've got a few things. I've got some.
I got this one.
Few decks.
Because I'm born in '82, so and it's in the shape of a VHS tape.
That's
oh my god, I love that. You were born in '82?
Yes, I was. And then this one came recently.
Oh,
it's so
my.
satisfying.
That is so cool.
And then here's the Iron Man one.
Isn't that amazing? It's so cool. I saw that and I was like, I need that in my life, but do I?
I need that in my life. I want to light up here. I want to light up playing card deck too.
No.
Hold it up again, Alana. My husband wants to see that.
Oh, okay, sure.
That is so freaking cool.
That's cute. I like that. So which husband is that, Ruth? Number 3 or number 4?
Number 3.
Wow.
Number 3.
We love you, husband number 3.
We love you, husband number 3. We do.
So Dawn, what do you collect other than tarot and
Save
journals?
the best for
What do you
last.
collect tarot and journals.
Yeah, Dawn.
That's pretty much that's it because my husband has a sizable motorcycle collection. So
Really?
my tarot
Wow.
in control in contrast to that is like nothing.
It's nothing.
How many motorcycles?
You mean like the models or like actual
No,
motorcycles?
actual like real life motorcycles. There's like our garage is full of them, and they're
How
in
many does he
various-
own? Do you have a
he has
number?
8 total.
8?
Wow.
And they're in various stages of because he buys old ones
And then-
rebuilds them,
Oh, that's
and then
cool.
he's always like, and then I'm gonna sell it.
But
They're
they
all
never
in
get
the
sold.
garage.
Yeah, my dad does the same thing. Yep.
Like
So-
restoring cars and then just holding on to them?
Dawn, you're so good because everything you collect seems to have a purpose, a designated purpose.
Yes. It does, and I think that comes from the fact that like growing up, my mom, not even still growing up, still totally is like a hoarder. So I think that's like childhood trauma stuff coming out where I'm like everything in my house has purpose, and if it doesn't, it is out of here.
Yeah. Why?
Because you're a hoarder in training.
Not. I have many things that I love and enjoy, but if I'm not
All
using
the
them,
things.
I get rid
A
of them.
hoarder in training.
She is not just a hoarder. No,
compared to me.
That's
you are.
probably what my
You're a
mom
minimalist, basically.
Peggy, hey Peggy, she still. What was the last count I gave you on my Libib? I really need to do my collection video.
Well, you do you, bro.
500. I think it's around
Let's
there.
look. Hold
Look
on.
at Dustin's Libib.
I'm pulling up my Libib right now.
You just recently updated it too,
I
right?
did.
This will make you feel better about life.
I
Okay.
never really got into it.
Here it is.
So my occult books collection has 206 titles in it. That's not completely updated. My oracle collection has 63 titles. Are we ready for the tarot collection?
Yes.
490. I'm 10 away from the big
Oh,
5.
wow. Who wants to help tip Dustin over the edge there? We need to,
I think we need to have an intervention.
And technically, hold on.
Was with Simon's the Hermit King when he did his thing. I was like, oh my
Technically,
god! But that's
I should be
I
at
think you made it.
493
What's that,
because
Dustin?
there's 3 more that need to go in. So
So then you'd be 493? That's
I should be at
impressive.
493.
I would be
because
so
I have
overwhelmed.
the
I
new
can't-
edition of the Tarot Volatile to put in,
Yeah.
and the Polka to put in. Something else.
I think it's always circumstantial too. Like we just wouldn't have the space to even try to put that many decks in the house.
Everything is in this room.
No,
So mass. So
Somebody
indie
else
decks, and here let's go on a tour here.
puppy.
My room's kind of a mess, but indie decks and what's the word I'm looking for? Oracles are in this. Oh,
Sorry, Dustin. Puppy wins. Puppy wins. Is that a Chihuahua or Rat Terrier Chihuahua?
She's 52% Chihuahua, and we had her DNA done, so she's a whole bunch of different ones. We found her in a cemetery. Somebody had done.
Oh.
She looks a lot like Bruno.
Yeah,
Like face
not
shape wise, and he's a Rat Terrier Chihuahua mix.
Yeah. And
So
this
Peggy, look, all of my indie and my oracles are in there.
Oh,
And then
another
everything
one.
else
Is
is
it the
in
same
this.
one?
And
Why does
that's
he look
it.
different? Angles, I
It's
guess.
literally just 2 cabinets.
That's actually not bad, Dustin.
this
Yeah.
is truly, she came from a hoarding situation. Dawn, I think she came from your mom's. Did she come
You
from your
know, she could have.
Oh my.
There's about, I don't know, half a dozen animals at my mom's.
Oh no.
That's not including the farm animals. I'm not even including those. Those are just in the house.
Oh no. I'm all about collecting animals. That's fine. That's
Well, it's
fine.
funny. We joke.
If we
We,
had
we
room.
joke about hoarding, but yeah, like I think everybody collects relative to. I don't
I
think
mean,
there's anybody
technically,
who's actually
Peggy, you
really
collect
hoarder.
fabric.
Huh?
Yeah.
I do. I got a whole. It's
So much
massive over
fabric.
there.
So
I
much
have,
fabric.
okay,
Thank you,
I just
Dustin.
opened a second shop because I've got more fabric than I can realistically work with.
Ha.
Just to sell
You
fabric.
have more types of fabric than I have any of my collections. Decks or
Why did
and
that happen?
because
Why did I start making bags, honey?
because I needed them for my deck.
Lisa, you know you walked yourself right into
I
that, right?
really did.
She
I really did.
went, look, here's a trap. Let me get in it.
Peggy, it happened because you love your wife and you like to
Yeah.
support
Yeah.
her hobbies and her passions.
Right.
Yeah, I'm doing
That's
I'm doing
why
this
it
for
happened.
love, and she's a hoarder who needs to be loved.
Call me a hoarder again.
Hoarder.
That was all threat with nothing behind it. I don't know why I just did that. I was not even prepared. What was I going to do? I don't know. I was trying to all sound tough. It didn't work.
She does this to me 6 times a day.
I do.
This is the problem. She does this to me constantly. I'll say, blah, 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 blah. She go, rah, 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 rah. I go, okay. And she's like, oh my God, no.
She's so
And then-
not. I can't poke her. It doesn't work.
And then you try every
I
every
do,
day.
because
Every
I'm
day.
motivated.
Peggy, we still need to have another episode of hiding her packages that we
Nope.
put on the vlog channel. That needs to happen.
We do. We do.
I full
did-
on tantrumed again. It was
Girl tantrum. Girl tantrum. Not
Yeah.
the real tantrum.
No.
Okay, because like
I got
mean,
like this 45-minute long glide from Peggy one day because I may or may not have encouraged her because Lisa
Instigated?
got like 12 packages in one day, and I
And I
said
hid
you
them all.
hide them around the house and make it like a scavenger hunt for her. So then I got this 45-minute glide of Peggy following Lisa around the house, and Lisa's like full on 5-year-old tantrum, like Santa hid all of her presents. Like, where are they? I need to know where they are. Dustin, I am
Oh
so
my
mad
God.
at you.
I
She
still
like
remember
found
checking.
one in the dryer. Where's the rest of them? It was so funny.
I think I checked the dishwasher. Peggy's like, I wouldn't put it there. You don't even look in there, or something like that. I was like, oh my God, and I'm being roasted? What's happening?
Wow.
Oh, another pupper.
It was pretty funny.
Wait.
Oh, another puppy.
Full screen pupper.
Oh, he's cute.
Oh, look.
Ash is not home, so Tucker's lost.
Tucker. Hi,
'Cause
Tucker.
Ash is at work. So
Aw,
Tucker's like, my person's not here. I'm lost.
I need people.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
He is 50 pounds.
That's a big
Wow.
one.
So
He's a
cute.
50-pound
Wow.
lap dog.
He's not like big, but he's a 50-pound lap dog. It's ridiculous.
Is he a Frenchie? He's a Frenchie, right?
He's half French. They call him a Frenchton. He's half French bulldog and Boston Terrier.
Oh, okay.
We need more cat people. Just saying.
Yeah,
I'm actually a cat person.
Yeah.
Yeah, Kelly's
Kelly's cat
got
people.
cats. I
got 3 cats.
Up until we got for dogs, I've always had cats.
See, cats aren't as needy as dogs are in general, so they're not hanging around while you're.
Oh, you have not met Knox.
Is very.
Lisa, no. Whenever this camera is on, Knox gets locked up because if
Yep.
he's not, he literally sits at this door
And
and
cries.
scratches and meows until it's opened.
Is it
Wow.
open? Is it open enough so he can stick his little paws under?
Oh yeah, he does. Oh yeah, he'll like stick his paws under and be like, "Hey,
Hello.
open the door."
I love it when we're gliding and Knox is like on his back at Dustin's feet, like, hello, can you please pet me? Hello.
That's
Or
the
if
thing
I'm in
about
bed,
cats.
he'll just like walk in front of the camera.
Yeah.
A dog will go, give me attention. No. Okay. A cat will go, I said, give me attention.
Yeah.
And it doesn't stop till they get what they want.
I used to have a cat, you guys, that learned how to put paw over paw and turn the doorknob.
Oh my
Yeah, we have-
Lord.
My mom had a cat that did that, and she can open the doors. So my Dad had to switch some of the screen doors so she couldn't get out to like the little like lever push ones because she couldn't figure out how to do those.
Oh my
God.
goodness.
The cats have opposable thumbs would be all over.
They are so clever.
They are clever. Dogs are smart too. Oh my gosh, Shayla figured out how to roll down the back window. We have to use the child locks now when she's in the car because it did not take her long. She accidentally did it one time, and now she's like, "Oh, that's what happened."
I
So
step
she just started
on
doing
the button and I get air, and we're like, do we hear? Look out, she's standing on it.
That's so funny.
An accident, and she's done it twice since.
Yeah, so we have to do child locks now because she'll
keep our dog from opening the back window.
So funny.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
So actually, I have a question for Dawn.
What's that?
I have a question for Dawn. So when you do your because I've been watching your when you are studying your decks, journal that you make for your decks are like out of this world, unbelievable. And I remember thinking to myself one time, I was like, will she sell those? Will she make like specific journals for people and sell them? Because I'm like, I want one.
I have done a few custom journal orders. Oh my goodness. 50 oh, I'm covered in dog hair.
Yeah, we've done this already. Peggy's on her second shirt.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go do the same now. Yeah, I really never thought about selling them until I kind of showed a few, and then people were like, "Can I have one? Can I have one?" They take a really long time to make, though.
Yeah.
So.
Well, you charge $5,000.
Yeah. That was worth it.
Right? It takes so long.
I've done a couple of custom orders.
They're very beautiful.
Thank you. I enjoy making them. It's kind of, it's the way I connect with the artwork in the deck too.
Yeah.
So yeah, thank you though.
That's awesome.
That is amazing. Yeah, you're artistically speaking, like that's like one of my favorite things to watch of your videos is just like when you're going through like your journals and stuff, and I'm just like, I'm in total awe, and I'm like, okay, I'm creative, but that's a whole other level that I don't know what I can do.
Yeah, it's a lot.
That's awesome.
Dog stuff is so inspiring. I really enjoy like living vicariously because I will never take that kind of time to journal ever. I know myself.
Yeah, I'm
no.
thinking the same thing. Ruth is like, I don't have time for that.
I didn't have time for that either.
Like Dollarama, buy like a matching journal and probably like use like color markers and that's it. Like,
Well, I think something that people need to remember though too is like it is aesthetically pleasing and things like that, but you don't have to do that, right? Like, I think a lot of people, when it comes to either tarot journals or even like grimoires or books of shadows and things like that, they get so caught up on the aesthetic side of things, and it's like, that's not what it's about. Like, even like for me, right? Like Lisa and Danny and I had this conversation because Lisa, like Danny and I are always showing Lisa our little creative projects, right? And Lisa's always like, I can't do that, or you know,
I have
like,
words on a page.
Yeah.
But
like it's important to remember that sometimes for people like, you know, Dawn and me and Danny, that creative process is what helps us to learn, right? And for some people can't detach that sort of like it has to be aesthetically perfect from the learning aspect, where for us it's literally just about learning. Like if we make a mistake, 90% of the time you don't see it, but if we make a mistake, we just tear it out and we glue over it or whatever. But at the end of the day, it still looks good, and everyone's like, it's perfect all the time, and they have this like expectation that like we wave a wand and it just comes out perfect. Like whenever I show stuff, people are like, oh, it's so beautiful, and I'm like, yeah, but underneath there's like 4 do-overs, and I sketched and erased, and you know, it took me 6 hours. Like, you know.
Yeah.
It's true, because we don't see that, right?
Yeah.
Because like as you said, like, you know, like I'm looking at your videos, and after you've done your editing and you put everything together, and I'm just like, but it's so beautiful. Now I want it. Like,
I'm a
you
big
know,
fan of just do it.
I'm not thinking about how much time and effort that went in, which obviously I'm sure, happened, right? Like it's there, but like, that's not what I'm seeing. What I'm seeing is like, this is a work of art. And now
I mean,
I want it.
a great example is like Lisa saw one of my recent reviews where I pull in each of the cards on the table independently, and it looks like they're just like appearing out of nothing. And she's like, "Oh my god, how do you do that?" And I was like, "Well, it's about an hour's worth of editing."
Never
on top of like the 3 hours that I film.
Who does that all the time?
Yeah,
and he's like, I'm always in awe of that. Like, it's just like that's a lot. I mean, yeah, like
it's a lot of work, and everyone just is like, "Well, why don't you put out more videos?" And I'm like,
because it's a lot of work.
I have other things to do, like take showers and cook food.
We can't smell you. Just get back to work.
So I
and video to my book of shadows. I have a white line notebook, and I do the rough draft. And then it's like I'll wait to see how it happens, and then I'll write it, and then I'll put it on my actual.
Yeah,
right.
I think, and that's one of the.
We got Rebecca. We got Rebecca waiting.
Who's been on here the longest? Let's give Rebecca.
I'm going. I'm trying to get your I'm going to go for a little bit. I'll come back a little later.
Okay,
Rebecca on here.
Bye, Kelly.
Okay, that's great.
Bye.
Come back later.
Bye.
We got hours.
I think
more.
that is one of the like dangerous things about. Hi, Rebecca.
Hello.
I think that is one of the dangerous things about social media, though, that a lot of people need to be aware of. Is like when you watch content, right? You have to remember that, and that's another thing, right? Like Danny, Dawn, and I all have backgrounds in visual arts in one shape or form. We literally went to school for this, right? Like we studied it, we learned all these things. And so that obviously is going to show. But we also spend a lot of time. When I make my videos, that 1 minute and 30-second intro that I do before my standard little, modern metaphysics animation that I have, that also took me 2 weeks to do, by the way. But that 1 minute and 30 second, that usually takes me like an hour and a half or 2 hours just to edit together, because I have to go through all the B-roll footage, to clip out all the sections, and I have to figure out the order, then I have to put them all together and figure out how the transition times work and all that. Make sure that it goes with the music, because I put music to all my videos. It's a lot of work, right? And I think people just think it just happens like
magic.
You push a button and a video pops out.
It's a 5-minute video. It took you 5 minutes to make.
My videos, which I did very little editing, and mine take minimum an hour just to do like the intro, the outro, the like make sure like the interruptions are clipped out. Like,
and you know what else doesn't get shown though? It's like if like, especially like Dustin and Danny having backgrounds in art, you do a beautiful piece of art and you put it up on the thing. Any mistakes are people aren't going to see them.
Absolutely.
Even if they're visible.
That's one of the things that I loved about Dawn did that video recently. Dawn's over here now.
Dawn
did a video recently where she showed like a day in the life of Dawn Michelle, and she showed like going through and working on things, and then like something happened where you had to like redo something, and you're like, damn it, and like that's what people don't understand. Like
nobody
when
realizes
I do a video, most of the time, one video is an all-day thing.
Yeah.
And most of the time, the way I do it is I film both videos, because I'm trying to do 2 a week. I film both videos on one day, and then I edit for half a day one day and edit for half a day another day. And then on top of that, I'm filming, client readings, and I'm working on stuff for the boutique, and I have stuff on my website to put together and edit, and then I have my Instagram and all this other stuff that takes up creative time and energy. So
we're very distracted by Barb's new joke. I'm sorry.
Telling jokes on camera.
Oh, Barb.
I'm going to my listening script, but she got bored with it. It's always the same old song and dance.
It's okay, honey.
Oh, Barb.
Peggy, I want you to know that you're not the oldest one on camera today. But y'all were talking about doing things over. I was in high school when there were no computers to do things.
Wait, am I the youngest?
And so I used to have to write our theses, out, all of our papers, our English papers. And so I it used to take me forever because my handwriting wasn't pretty. You know, I would just throw it away and start all over. You know, so
yeah,
yeah,
we
been
had
there.
We had the Oregon Trail and like Apple Macintosh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I wrote everything. I did most of my math classes without a calculator because they were not popular.
We weren't allowed to have calculators.
Did you have an abacus?
High school.
Oh.
In high school, I was like, you need a calculator.
I had an abacus. I played with it as a kid, and then I got bored.
Yeah,
we didn't use
a compass.
Yeah.
I don't know how to use an abacus. It's always weird to me. It's like, what, you just
I'll
use
show
some
you.
beads of, really?
Mm-hmm.
I literally just like, count them across, and then I'd switch it back, and just. I think I'm the youngest here, Alana.
You are.
How old are you, Rebecca?
I'm 30. I just turned 30 in March.
Yeah, you're
the baby.
You're the
I'm
child
the
of the month.
baby.
Alana's
fine.
a close second.
But if we're talking about age of how people
No,
act,
Dustin is
I think
younger
Dustin.
than me.
Yeah, I think it goes Rebecca, Dustin.
I'm 35.
Alana,
Yeah.
Dawn, me.
I think you might be older than me, Ruth.
That's what she said.
No,
Yeah.
Lisa, you're older than me. I'm 38.
I'm the oldest.
All right, you run the room. Everybody listen to the elders.
I don't tease anybody about being.
We all know Lisa's in her
Yeah,
40s.
this is
If
just
you
me.
watched
If we're
when
talking
Three
about
Fat
how
Leaders did
people act,
Decks for Decades, she had to do that whole extra segment all by herself. She was so mad. Like, it was literally like 3 days after we had decided to do that tag, and she gets on Glide and she's like, I just realized something, that I'm going to be the only one that's doing a deck for the 40s. And I was like, yes, you are.
The realization to be like, tease me. He's like, what do you say? You're geriatric.
You know what? I don't really care. I am living proof that age is just a number because my
Hell
God.
yeah. Oh my God. Yeah, you are such a child, but in the best way.
It's like, you know what? Once you hit a certain age, you just don't give a shit anymore.
I hit that
You're
point
like,
a
I'm
while
going to do
ago.
what I want. I don't give a damn what you think.
when do I get there? When? Someone tell me.
You can be there tomorrow. It's just a frame of mind.
I hit that age at about 33.
Yeah.
That's when I kind of got to the point where I was like, I don't
Oh
give a
no,
fuck.
you're not there yet, Dustin. Trust me.
I'm so close.
Yeah, no, it's just you hit a certain age and you're like, I have seen so much nonsense and garbage over the years that it's like, no, don't need this shit no more.
Yeah. So, hey, Dustin, do you remember in a Three Fat Readers when Lisa mentioned someone who had the giantest grimoire ever and just jumped right into it?
Yeah.
That was me.
Have you guys seen this?
I've seen
my
this.
God.
That's epic. That's epic. That's
What
that's
did you
bigger
do,
than mine.
poster paper?
Giggity.
No, she bought it.
It's
Wow.
Okay. Rebecca, that's like as big as you are. Like it's like almost as tall as
you.
And she started using it right away. I was so inspired. I was like, if I got a book like that, it would be sitting somewhere on display and I'd be scared to touch it. But she's like, nope, here's my
Yeah,
pages.
I've seen those around. They're huge. They're
Wow.
Probably my first.
Let me make you big. Sorry.
Just no.
There we go.
Look at it.
wow.
Oh, crazy.
Ignore the mess behind me.
That's fine. We don't care.
We have a freezer behind us. That's going to be gone in a couple of weeks.
Look at that. That is just, I can't with it.
I couldn't either.
Wow, that's beautiful.
But
that is so cool.
I would.
There's mistakes. If you
I
like
would not be able to do that.
I just and see my bullet journal, I got mad and I just wrote nope because I had an extra day. So I just scrolled over it and just wrote no.
Oh my God, I just got a breeze because Peggy moved.
Did you get a breeze because she farted when she moved?
Oh
my God.
As soon as I said it, no, it was just like air. There's air here, not a warm body.
So wait, actually, I wanted to tell you, Lisa. So just this past week, actually, I had the beautiful opportunity with Rebecca to read soul cards.
Oh.
Yeah, we did. We actually did it together. She was doing a reading for me, but then I think I pretty much took over. It was like, no, I'm reading for myself, and yo, this card means this to me, and blah 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 blah. Like, I didn't expect it to go that way. Actually, it was actually very liberating, and loved the fact that Rebecca provided me with that opportunity. It was amazing.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Rebecca also got the second pack of soul cards yesterday, finally.
Oh,
I'm
did you?
expecting
Nice.
Amazon
I don't
today.
have soul cards.
They're so good.
You have soul cards, Dustin?
I do not.
They're
Okay, well,
Really?
then bye. I'm removing it from the stream. Bye. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. No, I'm
You're
not.
kicking me off.
I'm
Okay.
They're
You like-
so
bro.
good.
I read in a very personalized way.
Yeah.
I can't use them.
The oracle that I've been working with a lot lately right now is the Archeo. That's what I've been.
Thinking about that
Sweet.
one.
That's the one by Nick Bantock, right?
Yep.
I want that one. I love his work. His
Don, have you seen this one, Don Michelle?
It's sitting on my desk. It got
it's totally
Dude, the pile of shit that I have to go through is ridiculous.
It's
does
you
this
need
mean
to
we can
you need to
swear?
bump this up on your list because it's right
Have
up
you
your
read
alley.
any of his books?
Huh?
Have you read any of his books, Dustin?
I've read a couple of them and I've read the guidebook. Yeah,
No.
I don't think I've
Actual
his
books.
actual books. Yes, I have. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I love
He has a, so it's interesting because like of all of so I have this very I have a very strong opinion when it comes to like tarot and psychology because I am a very firm believer in using tarot as divination and that you can use it to predict the future 100%. And it's funny because his books take a very psychological approach, but because he has such a strong occult background, like the thing that I like, I've always said that science and religion are on the same, like opposite ends of the same spectrum, right? They're both trying to answer the same questions, and it's just kind of where on the spectrum people fall, right? Jung is probably way more to the side of like science, whereas I think he leans like really into the gray area in terms of like recognizing like modern psychology as a facet to exploring the sort of occult and esoteric sides of the unknown, which is why I tolerate him. I have a lot of issues with some of the things he writes about, and even in the guidebook for this, there's a lot of things that I'm like, but in terms of like what he's made as far as a deck and like archetypes and the art that's presented, I love it.
I need to look at it again, honestly.
No, you need to not because you might want to buy it. You know what? If you don't look at it, you won't be tempted to buy it.
Are you sure?
I don't think that's
Lisa, I'll
true,
fight you
Peggy.
later.
I think she'll prove you wrong.
Well, I think Lisa will go, I heard about this. I don't need to see it. I want 6.
I love ratting out Dustin. It's my favorite. Like, hey, honey,
Right
Dustin
now?
took the thing and I bought it, and then her head explodes, and it's amazing.
Rebecca, you were trying to say something?
Yeah, I just remind me because I've seen all the 3 fat readers now. What's the difficulty or whatever word about the like tarot and psychology meshing thing? You've talked about it before. Like, I'm
Like
hearing
for
an
me
echo.
personally, like what do I have an issue with?
Yeah, I'm
Psychology
curious.
tries to explain occult things as internalized things, right? Like demons are a great example, okay? Right? Now, we're going to get esoteric, everybody, so put your hats on, buckle up.
You're
'cause
making
I know
us
this is an unusual thing that we get, right? Okay.
Hold on, wait.
Oh god.
You're making us think, Dustin.
Oh no. The word demon, right, comes from a word from a word that is pronounced daemon, right? And what a daemon is a spirit. It's not one of those like evil, like sulfur smelling things that crawls out of the depths of hell. Okay, so it's literally just another word for spirit, which doesn't necessarily mean a ghost. It can be any number. It could be a land spirit, it could be a celestial spirit, it could be a planetary spirit, it could be a ghost, it could be a demon, it could be an angel, it could, any of those things, right? And psychology, right, when we look at like Jungian psychology or when we go towards like heavy just pure like modern psychology, they talk about demons as like internal things, right? And they completely like negate the occult experiences and the paranormal things that occur, right?
Yeah.
Now, again, we're still on that spectrum, but we're way on one side of it. The problem that I have is that there are things that I've experienced, that other people have experienced for hundreds of years. Like, you could just go back and read the Picatrix or the Arbitel or anything like that, and you can read these things. And a modern psychologist would be, oh, well, that's just your internalization of X or whatever, right? And it's like, well, no. When I pass out and I wake up and all the candles that were in my room that were lit are now out and covered in water, and one of the tools I was using is actually stuck to the wall and spinning, which this has occurred to me 100%. It occurred to me when I was 17 years old. You can't tell me that I was internalizing that.
No. We have a question for Alana in the chat, just real quick, you guys. So Nomi asks if to hear more about your love of the Archeo guys' books.
So we're talking about Nick Bantock then, right?
Yeah.
So I have his entire collection of the Griffin and Sabine series. And it's one of my favorite books, and I think how I got into his books is actually stemmed from a childhood love of the Jolly Postman series. So I don't know if anybody is familiar with it, but it's really just about the story, like, of the Jolly Postman and delivering all these letters to all these different characters, like Cinderella and
they're very
whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And then ever since then, I just, anything that's really interactive, like books wise, I like that experience. So there's even
have you read the Egyptian Jukebox?
No, actually.
That's one of his books that I've read, and it's super fun because it's like almost like a choose your own story adventure with like mysteries and things like that in it. So it's kind of cool because you have to do some like problem solving as you're going through the book. It's really fascinating.
The book that's like that for me that I really enjoy is what's it? It's basically, I can't remember the name of it right now. Actually, I think I have the book if I go get it. But basically, it's about this character who he's a psychologist, whatever. And he's into art therapy, and he works with the criminally insane. And then he's supposed to work. He was apparently, his father's a prosecutor, and he's supposed to be working with this guy who's apparently psychologically blind. And basically, it's about him diving into this guy's life. And when you get the book, there's actually like an envelope of all these things, like IDs and different various things. And then there's phone numbers for you to call that you can listen to the messages. You can go on like online and like read certain websites.
His books are very experiential, and I think that's the thing that's really interesting because he takes like this psychological approach to things, to where his work, all of his works, whether it's this deck that we're talking about or his books, they are an experience, right? It's not just like read my words and understand the sort of like philosophical thing that I'm trying to explain. He recognizes that sometimes when you have to learn things, it has to be through experience, right? It's just like magic or even tarot. People ask me all the time, well, where are the advanced tarot books? And I'm like, well, are you reading things like the Iliad and the Odyssey? Or are you looking at things like, you know, the Golden Dawn papers? Or are you reading the Orphic hymns, right? Like that's where the advanced stuff is. You know, like if you really want to dig into stuff, that's where the advanced stuff is. To the question that was asked in chat, if I've talked about those experiences on my channel, there is a video where I've talked about past life experiences on my channel and a couple other ones. There's not a whole lot on there. I do plan on doing more of them in the future. Those videos are hard to do just in general because they attract trolls on the internet, like putting honey out in front of a beehive or an anthill. Like,
oh my God.
It's hard to do content like that because the people that it's going to be meaningful with tend not to. at some point, like Lisa just rolled out her memberships. I don't know if I'm ready for that yet or not, but at some point I do want to do that. And one of the things that I will put behind the memberships are more videos like that, just because then I know people who want to see them and engage and interact with them are there because they want to see them and engage and interact with them, and not to like troll or make fun of or anything like that. So that's the short answer to that.
I like Donna's comment, because I think that I found that in this community there's a much higher than normal percentage of people that have had paranormal experiences of some kind.
Well, of course, yeah. I mean,
yeah, I think it's really interesting because you have the experience. And then
Lisa here. I don't even know how to begin this video because I didn't really think about exactly how I wanted
to going on.
Is someone looking at the memberships video?
There's
right
a
now?
Lisa inception going on.
That's okay.
But we did do on 3 Fat Readers. We did do 11 paranormal questions. I don't know if you've seen that.
That was such a good.
But we did do that where I talked about growing up in a haunted house and things like that. So I mean, I've talked about it in a few places. You just kind of have to dig
really
around
weird
for
ones.
it.
I'm just 2 generations, my grandmother's generation and farther back than that. I'm just 2 generations from the voodoo practice, and it's very interesting. And I've been trying to get back to my roots a little to see what it's all about. But back when I was growing up, it's like people were trying to assimilate, and so they didn't want to talk about those kind of things,
Yeah.
Before I was born, I remember my mother telling me that my grandmother and her sisters and brothers never went to a doctor in my hometown. I'm from Texas. They would travel all the way to Louisiana to a conjure woman to get what they needed, and then they would come back.
They would come back, yeah.
Yeah.
4-hour trip, back and forth. I don't know how long it was back then, but they would, go back and forth, and they never would go to a regular MD. They always went to Louisiana to the conjure woman.
It's a really interesting topic, and I think as we're moving forward and as science is growing now in leaps and bounds, it's interesting to see how during the Dark Ages, right, that spectrum got really big, right? Science and religion, it was like as far away from each other as possible.
Yeah.
And now, as we're moving through history, right, when we got to the Enlightenment, we saw them come a little bit closer together. Now, more closer to modern times, they've gone a little bit apart, but now we're getting into stuff like string theory, right? And if you know anything about string theory, anyone who's been in the occult for any amount of time is like, hi, yeah, we've talked about that for a while now. We just didn't call it string theory, right? That there are other dimensions or worlds and realms and things like that where other kinds of intelligent life could probably exist, right? And so that spectrum is now starting to narrow again. And that's one of the fascinating things I think about like this deck is how he brings in more scientific psychological approaches, but as well as the occult and esoteric side of things with archetypes, right? Because it is an archetypes deck. So
yeah, I just think paranormal in general. I mean, that's where a lot of my fascination is, and even whether or not it relates back to the tarot, I just think the topic itself, like voodoo is an excellent example of paranormal experience of paranormal practices and paranormal experiences. Mm-hmm. I mean, because if you talk to I mean, I've never directly talked to anybody, but when you see the documentaries, when you read the books, when you learn a little bit about it, you find that virtually everybody who is a voodoo practitioner or involved in voodoo in any way, like family members and whatnot, 100% there's paranormal stories.
Yeah.
Even people that read tarot, like when I get on Facebook and people talking, like you see the question pop up at least once a month, like, oh, I just did like 12 readings and I'm exhausted, right? But it's someone who's like approaches the tarot from a highly like psychological standpoint. They don't really believe in the paranormal side of it. But at the end of the day, there is a paranormal side to it. You're tapping into energies.
Yeah.
And even science explains it, right? you cannot create or destroy energy, right? Or matter. It's all there, right? Yeah. Einstein talked about that. So when you perform magic or you do divination or anything like that, it has to come from somewhere, right? So whether you're a ceremonial magic and you're calling down an angel to do the work for you, or you're a witch and you're using like earth elementals and elemental energy or whatever it is, right? Or even just your own energy, it's coming from somewhere. So when you have these like these people who are just like, oh no, I don't subscribe to the paranormal side, but then they get on there and talk about how, oh, I did 5 readings today and I'm just exhausted. Well, it's like, all you did was sit on your butt and look at some cards and talk about them, right? Really think about why you're exhausted, because there's something more going on there. When you read tarot, you're tapping into things. You're tapping into the threads of fate, and you're looking behind a veil, and all of those things require energy. And so if you're not pulling that energy from an elemental source or a spirit or anything like that, you're pulling it from yourself, right? And then on top of that, then you open yourself up to things like, energetic parasites and things like that, which exist. I've seen tarot readers who do tarot readings, and then they're like, every time I read tarot, I get tired and I feel like crap. Well, you probably have an energetic parasite, right? Like it's feeding off of you pulling that energy to do these readings. But a lot of people today, because they are brought up in certain ways and they're like, for lack of better word, they're brainwashed to think in certain ways, or they're so adverse to the paranormal side of things that they just can't make the connection, right? They're like, well, I don't understand why I'm so tired. What do you guys do? And it's like,
well, because they're just not ready to. They're just not ready to recognize the. And again, paranormal is a very broad term that covers all the things. Right. They're just not ready. They're not ready to recognize that there is an influence. But anybody who's in communities like the tarot community or communities like this start to recognize it pretty quickly.
Yeah. But I'm going to say bye so Jen can come in real quick, and I'll pop back in later.
Okay.
Sound
like the Munchkins.
But that's life in general, though, right? Because like we are energetically connected too, and when you're dealing with people in general, right? Like there are energy sucking vampires out there that are like always negative, and when you're having to deal with them on a constant basis, you're drained. You can be very much drained, right?
Yeah, I mean, when you look at science or you look at religion, one of the big questions is like, well, why are we conscious and why are we intelligent, right? And religion says that, well, it's because we have spirit, we have animus, we have, there's a million different, we have chi, whatever it is, right? There's a million different names or terms for it, right? But at the end of the day, right, what it really boils down to is we are part celestial and we are part matter, right? And we're unique on this planet, right? In that sense. And so it's hard, I think, sometimes when people have terrible experiences, whether it's being brought up in a very constrained religious environment, right, that they have terrible experiences with, I think it's easy for people sometimes to lean heavily on the like psychology and the science side of things, but still maintain that connection to religion. And there's nothing, don't get me wrong, like I'm not saying that there's anything wrong with it or that people are wrong. That's not the case, right? Like for some people that just makes more sense and that works for them, and that's perfectly okay, right?
Also, welcome Jen to the chat.
Hi, Jen.
Hi, Jen.
But
Jen's channel is linked in the description box below, by the way.
They say that there's no such thing as like we hear things like there's no such thing as coincidences and stuff like that. And I think people that don't have any sort of, I don't know if interest is. Oh, there's another kidlet.
Hi, kidlet.
I think for a lot of people,
sorry.
Hi.
Oh, we're saying hi to the kids. That's fine.
Hi, kids.
Okay, I love you. Go away. That's real momming right there. He's been no. We kept him out of school because it was best for us with the pandemic for everything.
Yeah.
I love him very much. Mama's very tired.
Yeah, that's normal. Oh my God, so many people with young kids, because like you expect at a certain age, you expect I'm going to send them to school. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. I'm going to start piece by piece getting my life back. And then they went, well, COVID, no, you're not.
Yeah.
Well, and he's me in smaller form with more nurturing. Yeah, it is. He's
Lisa,
so
you
happy.
Lisa, you had a comment up earlier about someone posted a comment about a woman missing her monthly cycle and then like creating a being, right? And I thought it was absolutely fascinating because there was a podcast that I listened to recently where the sort of the creator of Aquaria was talking about Josephine McCarthy was talking about how when she went through menopause, it completely transformed her magic because of where she had. I don't want to misspeak, but I think she had a hysterectomy, if I remember correctly, and she talked about how like women tend to hold power in that part of their body, and how when that happened, it just completely transformed the way she held power because like that part of her was no longer there, and it just blew my mind because I never thought about that, like how that part of a woman's body is a vessel for power and creation and literal manifestation.
That's kind of interesting because being on the other side of menopause, I know my outlook has definitely changed. I mean, that might be something that Ruth can address too. Is that before menopause, it was like, okay, here's all the things, but after menopause, it's like, I don't know, my outlook has completely changed.
Your energy definitely shifted.
My energy shifted for sure.
Yeah. When I was younger, that part of my life was, because of childhood trauma and everything, that part of my life was always something that was not wanted. Like, a lot of people say that they have trouble identifying with the Empress card, and that would have been all my life. I would never have identified with the Empress card. I was glad to get to the other side of that. So happy, and to find other ways to be strong, other ways to be powerful, besides that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, there's Trevor Noah. He has a stand-up, and he kind of briefly talks about the even the stigma of the when people use the juggle, well, don't be a pussy. It's like it's supposed to signify weakness or whatever. And then he goes into his joke and talks about, well, have you ever
I've heard this. Yeah, like, dude, those things push out babies.
Have you ever considered how terrifyingly strong and powerful that part of?
Yeah, hello.
That's if they downgrade it. If they downgrade it, to take away the power of it. Like, I'm not saying other people don't have power in different ways. Of course they do. There's different powers in all the different parts of our body, but typically humans, especially if someone doesn't identify with the power being spoken about, they will take it and they will downgrade it so that way they feel better. And
it's in that same podcast that I was talking about. It was really interesting because she talked about how women, when they have issues with magic, tend to get sick, like physically sick, physically ill, whereas men typically tend to have mental illness. Sometimes and sometimes it is the converse, but she said in her entire experience of mentoring and teaching people Western magical traditions, she said by and large, when people fuck up, because people always do, right?
Oh yeah.
When it happens, women tend to get physically ill and men tend to go nuts.
Wow.
And I just thought that was really fascinating.
Because it's either the power in the head versus the womb or in the physical body.
I just thought it was just I thought it was so fascinating. If you go on the Aquaria website, there's literally a page that says like podcasts. And if you just go through, it's one of her Glitch Bottle podcasts. If you don't listen to Glitch Bottle, by the way, everybody, go check out the Glitch Bottle podcast. It's very occult and very esoteric, and it deals a lot with ceremonial magic and things like that. But there's some really fascinating things there.
I don't necessarily 100% agree with that, and because the thing is that the idea that women's seat of power is in the womb is like we're a whole being. So
absolutely,
our power is in the room,
and
but
she
the
talks about
man's
that.
power
She says that it's not 100% across the board. Like that's not the
Yeah.
case, right? If we're going to take a bell curve, for example, right, of like what happens to women versus men, right? The big chunk of people, right, that 70% at the peak of the bell curve of women typically get physically ill compared to men who get
I can agree with that from our hormonal balance issue, because women are much more visibly and obviously affected by their hormonal cycle.
Right.
Men have a hormonal cycle, but it's much more minor.
It's much smaller, yeah.
Much smaller, doesn't fluctuate the same.
Right.
But I think when it comes to concept of the seat of power and stuff like that, I mean, now that I'm past menopause, this whole idea, whether or not seat of power being in the womb is a thing, there's more to it than just that. And now that I'm past menopause, it's like, well, the womb means nothing to my seat of power now.
Right, and that's one thing she talks about.
Like in her personal... and that's why the crone is all, in my opinion, is why the crone is always seen as being the most powerful, because she's moved beyond the limitations of just being seen as a womb.
Yep, and that's one thing that she talked about. It was like how that affected her practice and her magic and all of those things, because she had a really rough menopause, I guess, and had to have a hysterectomy, which is a whole nother like thing.
That's a whole other story, yeah.
And so, that was one thing that she kind of touched on. She didn't go into like extreme depth about it, but the whole idea of it just like really fascinated to me about how that connection again between like science and biology and the occult and the metaphysical side of things, which I think have always been trying to answer the same questions. They just approach it from different ends of the spectrum. And it's really interesting to see how close we're getting in some areas, like, in highly advanced things like string theory and physics and things like that. But in other areas, right, there's this huge disparaging like distance being made. And it's so absolutely fascinating to me. Every time I see something like that, I'm like, here it is again.
Yeah, I mean, I think it definitely solidifies men and women are different in different ways at different times in their life for different reasons. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, and because for me, I always like to zoom out to the generalization and then figure out what works for me.
Oh yeah,
and really all that we're separated by too is just the balance of hormones, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like I mean, for a man to grow boobs, it's not that far fetched. All they need is a little bit more estrogen, and there you go.
Puberty,
well, right? And vice versa.
Yep. One of the things I love about what I've learned so far about astrology is that the idea is, and I see this in everything, the idea is you don't have one astrological energy. You have them all. And that's the same for all these kinds of magic. So some of them might come out more strongly in you than in others. So I like... Well, my husband has divine feminine energy and divine masculine. I've got them both. Both of us can manifest. Everyone has all of the energies within themselves.
Yep.
Some of us play with certain energies more than others, right? That's where the distinction is. And it's not like, so I personally identify for myself that, and I've had to do a lot of work in.
Sorry, couldn't help it.
My has been ruined because of this, by the way. Now I type thing and it keeps typing thong on me. It's a whole I messaged Peggy about it. I'm like, it's ruined my autocorrect.
That's so funny.
I think it's important to just say though, because there are trans people who have when you just hear like wombs are magic, that's
everything's a spectrum, right? And don't get me wrong, like I don't want to misrepresent what was said, right? Obviously, I can't. I'm summarizing, right? And there is a whole conversation in that. And in fact, before I started the course, I read. Do I still have it on my desk? I do, right here.
You know what?
She wrote this little book, which is the study guide, and she talks about that in here. Like, well, what if I'm non-binary? What if I'm transgendered? Because gender is inherent in magic, and especially in the Western mystery traditions, right? Gender is in everything, right? Even when you look at like Wicca, which is probably the most well-known, prolific sort of occult tradition these days, gender is there. You have a goddess and a god, right? You have a man and a woman. You don't have a gender fluid in there. It's literally.
You know what though?
Binary,
I have a very simplified way of expressing it. Every rule has its exceptions.
Yeah.
Exactly, right?
And
but
stop.
she
And
talks
exactly.
about
The exceptions are just as valid.
Yeah, how to deal with that, how to handle that,
which is great,
and how to work with those things, and that's one of the things that I've been loving about this course is that she's very blunt in a lot of things, but at the same time she's still very aware of these gray areas that are sensitive to a lot of people, and she goes, hey, listen, this is what works for 90% of the world, and if you fall into this other category, and that's fine, right? You know, one of the examples she gave was someone who goes, was handicapped, who wrote her and was like, well, how am I supposed to do this ritual, because it calls for you to stand and do this, that, and the other thing. And she's like, look, I don't know how it's going to work for you, so what you need to do is figure out the best way for you to do it for yourself, write it down, keep track of it, right? So that when somebody else comes along, so that when you submit, because part of the course is you submit your notes and things like that to get mentored. She goes, so that when you submit your notes and this issue comes up again, we can say, hey, we have someone who's gone through this and who's just like you. Let's pair you guys up, and then you
it's
can
evolving
give
as
your
it goes.
experiences to them to help further that along. And I thought that just like my mind was just like. I was like, oh, that's perfect. That is the way we should be approaching Western mystery traditions, right? Because especially when you start, even Wicca can be very dogmatic, right? And then when you start getting into like the
I don't believe in dogma. It's that simple. I don't believe in it.
It can get really dogmatic at times, and people can be turned off by that.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. When you look at the specifics of like a womb, all of us come from a womb. Even if we don't have one, we all come from one.
Most people do. There are people that don't.
I'm getting there though. They still have to. Now, I don't know all the science, so I don't know if there's someone who has been, let's say, manifested and grown fully in a lab. What I've understood is
I'm sorry, Rebecca, I'm having a squirrel moment, but Jen, I love your hair. I only got like a
hello. Yeah, can we talk about Jen's hair for a second?
Jen's hair is super fab right now.
Yeah, well, thank you.
I love the color.
Thank you. Yeah, it's a lot more. If I had better lighting, it's a lot more vibrant, like in the sun.
It's so pretty. It's like that
blue back in my hair.
Can I ask what color did you use?
I want to go green.
Green?
I don't know. I had my hairdresser do it, so it was like whatever she mixed up. I mean, it's probably
it's
beautiful. Give me the discount. Just grab
you.
the leftovers from the bin. What did we get this week?
I'm guessing you specify a color.
Where was I?
Well, you give a color, but they mix a bunch of things
I said purple, and I showed her some pictures of what I kind of wanted, and then she like went and did her magic, and here we are.
I'm sorry, Rebecca. I didn't.
That's okay.
Oh, that's okay.
I don't care. Yeah.
Somebody said snacks. Peggy has not booped me yet today. We've been doing good. Stop.
Boop.
Oh my
It's
god.
coming. Here it
So
comes.
I have a question for everybody in the room.
Ooh.
Okay, hold on.
Did you finish your thought, by the way, Rebecca?
Oh yeah.
I was just gonna say, even those like, so far as I understand with the science, if a being is grown in a lab, what I latest heard was like that's the starting phases. I could be out of date with the science. I don't know, but even then, they still have to recreate the womb
most everyone
environment.
comes from that.
There is still. Even when you just lay an egg, that is still a womb you are in. Everyone is connected to a womb in some way. If they don't,
I love that bee. They're more like
I like bee spirits comment. And that's exactly what I meant. Like just because something has a rule, we are more likely to find ourselves. No matter what the rule is, we will be the exception to somebody's rule. Rarely, often, all of us, every single time. And they're guidelines. They're not rules. And we need to stop saying working came back.
Oh, she's back.
Okay. I'm so glad I figured out this tile view. I can't believe I didn't figure that out an
It
hour
was like
ago.
daylight like an hour ago. What happened?
It's almost 10 p.m. here. That's what happens.
Weird time zone.
Wow,
I love time zones.
Okay.
I guess it is almost 2. I should probably get off of here and get some stuff done.
Well, because it's not till
better. We're just holding you hostage.
Lisa,
Oh my
you
God.
said you were going to ask us all
come back, Dustin.
Oh, sorry. What's that, Rebecca?
You said you wanted to ask everyone who is on a question.
I was just gonna have a little roundtable and say if anybody wanted to share a little something about like their practice or like whether it's tarot or witchy or whatever. It's just something to kind of do a little roundtable. I don't know. I'm bad at this.
That's okay. I love ideas.
Oops, that's
It's
not
almost
it.
10 p.m. here. Oh, what?
That's
There's a
one.
loophole for everyone.
Yeah, that's true too.
Forward though. That's okay.
So since you posed the question, Lisa, would you like to start?
Oh, that's not fair.
You could throw me under the bus. I'll do it.
Wham! Under the bus.
Right under the bus, all the way under the bus.
Yeah.
Okay, let me think about something that I would want to share. So, yeah, it was a very generic question. I need a better question.
She has
I can't even answer my own
Okay. Somebody think of a question. What's a good question to ask the group?
I'm
It can be
bad at
What is the
anything. It
newest
doesn't
thing
have
you
to
brought
be.
into your practice?
What's that?
The newest thing you brought into your practice.
Ooh,
That's a good
okay.
question, Dustin.
Okay, so
I
the
love
most recent thing I've added would be runes. I don't think there's. Oh no,
You've been doing-
that's
started-
probably the most recent
recent.
thing that's become a part of my practice. But I would say that was like probably almost a year ago. How long ago did Dawn and I do our thing? Because that's when it started, really. I was using them before. Yeah, I was using them before that, but that's when it really solidified. I would say is just using runes. I like to use them as like big, like pull one and use it as like big energy in a spread. I do it a lot for clients and I do it for myself a lot. That's probably the newest thing. I don't know. What about you guys?
Well, I can go next.
I just do my thing. I just do my own thing. I don't think I've changed anything about what I do or how I do it for decades.
That's fair. What was that, Rebecca?
I can go next. The newest thing is my exploring, and this is only of things that are like a part now, not things I'm just like dabbled in a little bit, because there's a ton more of those. Is my hand making
witchy ladders
for myself and spell bottles. I like ritual a ton. Like, everything I do is super ritualistic. Because I'm just obsessed that way. Ooh, where do you get the charms? So the crystals, I have I've used a small shop on Etsy, a supplier shop on Etsy, and I also thrift and reuse and recycle crystals from, like, if I find crystal jewelry from a thrift store, I will take it apart and reuse and reduce, waste, all that stuff. The metal charms so far I've got from Amazon. I'm still new to all my sourcing, but like metal charms like this are everywhere, so that's what I've got figured out. And then it's just thread. These I got at the dollar store. So
love that. Yeah, the little glass bottles are great at the dollar store. I find them in the dollar store all the time, and they're great. And then you can they've got them in all different sizes.
And you can get teeny scrolls of paper that come in them. And then
so how do you use your witch's ladders, Rebecca?
Well, this one it is a spell one that I made specifically for like work purposes. So for a few weeks, I was picking it up every morning and I was rubbing oil on it and I was using an affirmation over it as I walked over each item. So I would start at the end and I would rub the charm or the crystal and say the affirmation and then move up the ladder until I was holding it all in my hand and then focusing for a few minutes. I also have some around the house just
scattered about.
Bringing energy protection one up there that just hangs out and does its thing, and so all sorts of ways. It's the newest integrated thing that I'm still exploring, but it's stuff. Yeah.
Okay, who wants to go next?
Jen, you haven't said much next. Put you on the spot. How do you go?
I know you've been quiet, Jen.
I know.
Right there.
I was trying to pop in and share a technology story, but we're well past that. So
no, we can circle back. Don't worry.
We can rewind.
So I'm 42, and my dad's always worked in IT, so we got a home computer before most people did. And then we got a color printer, the old dot matrix.
Hell, I remember those
things on the side that you had to tear off. dot matrix before like almost anybody did. And I was in like 4th or 5th grade, and I had to do this science project on gemstones. Like we were supposed to do, and it was, I loved gemstones. Like I wasn't witchy until recent years, but I've always been really interested in all of it.
Yeah,
rock minerals and stuff. So I was so excited about this project, and it was like all the, you know, properties of our birthstone and all things like that. And I printed out these graphs in color. And my freaking science teacher failed me because she said I plagiarized the graphs because there was no way I could have possibly printed them in color on my own.
Did your dad go in there and school her?
My mom went into the so my mom volunteered at school a lot, and I was like, they loved my mom. I was always like this stupid little teacher's pet goody two-shoe.
Oh, yes.
So as soon as my mom goes into the principal's office, they're like, oh, you're here about Mrs. Ziegler, aren't you? Like they knew before she even opened her mouth, they knew why she was there.
Oh no.
That's a sign then that they
That's
should
so
fix that.
funny. I remember
I ended up getting, like, she redid my grade, but I was like, how did you fail? Like, a science teacher didn't know that this is a thing.
Just goes to show. And that's the other thing too, like whenever you're reading anyone, right? Whether you're reading Lisa's book, right? Or you're reading any like one of my blog posts on the internet, right? Like the whole, I know everybody's like self-worth path. Like if you're a good student, you take it all with a grain of salt, right? And you have to.
That's so
right?
true.
Because there's too much in the world that no one can be
gonna cover
an actual subject matter expert on anything. There's going to be something that they miss. It was really interesting because I listened to an interview for someone who recently did a translation of Agrippa's 3 books of occult philosophy, and he was talking about, he's like, so I went back to the Latin source because there's been so many mistranslations over the years, but he's like, I probably fucked something up. He's like, the chapter 7 was hell for me, like about the number 7, because it was really tedious and having to go through, like he talked about his whole process of like getting edits done and stuff like that. And he was like, there's a mistake in there. And he goes, and that's going to carry forward. And he goes, that's just part of the experience.
Especially when
but that's like anything, right? That's like the Bible itself, right? Like, how many different translations are there that, you know, like even people think that in Christianity, one of the things that really, and I learned this only because I worked in a Christian bookstore for a while, and King James Bible is actually not the full Bible.
No, and it's
like
one of the
there's
most
the Apocrypha
worst
that
translators.
From the Bible, right? Actually, a Catholic Bible is more complete than than the typical King James, right? And then too, when you go through all the different translations between NIV, and, all the other ones, it varies. So
and that's one of the, I think it goes to show too about like modern education is just that they're missing that. Like I see all of these really young people in occult and tarot related Facebook groups that are like 18, 19, 20, early 20s. And it's just like, you're not reading, you're not studying. And not only that, you're not doing those things, but when you are doing them, you're not doing it with the right perspective. Like you're just reading and studying and taking it as gospel. And it's hard. Oh God.
I think Dustin's reaction makes it way better.
No, this is good.
Yeah, because I appreciate
that was a good one, Barb.
So Jen, you didn't tell us what your latest addition to your practice is.
Oh yeah.
I'm just starting to kind of dip my toe into astrology. So
ancient astrology or modern astrology?
Find me. I'll talk about it for hours.
I'm starting, Dustin, you're probably gonna like cringe the fuck out here, but I'm starting with moonology.
Hey, that's fine.
I know.
Start with
Let him cringe.
Like, I know absolutely nothing. Like I don't understand anything about it. I'm like, well, this will at least give me the basics of the signs, and then I can
read a book called The Stars Within You.
I've never been able
to I don't know where to start, and I don't want to overwhelm myself. So I kind of just threw a dart and was like, well, I'm going to start with this.
Have you looked at my How to Read Your Own Natal Chart series?
No, I'm gonna have to look at that.
Yeah, I have a
I
whole
started with
series.
the
It's like way back in time from when the channel first started, but I did a whole series on how to read your own natal chart, and then I kind of talked about some different books. One was The Stars Within You, which is a really good, just basic modern astrology book. If you want like a collegiate level course on modern astrology, the book I just did a review on my channel, which is Parker's Astrology, is
that one,
great
like,
resource.
Yeah.
And then if you want to learn ancient astrology, the Demetra book is probably the best, which I showed in that
See,
video.
Rebecca's holding one. Rebecca,
Yeah,
you
what's
can-
that one called, Rebecca?
The Contemporary Astrologer's Handbook. So this one walks through all the signs. Now this is more personality astrology, not soul. You can get to the soul astrology with different books and such, because I'm still new. I've been studying for a year and a half now. So I started with Samantha Menzo's old book club videos, and she was taught by her grandmother. So I started there, and then I
And Sandy
found
definitely does modern astrology.
Yeah.
So what is it for Jen? What is it that you like about what you chose?
This book?
Yeah.
For Jen, for between you and Rebecca, between Jen and Rebecca.
It goes through like it's really basic, and it gives you like the different houses. So it gives you each full moon and new moon. So what I liked about it is because I've been working with the moon, and she ties it into the moon.
Yeah.
And so that's why I chose this one, because it's building on what I already have in my practice.
Okay.
In a way that I understand it.
Okay, so for Rebecca, your book kind of builds on what that book would start.
This is basic astrology, so it's not connected to the moon specifically. So you
It
get
goes on into
a run
bigger-
through of the personality of the signs, right? Then you get the houses, then you get the planets and the planets in each sign. So it's a lot more in depth. I heard of this through, so Sammy Menzo mentioned astrologyuniversity.com, which has a bunch of courses from a bunch of different astrologers. So you get lots of differing viewpoints. I believe Demetra George is one of the people who does a 4-year course, and this was on their required reading list for year 1, which is why I found this one.
I
So
think
many
Real Simple
astrologers.
Earthjade I was just going to say, I think Real Simple Earthjade is making a really good point, because maybe you may not want to start, like you're starting with moon astrology.
See, I would start
lunar
with Jen.
astrology.
I would probably start with Jen's book because it's a smaller, more compact.
Just learning the moon.
Moon astrology is okay. The thing that trips a lot of people up here, just to like make it really easy, there's 3 really. There's 3 big sort of umbrella terms for astrology. There's modern astrology, which is basically what everyone is talking, like Parker's Astrology, the book Rebecca's recommending, the book Lisa posted, all of those things, and even the book you're reading right now, all falls under modern astrology, which takes ancient astrology and it takes psychology, actually, almost like the Myers-Briggs, and kind of mushes them together.
I love that about modern astrology.
Yeah, and so
I'm not that much into astrology.
and it also incorporates things like Chiron and the outer planets and things like that that you can't see with the naked eye, right?
Right.
Then there's Eastern astrology, which is its own thing, right?
Yeah.
When you go to the Chinese restaurant and they have the little horoscopes on the table, that's Eastern astrology. That's like Eastern astrology in a short description, right? And then there's ancient astrology. And ancient astrology deals only with
up to Saturn, right? That's the
7 traditional
the inner
planets.
the planets you can, but it's also, it's not solar dependent, and that's what trips a lot of people up, is like especially in the North American culture right now, we're so like
commercialized.
Even in modern astrology, the sun sign is not the sign you should be worried about, but everyone references that, right? Like, I'm an Aries, right? Like that's what people associate with. But even more in like ancient astrology, they don't really they don't talk about people in signs. Like, that's not even a thing, right? Like, that's so there's a lot there to learn and dip your hand. Like, astrology is a very deep rabbit hole.
Yeah,
I know that.
And the thing,
I don't know where the hell it starts.
the thing I want to get to is the thing that trips a lot of people up when they get to bringing astrology practice into their tarot practice is that they bring modern astrology and apply it to tarot, which is not how the Golden Dawn did it. So when you're working with golden dawn-based systems, Rider-Waite-Smith, they used ancient astrology for the most part. So do keep that in mind because that can trip you up in some cases.
I haven't even thought of tying tarot and astrology in yet. So
I always say to
that's good to know.
I love and I learn by talking. Like I'm an auditory verbal learner. So when I started, one of the first things I did was like, I need people to practice talking astrology with, right? And so I always say that the sun sign, it's the commercialized, capitalized version of astrology. It's where so people make money off it. Someone just
the kids.
opened my door.
Kids are fun.
A ghost is coming
awesome.
So, Orsi, what's the newest thing you've added?
So I already bought a Marseille deck, and I bought a Lenormand, the Celtic Lenormand. I haven't touched either, but I'm like, I'm ready. I want to know, more, and I want to start, I think, with Lenormand because that seems more easier. But I want to go down the Marseille rabbit hole because
I was just going to ask you that, like, which one are you more excited to dip into first?
Yeah, and because of Marathong this year, I'm like, I might not hit the top as well, so I'm like, I'm interested in that now. So I'm like, I haven't even learned the original one yet enough. So, but I already have a bunch of whatever, and I did the rune study with you guys as well in both arrows.
Fun!
And I have all the notes,
study that
and
she
I
did
did
with
everything,
Dawn
but I
was
haven't did it.
Yeah.
Sorry?
Lisa's rune study thing that she did with Don Michelle is great. It's wonderful.
It's great. I have all the notes. I bought resin molds to make my own rune sets, and I haven't done anything yet.
Cool.
That's fun.
Because
That'd
it's
be something fun to play with.
So resin doesn't cure right now, so I'm just sitting on my molds and not doing anything.
Hey, I have a question.
Yeah.
How do you accidentally open a door to an apartment?
Was that a stranger?
Yeah.
Sleepwalking?
That's not the first time it's happened either.
Lock your door, girl.
I did. I didn't come in last. It was Zach.
That's so funny.
Tell Zach to lock the door.
Our door. We have a deadbolt and then the regular lock, and in the heat, the doors and the jamb can shift and expand or shrink in the heat. So our regular lock doesn't work properly, and when it's hot, when it's too hot or too cold. So we have to use the deadbolt like 90% of the time.
I like
Barb is
She's on fire.
What's that?
Barb is on fire.
Yeah, she is.
Okay, so now it's your turn.
Alana.
Well, okay. So I'm a little bit of a mashup when it comes to my practice. I still will consider myself to be to identify as a Christian, but
nothing wrong with that.
What's that?
I said nothing wrong with that. You have no idea how many Christian people, very, very, very go to church twice a week. Christians.
There's a lot of people who read tarot and have no idea that the tarot has deep rooted origins in Christianity.
It's a very
It always cracks me up when people are like, they go on these anti-Christian Catholic tirades, and then they're like, "But I love tarot," and you're like,
hello,
think about what just came out of your mouth, please.
Yeah.
It's very
so here's the thing. So with my mom, right? Because my mom is she's stone cold Christian, religious. She's like, you need to go to church because otherwise you're not gonna make it to heaven, and blah blah blah. You need to save your soul. Like, okay, ma, all right. And there's so many different denominations within my family. It's just crazy. So, and I've always sort of been that type of person. I question everything. I've always been that type of person. And so Christianity and religion actually has always been something that never
look at it.
The idea of religion and you must go to church and you must do this and stuff like that. I'm just like, really? How so?
That's not actually what Jesus taught. He said
this is why we love Barb.
Yes, we do. With God, but okay.
Yeah, so it's like, to me, it's all, and then so I even have a book that is like shows all the religions, and it's like, you know, because they talk about, well, Christianity is the first religion. Actually, no, it's not.
No, it's not.
Not even close.
Not even a little bit.
The oldest recorded religion is Hinduism.
Yes, exactly, right. So, you know, so now, you know, I'm what I would consider, I'm a freelancer, and
I love it.
I like that.
Right, like, you know, to me, I guess I'm Christian, but I identify as Christian in the sense that I believe that in Jesus. That's really
What's the newest thing that you've brought into your practice, though? Like, what's the newest element, whether it's like a practice or something you're studying or a book you're reading, or
I would say that the thing that has really sort of more recently come into my interest in practicing is definitely like the idea of astral travel and you know, connecting dreams. Like I would say that I've always sort of been that type of person that, like, I would, you know, receive messages from dreams and stuff like that. But then I get confused too when it comes to my dreams, because my dreams are like, way out there. So like I dream that I've, you know, I worked, you know, I'm as a detective, you know, under, you know, from Law and Order, right? And Hargitay's character, you know, is totally, you know, my lieutenant that I'm working under her. Anyways, yeah, so I'm a total detective in my dreams. But no, but like, you know, just like I've even gone as far as like it was, you know, even the Akashic records and things like that. I've had it read, and it was recommended that, you know, I get a dream pouch made. So the lovely Rebecca made one for me. Woo-hoo! And I love it. And yeah, like, you know, so I think that I've, even after waking up from a dream, and the whole thing fascinates me. I think I discovered who one of my guides are.
Cool. Nice. That's a cool experience to have. I think astral travel or like dream work, those are some really neat areas to explore if you're interested in it, because I feel like it's really accessible to everybody. It's really something that you can build as a skill, and when you first try to do it, it's like you don't get much progress, and then it's with repetition, it just gets so much easier. Mm-hmm. Has anybody else had like dream work or astral travel experiences that they want to share?
I've had dreams come true.
Yeah. What's that, Rebecca?
I've had a couple dreams come true in exact detail the very next day.
Yeah.
So,
I heard a good analogy the other day, which was when you start doing magic, it's you know, how did they say it? It's like scheduling coincidences, scheduling your own coincidences, right? Where you know, like, it's hard to say whether or not the magic actually is what did it, and maybe it's just a coincidence, but then you kind of know that it was the magic when you start scheduling your own coincidences, and it's like, I'm going to do a spell to do X, and then 2 weeks later X happens, and you're like, oh, yep.
Yep.
Did we who haven't we heard the answer to? Because I had to do
I guess the newest thing for me, I've talked about it a little bit, but I started diving into Aquaria, which is it's free online Western magical studying. It's a whole free online course, which is really cool. And it's been really cool because a lot of this is going back to basics in a lot of ways for me. But I think it's a system that finally brings together all of the things that I've always been interested in and kind of trying to build on my own, but it does it in a really thoughtful and meaningful way for me, which is really interesting.
It seems like it's really cohesified.
It's very cohesive. Yeah, it's very cohesive, but it challenges me in a good way because it's forcing me to recognize the holes and the gaps and the areas of my own practice that I was lazy about, like one of them being meditation, right?
Yeah.
And the importance of meditation in magical practices and things like that. So for me, it's been really helping with that. There is a lot of review. Like the whole first chunk of the book is about meditation and tarot, interestingly enough.
Cool.
But it's like this complete kind of reset for me, which is really interesting. The best thing about it is that it's completely non-denominational. So in terms of like the deity you work with, or like whatever sort of label you want to subscribe yourself, whether it's Wicca or neo-pagan or Christian, whatever, right? It's completely non-dogmatic and non-denominational. So it's just like,
it's just magic, right? Like it's looking at magic.
Yeah, it's literally like, here's how to do magic, and then here's how to work it into whatever system or belief system that you have, right? If you have a deity that you want to work with, insert deity here. Like that's kind of how it's designed.
It's funny,
really
as
cool.
we're all discussing this and everything, the thing that just came to
Alana just has stopped.
Barb.
I mean, this is the party.
Someone thought, and like, we gotta read Barb's comments. Sorry, Alana.
Barb.
The topic was too serious, you know.
I was just saying, like, it's just reminding me of, anybody seen the show Manifest?
No.
Yeah.
I love that show, and I'm actually really disappointed that they just killed it off in season 3. Like, it's like done.
Oh.
Yeah, no, it's kind of funny because Alana, you were talking about like world religions and dreaming and study. Like I have been studying world religions since I was like young, like 12, 13.
Yeah.
And dream interpretation is something that I have been like, I don't know how and I don't know why, but I know how to do it, and I've never really read up on it. But if I can interpret almost any dream. And a lot of my dreams come true.
Uncanny.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
I
So
have a dream
I'm going to put you to that because I have a dream. Please do a break for me. I woke up this morning dreaming about that apparently I was in the hospital and I was undergoing surgery. And while I was undergoing surgery, somehow I found myself while surgery was being performed, I was moseying around the hospital solving other like mysteries and dilemmas, and apparently I came across the way that they were testing for COVID, and I was like, well, I suddenly discovered why the whole thing about COVID and something to do with the mystery of COVID that I was like, I discovered, and I'm like, well, the reason why there's so many, it's escalated is because of the way it's testing is not 100% accurate.
Starting to cut out a bit.
Yeah, I think you're cutting out a bit. The audio's gotten a little bit weird from your end, so we're having a hard time hearing you.
I think I got enough. Okay. My interpretation of your dream is, you're in the hospital, you're undergoing surgery, so you've got stuff of your own going on. But you're a person who's very focused on the greater good and helping other people.
Mm-hmm.
So you've got some stuff of your own going on. It's not necessarily medical, but it is something that is probably on some degree important that should be looked at. And it doesn't necessarily, like I said, it doesn't have to be medical. It can be like social, personal, whatever, because that's. So basically, what the dream is saying, there's other stuff that's going on around you. You're in surgery. You have this thing. This is where you should be, but you're here instead. And even though these other things are important, because you're in your dream, you're helping figure out some stuff to do with COVID, which is really, really important. So you have your outward focus on things that are important, but whatever's going on in your world right now, right this minute, there is something in your world that's more important that needs to be looked at first. So
I like it.
So, and that's how I would interpret that dream. So it's not a medical dream. Having dreams about medical things is usually a sign that something is relatively important that's going on. Maybe you just had a big fight with somebody, and you need to give them a call and fix it with them instead of worrying about something that is important but isn't quite as important as. You know what I mean? Like solving COVID is other people's problem. There's other people working on it. Even though you may or may not be able to contribute, there will be a solution found with it without you. But whatever's going on right here, right this minute, the solution can only be found with you. That makes sense?
Yes. It does.
Before-
Here's
before we
a
dive
quick
in-
spin on that, because also while I was being wheeled in for surgery, and I was just about to go in, the person that was wheeling me in, was trying to tell me that the surgery had already occurred, and I'm like, no, it didn't. I know it didn't.
Okay, so you're in a bit of denial about something.
Come on.
You're in denial.
It's up to you to.
Have you done a reading on it?
Huh?
No, this dream was only just like this morning.
morning.
Like I woke up this morning.
That's the
from
best time to do dream readings.
Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, draw a card and whatever. Draw 2 or 3 cards, and whatever the cards talk about is probably related to whatever's going on. You know, think about your dream, draw a couple of cards, and it'll give you an idea of where you should be focusing right now.
Dreams by Peggy. Yep, I agree.
Lisa tells me her dreams all the time.
Before we dive into anything else, I gotta get some stuff done today, so I got a video. I just want to say thank you so much for Lisa and Peggy for hosting this.
Well, thanks for coming to hang out with us.
This is going to be a 3 Fat Readers thing.
By later?
And I might. This was going to be a 3 Fat Readers thing, and Danny and I were both like, all day.
Hours. That's a lot.
You can do boo-boo.
we knew that.
But thank you guys so much for hosting it. It's super fun. It was super fun hanging out with all of you.
I'm glad you found the
time.
I'm glad I was able to come back.
Yeah, I'll probably have this on in the background as I get some work done. I need to clean and do laundry and do all that fun stuff. So
have fun doing chores.
I'll be adulting while you guys have fun. But thank you all and have fun. And I will see you guys around the Tuesday. So remember, everyone's fighting a battle that no one knows anything about. So be kind always.
Yeah.
Bye.
Bye.
My sister just got some wings, so I'm gonna hop off and steal some of her chicken wings. But I'll still be listening.
Oh, that sounds good.
Yeah.
Bye.
I'll be here listening.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye, Jen.
And then
yeah.
Go ahead.
Adulting, what's that?
I don't know.
Funny, Barb, as you mentioned that, I actually have a pair of socks I bought from Dollarama that says, if you can read this, I cannot adult today.
On the bottom, right?
Yeah, on the bottom.
Hey, dude,
I swear, every time I put them on, I say the same thing. Yeah, I'm not adulting today. Nope.
I should embroider that onto a shirt for myself. I should embroider that onto every shirt.
You have now opened up the floodgates because now a bunch of us are going to be
Hey, you
curious.
guys, what was the book that Dustin was talking about?
I can't say it.
Aquaria. Yeah, you
Aquaria.
can find it online. I have it bookmarked as well because I want to do that.
Yeah, I added it to my wish list, so I didn't.
Hi.
Tell me, hey Robin, tell me again because I had you muted for some reason.
Oh, Aquaria.
Now opened up the floodgates because now a bunch of us are going to be curious.
What was the book that
We're saying
That's Robin.
Oh, I can't say it. There we go. Robin, we're getting echo from your side.
We'll turn,
we just muted you for a second so you can sort it out. It's probably just playing in the background. You got it?
Okay, you got it? We'll find out.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yep, we're good now.
I was watching on YouTube and I had the volume on and then I had to switch it off. I don't know where I am.
You're here now. That's fine. That's all that matters. How you doing?
Oh shoot, where did I just minimized my window and I lost it.
Oh, that's okay.
That's okay. We've made bigger mistakes for fun.
Oh, here we go. Okay, I got the right one now. I wore my Bigfoot T-shirt just for Peggy today.
All right.
I love that.
Are you roasting?
It's no comment on the size of anybody's feet. It has to do with Peggy's paranormal ponderings.
Yes.
I love that.
Yes, yeah. I miss doing that.
And I was gonna show up wearing my thong. Am I wearing
That's amazing.
Someone gifted me this at Christmas, and it's so glittery. I think, am I gonna wear a mask like that It looks like a duck trapped off a dancer in a night.
Kind of, yeah. That's a little bit.
Yes, exactly.
Got your dance belts.
Yeah. So Ruth, I think Barb's looking for a link for you for that book. But yeah, it's spelled funny. It's like Quare.
I can give you the link.
Queria.
Yeah, QUA. It's weird. Let me see if I can find it too, because I know exactly what it's. I'm going to spell it totally wrong. Aha, I found it. Okay, I'm going to put a link in the chat for everybody. And then from there, it should take you to where the books are and stuff. But there's different courses, and it's a whole thing. You can also find interviews on YouTube and stuff with the.
It's free.
Yeah. So all the content is free on the website if you don't want to buy the hard copies of the books, which is incredible.
Well, that's always good.
Yeah,
that's
And
amazing.
it's something that you're supposed to do alone. So it's, you know, it's not a group activity and stuff like that.
Yeah,
That's really cool.
Oh, can everybody say hi to Journey?
Hi, Journey.
Hi, Journey. Hi. I love doing stuff like that. It's so fun.
Before I forgot, is there anyone here who works with spirit animals or something like that?
Spirit animals.
Because I had two dreams with tiny little bats.
I've worked with animals on the spirit realm for sure.
Yeah, I mean, after the first dream, this deck appeared in the supportive tarot. Oh, it's not gonna. I mean, I don't know if you can see this. It's a tiny cute bat, and I was like, "That's for me." And then I had another dream, but I don't even know how to start, working with it. And I pulled the card on, the dream, and I got the High Priestess, and I was like, "Yeah, I got it. I know that it's, a connection to something." But
Can I take a stab at something?
Sure.
For bats. I know bats don't see the same way that like humans do, right? They use echolocation. They use echolocation, I believe it's called, or something similar. And so I wonder, and when you add in the High Priestess as well, the High Priestess is very much about intuitive, and there's stuff going on that's still not seen behind her. So I have no clue what it would be about specifically. It seems important about like how you're looking at things through how you hear and how you feel and how you emotionally react the intuitive side, as opposed to the what you see. That whole seeing isn't believing is seeing kind of thing. That's all I know so far. But that's what popped in my mind.
I mean, I know that. I mean, it was a special dream because I woke up and I had that feeling that this meant something. But
okay, so what was it about?
Sorry,
what was it about?
Peggy wants details.
Oh yeah.
The first one was very interesting because first of all, it was a very good one. I wasn't afraid because traditionally bats mean all sorts of negative things, and I was like, I didn't feel that. And the dream was that there was a tiny fluffy bat, and it was flying and it landed on my face, and it crawled through my mouth and everything, but I wasn't afraid. I was just like, oh, I'm not gonna move because if I move it might get scared and then it might hurt me.
Oh, okay
Because, just a tiny and cute and everything, but I had that feeling that this is very important.
Interesting. It was important. Okay, so bats are usually viewed negatively. They're viewed as carriers of disease, things like that. But in divination, bats, and I would have to look up exactly what a bat means in divination. I forget that part. But something that you're normally afraid of you said you don't like bats, but yet you're afraid of hurting this bat. So basically, whatever energy the bat represents, whatever you were thinking about when the bat came, those are the kind of energies that you're supposed to be exploring right now in your world.
Yeah, but I like bats. That's one thing, so I'm not afraid of them.
You're not afraid of bats? Okay.
And I only remember that part of the dream when it just, landed on my face and it crawled through, and that I wasn't afraid. So that was the more important part.
Right.
That's why I was thinking about working with something like bats or, but I don't even know where to start.
Yeah,
really cute. Yeah. Since then I learned that bats are self-quarantine. They self-isolate, so they are much better at quarantining than human beings.
Interesting.
But they also live in colonies. No, basically the energy represented by bats is something that you should be looking into right now. The bat probably is your spirit animal. I don't know very much about that. So that would be for somebody else to determine.
Kind of animal guide kind of thing.
Animal guide type thing. But the energy and the mystic, like, so if you look up the mystical meaning of bats, that sort of thing, even though it might be something that's considered negative, like this video, or the aliens will invade your cupboards and turn your Lucky Charms cereal into pencil shavings. As long as they're colored pencils, it's fine.
Oh my goodness.
But no, like, so this thing was crawling across your mouth, and your mouth is speaking.
I was just going to say something about communication or like how you express yourself.
Yeah, see, you're getting better at this too.
Because I
do her dreams all the time.
Yeah,
So,
I mean, because of the high priestess, I knew that, the shut up and listen, that was very important.
So yeah, so it's like, yeah, I mean, I think you're already on the right path, and so the negativity that normally surrounds bats, that is something that, ignore that. I wish my computer was up because bats.
I mean, I asked a friend because he has a few oracle decks with bats cards in it, and he made pictures of them. So I have a few positive meanings for the bat. But I was looking more into a way to start working with something like a spirit animal or animal guide, because I never did that, and I don't even know how
tarot.
Yeah, I have a little bit of something to share.
Lisa's got an opinion here.
I've been working with a particular guide who we could say is in an animal type form since, gosh, I was probably about 26 or 27 years old. In my experience, the best way to sort of form a relationship, like let's say this is a particular sort of energy that wants to connect with you one-on-one in that kind of guide-like way, my experience was I created essentially, or I kind of envisioned a sort of safe space that I could go to on the astral or meditate about, right? And so I would close my eyes and I would go to this safe space I'd created for myself. And I had a meeting bench at this space, or I would go to a grove or something like that. It depends on how visual you are, but you could create a bit of what's that?
I have an astral place, so I can.
Perfect. Yeah. So if you go there and you basically, you establish a place in your astral space where it's a meeting place. You're open to friendly energy, and you can basically go and literally stay there and like put out the energy or the intention that you're open to whatever guide or spirit wants to come talk to you that has obviously your best intentions at heart. You can put parameters around it.
Yeah.
And this might be an opportunity for the bat or whoever else to come and you can have an interaction, right? Because you're letting them come to you as opposed to like, it's a very consensual experience. Does that make sense? It's like you're opening it up for this experience, and then just journal that. And I used to go to the same place over and over again for a little bit of time, and like until I had those encounters, and then I built the relationship from there. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Thank you. That's very...
what I'm looking at here. The bat is a symbol of rebirth and death. So of course you see a bat, you're going to go, oh my God, death, this sort of thing. And I think exactly. So the concept of rebirth and death for you. And if you look at the death card in tarot, it explains it in a lot of detail that rebirth and death doesn't mean literal death. So whatever the concept, so those concepts are something that you should be exploring right now for your spiritual growth. That's what I would say the dream is about. And because the dream was so vivid and whatever, there may be concepts related to that are currently in your life or about to come into your life that you can, that reflecting on this concept will help you through something that's coming up.
Yeah. And I think there's two different layers to the work, right?
And
there's
like I said,
there's the interpretation piece, and then there's also the potentially connecting with the guide piece. And there's two different kind of branches of exploration.
Yeah, it's up to you to decide what that means. But yeah, so you're gonna these concepts are going to be coming into your life soon. So this is your opportunity to reflect on that now, so that you're ready for it. And it's like I said, it's not necessarily the dream was positive. It's not literal death. It's like change.
Yeah.
I mean, I did the yearly reading, one card for each month, and the death card is for August.
So it's coming out.
And here's the bat saying that
I think it'll be really obvious too. Once it gets there, I think it'll like the bat landed on your face. There's no mistake that. Even if you have visual impairment, you can feel something on your face.
Yeah.
So I feel like whenever it comes, it'll be like right in your face, like no mistake.
Yeah, it's going to be obvious.
Yeah.
I learned the hard way. I need to be, bitch slap to, like learn your lesson finally. So no surprise there.
Yeah.
Okay, so I have a question, Peggy.
Yes.
Why do I find myself flying in my dreams often? Like I literally can fly.
I do that all the time.
There's two things. One could be, okay, this goes back to something that I believe, but obviously I can't be proven wrong because you can't. Okay, you walk into a room, something happens, and you tell yourself this is a coincidence, right? It's not a mystical experience, it's a coincidence, it's not real, it's not happening. So it's possible that if you literally feel a sensation of flight, it could be that your body is experiencing astral travel, but your mind just really isn't catching up with the concept.
Interesting.
So often what I find is that and one dream in particular that I can recall is that and it happens in different scenarios, but sometimes if I want to go somewhere, let's say to a mall or something, whatever, I will find myself deciding that I'm not going to take public transit or I'm not going to drive there. I can have the ability to fly. So I'm just going to fly to the Eaton Center down in Toronto because
I've been to Eaton Center.
I can do that.
It sounds like
that's astral travel.
Yeah, that's lucid dreaming.
Lucid dreaming too.
It's lucid
There's
dreaming.
a very blurred line.
There's a blurred line between lucid dreaming and astral travel, but there's also astral travel, and you're not quite ready to accept that that's what's happening, so you tell yourself it's a dream.
Yeah.
I totally agree. Robin has an opinion here.
Well, no, I was just going to say, I used to dream all the time that I had the ability to fly, but only when nobody was watching me. So what would a therapist say about that?
That's really simple.
I love this. You're like in your element.
Okay, that was actually fairly simple. Okay, so you're dreaming that you have the ability to fly, and whatever's going on in your world and what you're thinking and you're feeling at that time. So you have a dream that you can fly, but you don't want anybody to know. You wake up in the morning and think about what's going on in your outside world, and there's something going on that not necessarily a secret or anything like that, but when we do things, it doesn't matter what we do. I'm doing this video right now, and people are going to look at this and have a negative opinion of it. Right? That's normal. That's expected. Not everybody loves everything. There are people that think I'm wonderful that don't want to watch this video for various reasons. It's normal. So whatever's going on, you're like, I really don't want those people. I don't want to be seen doing something that other people might have a problem with.
Yeah, I totally agree.
And
that makes a lot of sense.
And we all feel that way over something.
Like a fear of being judged over something
we're all afraid of being judged at some point over something, small or little. So when you're having those dreams that you're more that kind of a dream that you want to do something but you're afraid of being seen doing it, you're having a thought or a feeling that somebody in your world might have a negative response to something that's going on.
Yep, that sounds
and so your dream is expressing that concern.
Freaking love this. Yeah, we do need to do this again. This is super fun.
So much fun. I'm like, wait, why don't I have a dream? I want a dream.
know, right?
You can text me later.
Yeah, that's
true. What are you saying, Robin?
Telling all the dreams, and then you can do a video about it.
There you go.
I remember in the dream, I was telling people how, that I had this power, this ability, and I was so excited to share it. But then when they would say, okay, go ahead, prove it, or then I couldn't do it.
Yeah.
Like, what do you?
Stage fright.
Yeah.
Totally.
But then they would leave the area, and then I could, after.
Right. Interesting.
I
had a dream like this. It almost felt like magical. This is going to sound really bad. It almost felt like magical impotency in a way.
Like performance anxiety.
Yes, exactly. But
I couldn't lift off while people were staring.
That's exactly what your dream is about.
Yes.
When you're having because
so
it's very common when you're having a dream that you're trying to do something but can't, and there's people around you. And of course, dreams are interesting. You can have a dream, and in the dream, it's this set of people, but in the waking world, it's this set of people that have the problem, because your dreams are interchangeable. So in your dream, something is going on, and you're afraid that if you stick your neck out, that you're gonna get your head chopped off. Honestly, is what it really. Today I sported butterfly wings and flew. Cute.
That seems like transformation takeoff to me.
But yeah, so your dream is about, this is a fear so in your dream, whatever, and it's like I said, it's situational. It's okay. Let's be honest. For some people, this is a personality trait, and for some people, this is a situation. And it's up to you to decide whether it's an ongoing trait or whether you were just simply in a situation that you didn't want to have something blow up in your face.
Yeah.
So it's just giving you the opportunity to think about the situation and decide whether or not you want to stick your neck out or not. That's the simplest definition of that kind of a dream. Anybody else?
I have really vivid dreams that I remember ever since I've got a dream. I wish that I was an artist, a visual artist, so that I could recreate dreams. But because if I could, I have some that are just, they're in color and they're very vivid and I know they mean something. I mean, you know that a dream is trying to tell you something if you remember it for 50 years.
I was just going to say that the more strongly you remember a dream, the more like sometimes a dream is just a dream.
Yeah.
But if you remember the dream really strongly, especially
like the details,
especially if you remember the details, and if you remember what you were thinking and feeling
in the dream,
and how it related. Like if you
had like the most potent,
like the ones where you remember how you were feeling.
Yeah,
those are the ones that
the feelings that I had in this dream were I was hiding from someone, I had fear of being discovered, and then the other feeling in the dream was awe, because I was in this house. And it was like a little house on the prairie kind of house.
Okay.
But the floors were raked, like a rake stage. You know, they were slanted.
Okay.
And the wooden floorboards were like, it was almost like a Picasso. They had really wide black grooves between all the floorboards. And then this man on a buckboard with like one of those Quaker hats, you know. There was an actor a long time ago, his name was Marjo Gortney. That's who I thought that it would be. And he was riding around the house in that buckboard, and all I could do was get flat on the floor so he wouldn't see me. And so that's that. And so finally he went away and I went upstairs, and there was a nun upstairs sitting at a table, and she had a blue Delft tea set, cup and saucer, and it was spilled and came out an egg yolk.
Wow.
Well, the initial part of the dream is you're in a shelter.
Yeah.
But it's not adequate.
Interesting.
But it's still safer than leaving, because whatever's going on outside is not feeling safe for you.
Yeah.
So you're in your shelter, but in this shelter, if you can, because the problem is outside.
Yeah.
So it's like, okay, I'm still sheltered, and so then you wait for the situation to go away. So you've been in situations. So that part of the dream is you've been in situations where you've been safe relative to what's going on in your outside world, but not as safe as you should be.
Yeah.
Not as safe as you should be for the time, place, and situation that you were in when you had those dreams.
Interesting.
But then you're still in a shelter, and then when you were able to move upward to the next floor, to the next level, to the next place, you were still in the shelter, but now how you perceive the nun is the nun a persona that you find to be positive or controlling or restrictive? So how you feel about the room that you moved into tells us whether or not you were moving into a more safe place or a less safe place.
I think that at the time that I was dreaming that, I thought that nuns were peaceful human beings. They had a kind of an inner light that produced peace. You know, we don't, you know, I'm not Catholic, so I didn't have any bad experiences with nuns.
Okay.
Yet.
So you're moving into this. She's sitting there now. When you said dolls, do you mean the china? The
dolls, you know, the little blue, it's china and it has the blue design on it. Yeah.
Now, is that something you associate with? Now, from my background, I would associate that with luxury of some kind.
Yeah.
Rich people buy that stuff. Okay. So you're moving into. So basically, once you're able to overcome this fear that's literally holding you to the floor because you don't want this outside thing to come in and get you, then you have the opportunity to move up into a peaceful, more emotionally or financially affluent situation that feels a lot better.
Yeah.
That the bad guy went away. There's more safety.
Yeah.
So
and
that's
the egg can be creativity, or I'm free to
creativity, reproduction, and nourishment.
Yeah.
So all the things. So basically, your dream, whatever was going on in the dream at the time, you were probably still. Was the cup broken?
No, cup was whole.
Okay. So in the dream, you were still on the floor waiting for the bad guy to go away. That was a situation that was going on in your life, and the dream was telling you and it's all relative. It's all relative. Like, I mean, if you grew up in abject poverty, then moving up the ladder to be simply poor is a major step forward. My father grew up in abject poverty and then became disabled and was on a disability pension, which is not the height of luxury. It was still a major step up in life circumstance for him. He was very content because he had a much better life than what he grew up with, even though he had disabilities in his life that kept him from working. So I don't want to judge or presume what your social / financial status was, but so you had the dream at a point in your life while you were being suppressed and repressed relative to the level of safety that you should have had in your life.
Yeah.
And the dream was showing you that this was going to happen, and you just had to be patient for it. And I hope that that's how your dream turned out.
Yeah. I think that basically my dream, I was repressed. I don't know if it had a lot to do with money or not, but I was the only Black girl in my high school. And
yeah.
It was a very interesting experience.
Yeah, we had growing up. Well, we had, yeah, no, I can't relate, but I can relate to what you're saying, because growing up, we had an extremely low minority population. And I didn't witness or engage in any obvious racism that somebody could look at me or my friends and say that was racist. But because we grew up in this situation where different was better, so we were intensely curious. And I'm sure those kids, in spite of our best intention, were very uncomfortable. No, okay. The really obvious example is in high school, we had a Japanese exchange student come over. And I swear to God, she was surrounded by mobs of people all the time because we want, how do I say this in Japanese? How do you use chopsticks? How do you do this? We met so, she was an amazing girl and everybody just loved her to pieces. And her patience had to have been really good. Had to have been phenomenal because we treated her like a rock star.
Yeah.
But that, and this is in an environment where we were trying our best to behave in, I don't know if that's
sensitive ways or in accepting ways.
No, we felt, and I know this girl was uncomfortable, and I could just imagine when the feeling coming at you isn't so positive.
Yeah.
And like I said, I can't speak to that, but I can speak and say that even when you're trying to be positive, when somebody is different and you focus on that, it can't be good. It can't be good even when you mean well.
Yeah.
And that's gotta suck.
That was interesting. Thank you.
Yeah.
The Oracle of Peggy.
Yes. She's so good at this. I love bringing her my dreams.
She is.
Where is her
Yeah, I have one more.
Hold on, guys. I gotta run off and get food. So
okay.
I will be back. I promise, but I need food.
Okay.
And I'll try and think of a drink.
I didn't.
Somebody just asked me a question. What was your question, Ruth?
I said, "Where's Peggy's throne?"
Yeah, where's your throne?
It's a big ass couch, and Lisa is taking up part of my throne because she doesn't share well.
I don't share well. Hi again, Dawn. We're doing dream interpretation now. Oh, and we have Sarah too.
But yeah, that would be I think it's not a surprise. As the only Black child in the school, it's not a surprise that would be an ongoing thing. Especially, it's even with people in your world back then who were positive and supportive of you. It would still be. You can be, I can be positive and supportive to all kinds of people and have no fucking clue how to relate to the struggles that they've gone through.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
I think that's.
I have one more question for you, Peggy.
Okay.
So one time I remember dreaming. I don't remember what I was doing in the dream, but I ended up in a closet. I had like a walk-in closet in my dream or whatever. And I had spilled something on my shirt. And in the dream, I was trying to take off my shirt to change it and then was having some issues, only to realize that when I happened to be waking up at the time and felt like I was somehow trapped in a way. But I realized that the reason why I was feeling trapped was when I woke up is because I was actually trying to take off my shirt while I was laying down sleeping.
She's my personal therapist, y'all. You can't
I think I was some sort of a therapist in a past life because
we've done readings about that. She's had
done
some really interesting past life. I
think in that situation, honestly, I think you're going to find that a dream is just a dream. You were doing something physical for some reason, and your mind needed you to wake the fuck up before you tied up one of your own arms and made it go to sleep or hurt yourself in some way.
Okay.
No, I mean, the other thing is that sometimes people start struggling in their sleep because of their dreams. So that might have been the other way around. But if it's the other way around, then I would guess it's because like you're having a whole huge panic about a stain, which is on something that's disposable and doesn't matter.
Like something you want to control that really isn't that important.
It's just a shirt. It doesn't matter. You're standing in a walk-in closet full of clothes.
Oh, yeah. Interesting. Yes.
So that could be
the solution is everywhere.
That one's going to be a hard one though, because if you're waking up doing something physical, like we're in a heat wave right now, like trying to strip off your clothes in your sleep would be a normal, natural thing to do for a lot of people as they sleep.
Yeah.
So it's up to you to decide. But as an interpretive, then yeah, you were struggling against you were struggling against something that at the end of the day, like I said, it's just a shirt. Go buy a new one.
Yeah.
So you were really struggling hard.
Well, I didn't even need to. I was standing in a walk-in closet.
Exactly. Yeah, so you were really struggling hard against something that was so inconsequential that you were overthinking and it shouldn't have been worth your time.
That's awesome.
Again, that's when you wake up and you go. When you have those kind of dreams, you wake up and you go, okay, where am I? What's going on? Is there a challenge in my world right now? This sort of thing. And then you have to break that down.
Yeah.
So
I've even woken up actually sometimes from a dream where I realize I've won like a significant amount of money or something like that, or like a check. And then I wake up looking for it. Like, what? Where? Oh yeah, it was a dream.
Yeah. That's a really common theme, and in those kind of themes, it's like, look, you got a roof, you got clothes, you got food in the closet.
Everything's good, yeah.
Things could be better, but they could be infinitely worse.
Like surrounded by resources.
You're in a better place than you think you are.
So cool.
That's usually what money dreams tend to mean for most people.
Yeah.
Anyway, hi Dawn, welcome back.
Welcome back.
I need to shut up. Other people talk now.
I took a break. I was edging decks.
What are you edging right now?
Which deck? I've edged 2.
Oh my goodness, you're productive.
I know. Look, so Goddess Tarot.
Ooh.
Pretty.
Green matches the back. And then I did Tarot the Crone, but it's just in black.
Nice.
Because, that's what I do.
I love that.
I got two decks lately that are sort of holy grails. It was the first one was Tarot of the what is it? Not Tarot of the Crone. No, I can't find it now. You know the one, Dawn, you have. It's a goddess deck.
The Dark Goddess Tarot?
Yeah, Dark Goddess. I got the original.
Mm-hmm.
And then I just purchased Tarot of Delphi.
Nice.
So I can't wait for it to get here. It's coming from Australia. So.
Yeah.
I haven't got my hands on that one yet.
Actually, speaking of tarot decks, so I had the lucky experience that after my Say Yes to the Deck with Lisa and Peggy, and one of them was the Whispering Spirits. Like I was gonna actually buy it my own from Lisa, and I was really excited because I'm like, oh yeah, it's gonna be Lisa's deck. Like that's gonna be amazing, awesome. And then somebody out of the blue reached out to me on Instagram and was like, well, I had gotten it for review and I don't use it and I need to send it to you. And I was like,
Aww.
Okay.
Sweet.
So now
Robin,
coming to me.
I think I need to go after Robin though, because
I'm super excited, but at the same time, I'm a little disappointed because I was looking forward to getting Lisa's deck. So
I think mine's already found a home though.
I think I need to go after Robin though, because I think, are you still? Didn't you mention that you were on like a bit of a deck buying freeze right now, or we're taking a break from it, or did I misunderstand something?
Well, I've just slowed way down. So
Yeah.
I was picky to begin with. I'm much
Right.
pickier now. Oh, I think I mentioned to Lisa that I wanted Lisa to talk me into what new decks I should buy and have Peggy talk me out of buying them.
So I talk you into it, and then Peggy talks you out of it. That would be super fun.
Just create a wash. Yeah, because I think it's really fascinating because we've been talking to so many people lately about decks, and it's really interesting. Some people are like focusing on building their collections, and some people are focusing on slowing down. I'm actually focusing on slowing down myself right now because I've only really got 2 or 3 decks that I like to use. And most of my decks, I've got about 30 now, but most of them are hand-me-downs because Lisa says, oh, I'm thinking about getting rid of this one. I'm like, oh, but it's cool. I'll keep it.
Yeah.
So I end up with these decks because they're cool, but I'm not using them. And it's like, I got to stop. Or we're just going to have a double collection of all this crap everywhere.
Well, for me, it's about the real estate. I live in a tiny studio apartment, and I don't have any space left. And I only had about 20 decks, and then when I got a channel, I started accumulating them for walkthroughs. And I thought, well, that's no reason to buy these, just to walk through them for other people.
Yeah.
I filled the place up. There's like over 100 some now. I stopped counting, but I don't have space anymore. And yeah, I probably have like almost 20 RWS. I don't know if you call them clones or not. Just variants on.
Yeah.
I think, why do I need so many of Pamela Coleman Smith's artwork? If I narrowed those 20 down to maybe 5 favorites, I would have enough real estate to buy, 15 more decks.
Exactly. You know what? That's what Lisa does though, because Lisa doesn't want her connection to. I'll talk for her.
Yeah,
but she doesn't want her collection to get too big. So so it's like, and some decks just visit for a while and then they move on.
Yeah,
and that's fine too.
I like reason, season, lifetime, right? There's definitely decks that come in sometimes to help teach me something. But sometimes they come in for just a little while, and
my problem is I like unique, interesting decks. So I've got I've 2 of her round decks that she was going to get rid of. I'm like, oh, but they're round, they're cool. I want them, and it's like I'll never use them, but they're just cool and they look interesting.
Dawn, have you seen the Botanica Tarot?
Is that the Botanica?
That's this one.
Oh, what's up with Bruce?
You guys, I'm gonna go so somebody else can come on. I'll see y'all. It was fun.
Okay. Come back later.
Come back later.
I'll try.
It's this one.
I think that deck is on its way to me.
Which one is that, Alana?
The Botanica Tarot.
Pretty.
Yeah, I see it on someone's
and the edging is glittery.
Uh-oh.
Someone has a fan.
I see the fan blowing the hair. Sarah is
yes. Very Marilyn Monroe.
If I move from the fan, I start to melt. So
we hear you. We've got 2 and the air conditioning.
We've got the air conditioning.
You have air conditioning?
No, the air conditioning is in the bedroom, all the way in the back. We have a fan. We have a fan in the bedroom trying to blow the cool air this way.
And then another fan to aim it at us here.
It's quite the process.
It's like an assembly line.
The minute it gets hot, it's quite the process to cool off.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, I have
Sarah, you look like you should be in a hair commercial.
It's like
Woo.
Peggy, I thought of you the other day because I know you like unusual sized decks, and I know you like the really little ones.
The tiny ones.
I saw a playing card deck that was humongous. It was like 8.5 by 11 size.
Yeah,
That's massive.
We actually got that. Those have been around forever and ever and ever. Somebody picked it up for my dad for Christmas one year as a joke.
Wow.
Oh no, the joke is better than that. My dad's blind. So here, maybe you can see this. Okay. Legally blind, meaning having some vision, but not enough to be able to go to work. So he could see the deck, and it's like, yeah.
I mean, I had a playing card set with this size.
Yeah.
But I just I started turning them into like Oracle sort of cards because I'm like, I'm never gonna use it, to play cards with it. Actually,
no. Oh, absolutely not.
We use it because we play cards with my sister who works in a different country. So when she visits, we always play cards, and we just bought it, like, oh, it's gonna be fun. But we have to use 2 decks for the game we play, and I was like, we don't have enough space to just lay out everything. So
we have no space for playing cards anymore. None whatsoever. It's all full of tarot decks or sewing stuff.
Yeah, I mean, we play on my bed pretty much, or on the floor because,
Yeah. And we have this little corner here. We have the TV at the other side, and everything else is my sewing. Lisa's got the bedroom. Oh my God, it is starting to look like a hoarder hovel in here. It's bad.
Yeah, but you're gonna have the new room.
See the rest of my room. It's like
you can turn the new room into a playing room.
Yeah.
A poker table.
Poor Steven, as soon as he said, hey, I found a place, I'm moving out. And I'm like, yay! And we've been talking nonstop. This is where I'm going to put this. This is where I'm going to put that. Oh, yeah. Once you're out of here, it's like the poor kid. It's like,
I love you. Bye.
Yeah, love you very much. Get the fuck out of my house. But he's like, I love you guys. I found a place. I can't wait to get the fuck out of your house. So it's pretty, there's no, it's very neutral and very happy. It's very, very happy.
I have so much stuff that I have stuff here in my apartment, but I also still have my bedroom full at my mom's place. Yeah. So
that is overachieving in the hoarding department. If you have to do your stuff at somebody else's house.
Yeah.
Just saying. Just saying. Like, I'd like to do that too one day, but Steven's moving into a studio, and John and his girlfriend, my oldest, him and his girlfriend, they live in a small place too. So I cannot take advantage of anybody. It's like sad. I need friends in the area. Store my shit. Just store my shit.
Yeah.
That's when you get a storage unit.
I used to work at a storage company. Don't get storage units. And if you do, wrap everything, double wrap in plastic, because oh my God. Oh my God, insider knowledge, but yeah, they don't, and get your own insurance. They do not insure the we had one person, we had one person stored their stuff and in one of the outer buildings, and there was a leak in the roof that nobody knew about because they put their stuff in the unit and then walked away for 2 years. Came back to get their stuff, everything was covered in mold, and they're like, well, our stuff's covered in mold. It's like, I'm sorry, but we don't provide insurance for that. So if you didn't have your own insurance, you're on your own. They lost almost everything.
Oh,
it's like, yeah, it's crazy. What did Barb do? Barb did a thing.
Barb did a lot of things.
Oh,
what?
Oh.
Okay, Barb is in fine form today.
Yes.
I mean, she's the biggest party girl.
Oh yeah, she's worse than me. My God, Barb needs her own channel. Barb needs her own. He absolutely needs her. Lisa disappeared. She abandoned me. My God. So what are we going to talk about now? What's the topic?
Tongues.
What? I still didn't hear you, Sarah. I'm so sorry.
Thongs.
Oh, thongs.
Oh, geez.
Or she brought thongs. Or she has thongs.
Oops. It's Hawaiian.
Well, I got mine.
There we go.
I mean, I can put them on my ear as an earring, so I can wear them.
There you go. I got a pair of those over by the door too. So I actually did the thongs, but that's okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I wore tongues when I was like 13 or something, because when you start being all grown up and stuff like that, then I'm gonna wear that, and then you wear it and you're like, but it's so fucking uncomfortable. Why am I doing this to myself?
Yeah, well, I remember like teenage years into my 20s, but then afterwards it was like, after that I was like,
Yeah, no, like I can't
do this.
I can't wait to do this and do this and do this. It's like, and then you can. It's like it's expensive. It's uncomfortable, and by the end of the night, no, just no.
I was so excited to be old enough to drink wine because I was like, that's the most adult thing to do, drink wine because that's so cool. And I got old. I drank wine and I was like, this is really bad. I don't want to do it. So I'm like, I'm not a wine person. So that was such a disappointment because I was hyping myself up for that for years. That I'm gonna do it.
It's like, oh, you're legal now. Here's a beer. This tastes like piss. What are you doing? Beer. I can't stand the taste of beer. I also cannot.
I had ice cream twice already, so I'm winning so far.
I thought Lisa was opening a new deck, and here she's just eating an ice cream sandwich.
And I don't have any drinks anymore. I'm sad.
Oh no! Or she has to sober up. God, I'm sorry.
Can you believe we've been on for almost 4 hours already, you guys? The time is freaking flying.
It is. It has been. It's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we knew you were going to be able to go all 6. So.
That's just like, excuse me, I want an ice cream, Sammy. How rude.
Right?
If I could teleport them through the screen, I totally would.
Here, let's try, man.
I mean, at least I use my ice cream on screen, so,
Actually, well, that reminds me of a Lisa video where I think she was doing a monthly wrap up, and then there was something with a cream or something that she was smelling, and I swear it was like she was like putting it to the camera as though it was like this one trying to like get us. And then it was funny.
Unicorn first.
I almost was like about to take a sniff, and I'm like, wait a second, what am I doing? You can't smell that.
Only had smell-o-vision.
Oh my God.
Smell-o-vision could be, yeah.
Okay, no, smell-o-vision would be bad because if we have smell-o-vision, then the stealth farts have to end.
You're torturing me.
I mean, I wouldn't watch crime shows if there would be smell because all the dead bodies in those.
Ooh.
Yeah. No.
Oh my God, Margaret, I have not had mint chip sandwiches. I need to try those. It's my favorite ice cream flavor ever. I super would love to try those. But I have tried other flavors of ice cream sandwiches, and I always go back to this one. But mint would probably win, for sure.
I've got the happiest looking dog in the world over here. Come here. Come here.
We usually take our finger along the edge of the ice cream and let them have a lick.
Come here, happy boy. What's over here?
He's watching you because you're the person that will deliver the ice cream to his mouth if possible.
He is, oh my God. He's a diabetic dog. He's not allowed to have any of this stuff. But he's apparently not having a job means that they have the bandwidth to follow us around constantly in the hopes that we will drop something or change our mind one day.
Oh boy.
It's like my cat.
Yeah, my cat too.
Pets are fun.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
That's crazy.
The other one's over there going, I like ice cream.
She already got a bite of mine.
I used to give my dog, my Chihuahua, cheesecake on her birthdays.
Aww.
I would go to the happy hour at the bar, and I'd bring a cheesecake and some paper plates, and everybody would, get a slice of cheesecake, and then she'd get to clean all the plates.
That's so cool.
It's cute.
Oh boy.
I mean, I'd always just buy some extra, fancy food. And then next day she's like, and today, you bought me something yesterday. Where is today's treat? And I'm like, sorry, next year.
Gotta wait for another time.
Yeah, we have to be careful with these guys now. Well, he's 9 now. He's 9. Oh my God, did we tell you about his dental adventures?
Well, I don't think we have.
Oh my God, this is quite the story. Okay, just keep in mind that you take your dog in every year or two for dental for just a regular cleaning. Only they are not dentists; they are veterinarians, so they do not save teeth.
Yeah, they don't do fillings on dogs.
They don't do fillings on dogs. We take them in. The dentist calls and says, well, 10 of his teeth have already fallen out.
No idea. I guess they swallow them or something?
Yeah, 10 because dogs have teeny tiny teeth at the front, top and bottom, and teeny tiny teeth all the back. They have 42 teeth.
42?
42 freaking teeth.
I don't know.
So he goes,
that's a lot of teeth.
So they're like, oh, 10 of his teeth have already fallen out. And we're like, oh my God, we're abusing our dog. It's horrible, right?
I freaked out.
And then he goes, and he needs 14 more extracted. And we're going, oh my God.
Technically, he needs 18 more extracted. He had 14 extracted last Friday, and then he's getting 4 more taken out in a few months. And we're like, I literally said to the dentist, I literally said to the vet, I'm sorry, but you weren't on the phone for this part. I said, how many freaking teeth is he going to have left? Like, is he gonna
That's
have
what I
enough
was
teeth?
wondering. How many teeth are you going to have?
I had to look it up. And tell Peggy.
Yeah. So apparently dogs at about this age, it's very, very normal for their teeny tiny teeth to start falling out on their own, and it's common. Chihuahuas, and he's half Chihuahua, it's very common for Chihuahuas to have really crappy teeth to begin with. And it's extremely common for diabetic dogs to have lost almost all of their teeth, most, if not all of their teeth by the age of 10. And he's 9 now.
Oh.
Because diabetes in dogs, they usually have higher blood sugar. And when your blood sugar is high, the excess sugars will you pee it out, you sweat it out, and it comes out through your saliva.
Yeah, so they have very sugary
There's nothing
mouths.
you can there's almost nothing you can do about it. So this is actually the fact that he's got this many teeth left is actually good news.
Yeah.
But we were like, we're like quietly freaking out, like, oh my God, we've done bad things to our dog, and the vet's and we get to the vet and he's just laughing at us, just laughing.
Yeah. It's
he's a Chihuahua. He didn't mention the Chihuahua thing. We looked that up on our own, but it's like he's a diabetic dog.
But we already soak his food because he's diabetic. He's on a very restrictive diet, so we soak his food, his kibble, anyways, because it'll make him feel fuller. Well, that and he doesn't chew, but also because we want him to feel fuller, right?
It's okay, but oh my God, weird thing. It's normal. It's like we're like, how is this normal? This is not normal. How is this normal? What is going on? Oh my God. And the vet, he just started laughing.
Yeah.
Like, oh my God.
Yorkie was the same. When he was old, he lost all his teeth.
Yeah.
Tiny teeth, they were like gone.
They do so well without teeth, though. Like
exactly.
He's got very few. Very few left overall, but he
can lose all of his teeth and not be affected. He doesn't chew, and we have to soak all his food as it is because he just swallows it.
Yeah.
We have to soak his food because he's a scarfer. He just and dogs who scarf can have throat problems.
Hi, baby.
So we soak all of his food so he doesn't end up with throat problems. So why are you taking mine? Did you share yours?
Yeah. Mine's gone now, and Shayla's looking, so I stole some of yours.
Look at this one.
Oh boy.
Don't
Yeah, but it was weird.
I'm gonna jump off, guys, because I'm gonna go get some food, and then maybe I'll come back later.
Okay, come back later.
Bye.
So, Sarah, do you have a channel? I don't think I asked you yet.
No, I don't.
Okay, that's totally cool. I was just like, if you have it, I would shout it out really quickly.
Ultraviolet. I need to get a toaster that makes more than 2.
No, this is the first time anyone's gotten me on a camera on YouTube.
I love that. And we're the host. I'm so honored.
We popped your cherry. Yay.
Oh my God.
Guys, I have to run too because the Amazon guy just came in. If I don't go down there, someone will steal my package.
No, go get your package.
So I'll come back later.
Okay, I'll get your package.
Bye, Robin. See you soon. Oh,
and then there were 4. Oh, look, we're even spaced tiles now, though.
There you go.
Hurry.
You realize what a cheat this is?
Rebecca's back. Did you just give him ice cream?
Mm-mm.
She says, Hello again, Rebecca.
I literally put this whole time in my calendar, and I've been waiting for this for weeks. So I just needed to eat. Now I'm back.
She's like, you can pry me off of this stream with a crowbar.
If others come in who haven't gone on, of course I'll like duck out and let people come on.
Let's kick Rebecca the fuck out.
Oh, rude!
What?
Please.
Oh, was that my out loud voice?
That was, as opposed to your still out loud, a little bit quieter voice.
Yeah.
Me?
There's no quieter voice. Peggy doesn't have one of those.
I'm trying to get up, and your dog is.
Well, here. I'll take the dog.
No, I got.
Get up. Go wash your hands. It's all sticky. So yeah, we just had ice cream sandwiches for lunch. I think that was a good nutritional decision.
I had some leftover shepherd's pie and then cookies.
Ooh.
White macadamia nut cookies. And Sarah, this is my first time live on YouTube. I've got a channel and do videos, but I've never been live before. So
live is fun.
Wow.
Do you know?
I did my first live like in my first couple weeks. I was like, let's just rip the band off. I had my milk bottle of wine, and I was like, let's stop.
Do you know why we had to have ice cream for lunch?
Why?
Have you? You forget already.
I don't know which angle.
Raise your hand if you've ever done this. You make something for dinner the night before.
Oh.
And you go, oh, I'm gonna make extra so that we can have leftovers the next day. So I made dinner last night. I'm like, I'm gonna make extra because we've got the live tomorrow.
Yeah.
And we can just sneak off and heat up some leftovers.
Yeah.
Was there leftovers? No. No. Who has done that?
Wait, there's leftovers.
There's nothing in it because you took all the prawns out.
Oh. You've got chocolate on your mouth. There's vegetables. You can have rice and vegetables. Welcome. This is actually
See, harmonious path of Jen. Jen says I do that all the freaking time. I made enough last night that we could split it up and have a little bit left over today. And by the time dinner was done, now we have a little bit of vegetables in coconut. I made a lovely dinner.
It was so yummy.
It was so yummy.
But those prawns would not have been good reheated. They needed to get into my tummy while they were nice and fresh. And your tummy, I guess, a little bit.
I did an entire bag of prawns.
They're really good though.
And they were all gone.
They're like the raw, and
our son,
Argentinian prawns.
And our son doesn't eat prawns. So he just took.
Specifically asked you if you had enough prawns. She said yes. I'm like,
so
well,
I took a human-sized portion, and Lisa went, I haven't had prawns in a while.
They were so good. I just had less of
and now
everything
I'm
else.
eating ice cream for lunch.
I mean,
it's hot.
About how hot it is. Ice cream for lunch sounds like a good idea. So
Hello?
really,
Yes.
at least for the hero of this story, maybe yes.
But
Ice
but I have a sensitive spot, and my ice cream kept hitting it. I don't know if you guys are noticing. Like, I'm eating.
I had that happen too.
I'm gonna eat my ice cream. I'm gonna try not to go blah blah blah. But instead, I'm gonna go cold spot, cold spot, cold spot.
I have one of those too, like right on the
oh my god,
right side of my mouth up here. If I'm drinking like a Starbucks or a slushie or something, it's that. And I'm like,
you're like, ah.
Well, I'm actually in a good place right now, but I had a bunch of dental work done. I had an insane amount of dental work done, and so of course,
Barb has a solution.
Can you? Yeah, I can buy more prawns and add them to what's left over. Except for I've got more prawns.
You've got more prawns. You're just being lazy. Just lazy. Pure laziness.
Don't you love how my wife is offering?
What'd you get?
I totally forgot. I was waiting for an Amazon delivery until someone said, open an unboxing of whatever it is you got on Amazon. And then I was like, oh crap, I should check if my thing got delivered.
Well, now we know what you're doing afterwards. You're going to... Hi. So as soon as it's over, you're going to be unboxing. Oh. You know what this is?
She would like to go for a little, you know what?
Uh-oh.
Do you want me to take them?
Mark.
You need to go outside? They'll be faster.
I mean, animals.
I love that Lisa's muted and Peggy's still like, I'm just gonna talk.
Yeah,
I just told her she was muted. She was like,
she lets me talk. And then by the way, you're muted.
That was pretty entertaining, actually. Not gonna lie.
I'm way faster at getting you to do business and move on, so I'm taking them out.
So what'd you get?
I hope those are phone.
Okay, so this is stuff. This is new supplies. This is new charms and supplies and stuff for
fun stuff.
So I got a giant ass bag of 300 different charms.
Ooh, exciting!
Nice.
So I'll have to look through it, and then I decided to try getting gold. I'll take some out so you can see them better. But some like gold and like gold enamel charms.
Pretty.
I don't know why I'm, trying to.
Before you go, can you grab my purple planner from my table and toss it at me? I've got a question to answer.
Guys, I'm gonna make a big mess.
You make a big mess. On my reading table is one of my skinny purple planner.
Okay.
Right one. I've got two purple planners.
Look. Can you see?
Oh my god!
It's a unicorn. Is it?
It's tiny.
That's
it is. I'm sorry, it's a bit blurry, but it's absolutely itty bitty. And then hold on. I saw a fox. Where'd it go? I have to find it. Ooh, pretty.
Okay, so I just had a question. I'm going to answer it really quick. So somebody was asking in the chat about a membership and when certain things are happening. So I had Peggy grab my planner so I can tell you guys. So I'm planning to have the first for the Magical Unicorn tier. Sorry. Bye. Somebody got for the Magical Unicorns tier, the first reading session I have scheduled for Saturday, July 10th, and the first self-worth live stream will be Saturday, July 24th. So if anybody wants to pop those dates, if they're members and they want to know when those live streams are happening, that's when they're happening. And then I've got videos planned throughout coming up. So yeah, fun stuff. And mostly I'm just kind of winging the videos because I want those to be more organic and like kind of come out naturally. So
where did you get that lovely purple planner thing? Yes, because it's purple. It's purple. I have to know.
So this is.
Is that your term?
It's a Mo term. So I got mine off of AliExpress. You can get these, I think, sometimes on Amazon.
Yeah, I've
but
seen them on Amazon.
Really, find there on Amazon, or they go fast or something. I heard.
Yeah. So this has got my Hobonichi weeks in it, which is where I do everything. This is my entire life in here. Like this is everything, but my tarot journal lives in here, and then my tarot journal's in a matching one. That's an A6.
And when will you be making a video update of your planner system for us who are very, very curious, like Rebecca?
Soon. I haven't decided if I'm going to do that in members or in public, but I will definitely do a video update at some point soon about my planner system because, yeah, it changed a lot. If you guys saw my planner videos at the beginning of the year, it's kind of completely different.
All the traveler's notebooks you had?
Yeah, there was a lot.
I know when you get rid of some of those. You know, isn't it normal to come up with a system, move everything in, and then next day be like, I'm gonna do something completely different.
I did that last year with this. So this is a Filofax, which I'm a strange kind of child that this was a childhood dream to get a Filofax one day when I grew up.
Oh, yeah.
And so I got one last year. There's my little charm I made.
Oh, love that.
Cute.
And I put my stuff in it, and it sent me into a planner crisis. Oh dear, what's the joke now? What is it?
Rebecca's like, oh dear, what is it now?
I love it.
You're my hero in every way.
I love it so much. So this sent me into a planner crisis. Now I use it as like a working grimoire. So the things I reference for like I do crystal readings. So the crystals I have in my crystal readers kit, I have a page for all of them, and I have some astrology info, my oils and herbs and stuff, and it lives right here. I bought a new Filofax knowing that I didn't use this for its intended purpose for no apparent reason except it was like $7 on Facebook Marketplace, and I'm like,
oh my god,
great,
that's a good enough reason.
Yeah,
we have somebody new.
I've made this one with the discount. I'm just gonna quickly show you guys, and then I'm gonna be off.
Oh, are you?
Like I made this, really pretty one with the discount system, and I
love that.
I made all my notes here, really pretty and everything. And then I was like, but I liked, Tomoe River, so I need to move everything into this one.
I love Tomoe River paper. It is my favorite thing ever.
It's still the best one.
It's not going away, Rebecca. It's just they just remanufactured it. So there's a new Tomoe River and there's an old Tomoe River. That's it.
And I was in the live chat with Dustin's live, and I tried to tell you, Lisa, that there was an interview with the owner of the company.
Yeah.
And they are going to resource out making of Tomoe River. So there's still a chance to.
Yeah,
so you can still buy
we'll
stuff like the Hipponoto and stuff like that.
Love that. Oh yeah, I love that paper so much.
Well,
what is showing off?
It's a
everyone might know this. Oh, the show and tells are making me so happy. Oh my god, is that a book one or is that a
yes, this is a book one.
That book one? Yay! I love my. Oh, you got your planner in it. Ooh.
Well, this is actually more my journal than it is my planner.
Well,
I use the weeks for my planner, but.
Cool.
But yeah.
Okay, guys. Then I'm sorry. I'm gonna go because it's past 11 p.m. and I'm yawning already. I don't know if you can see this, but I wanna say goodbye with the little community card from the Tiny Bat, because really this place is such a great community, and I hope everyone who joins in enjoys being here because I do.
Oh, thank you so much. It's so fun to have you on.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me. And yeah, I will catch up with the rest on Monday. So
okay, so fun.
I don't know.
Bye. All right, bye, Rishi.
Bye, guys.
This is like the greatest thing ever. Peggy's a genius.
She is a genius.
What, this?
Don't tell her that.
Oh yeah, well she already. Yeah, it's hard to hide it.
I know. Sarah,
Sorry,
what type of journal cover thingy was that?
Oh, this is a Hobonichi cover.
Oh yes, right.
Yes, this was a bird one.
Oh, that's so cute.
Pretty.
See,
That's
there's
super
just
cute.
too many pretty options.
I know.
How often do you guys do that? Just see something new and pretty and go, oh, okay, I'll try that. And then next thing you know, your whole planner system's just up in the air and you're like, oh dear, I perhaps shouldn't have done that.
I've done rings. I've done disc bound. I've done traveler's notebook.
Oh no, Lydia,
I've done bullet journaling.
Are you getting nervous? Don't be nervous.
How's
I'm gonna
how's
pop
the-
out.
You don't get to escape that.
I'll come in.
Bye, dog. Thank you.
I'll be back later. I'll be in the chat.
Sorry, dogs are freaking out. Oh no, they did bird leave. Oh my goodness. Okay, let me get Christy added on. Hi, Christy. Welcome.
Hello.
Hello. Hi. Welcome to the stream. We're just all over the place today, but it's so great to have you.
It's so great to be here. Oh my god.
I didn't get a chance to properly introduce Nydia. Bye, Nydia. Oh, it is a little bit chaotic, so I totally get it.
Just a little.
But welcome. Do you have a channel?
I do not have a channel. I am just a short-time follower.
I love it. I'm so glad you
Starstruck.
hopped on. Oh, I love that you're here.
Thank
it's super fun
you.
to get to meet people, and this has been like a big party. And I am like, we've already been on 4 hours, and it doesn't feel like any time has passed. It's crazy.
Oh,
yeah.
It's so much fun.
Welcome back, Robin.
I got it. Wouldn't you know, I was just talking about how I had too many RWS decks and what should arrive, another one.
Another RWS? What did you get?
Clearly, you
This
don't
is
have enough yet.
the Rider Waite playing cards. I don't know if you
How cute. That's the US Games one, right?
It's in a real nice hard box, and they're the size of playing cards, really pretty backs. But
I
they're
love
like
that deck. I need it.
they're like teeny weeny mini cards with big fat borders.
Oh, that's so cool.
yeah, you're back.
Come back. Are you okay? I thought I chased her out. I was like, no, come back.
What's
So, Robin, is that all 70?
I want to get the Robin's cup.
It's
So-
okay.
so
sorry,
what
one
the-
second. I need to interrupt you. I'm so sorry. It's okay, Nydia. There's a bit of an echo. That's all. So I just muted you. It's totally fine. So either
sounds like
earbuds or the video is playing. So just hit a thumbs up when you think it's good. So it's either the video playing or it's earbuds that are needed. So either way. Okay. Sorry, Robin. Go ahead. You don't know?
So these have really fat borders. Am I echoing now?
Nope, it's not you. You're good.
Okay. These have really fat borders. It's a playing card deck. I love playing card size cards, but because of the borders, I think it might be like smaller than a mini with the image. But and I always wondered what they would do in a playing card deck because of the knights. And it looks like they've turned all the knights into jokers.
Yes,
So-
I love that.
The only thing I noticed that I think they erred on was they have the whole major arcana, and then beyond that they have like regular playing card. But in the minor suits, they have the symbols on each card in the corners, but they didn't use the playing card symbols. They used the tarot symbols. And I feel like, why is it a playing card deck? They should put both of them on there, you know?
That is awesome. I'm sorry, Robin. We got distracted because Dustin was like, when is Sarah going to post the Delta soon? Because the hair is just like blowing in the wind. We're very
there you go.
We're very easily distracted.
Now I'm jealous.
Oh my god, I forgot to stop pushing the buttons. I do want to quickly just check in with
You
Nydia.
know where Robin and I get lucky though? with me having hair so short and Robin having no hair, minimal hair. I took the dogs for a walk and I washed my whole face and went all the way back to here. And
you probably feel great now. Yeah,
I feel great. I'm good to go. It's awesome.
So Nydia, do you have a channel? Are you just joining to hang out? What's the story? Tell us a little bit.
Yeah, so I have a channel called the Curated Shelf. I just came to say hi, hello, how you doing? Yeah, so
Curated tarot shelf, right?
Yeah. I'm kind of like a bit of a history nerd, but I started tarot about 5-6 years ago, and then I came back to tarot recently, and I found supportive tarot, and I found Dawn Michelle, and it all went from there. So yeah.
That's awesome. Welcome. I'm pretty sure I'm subscribed to your channel. Is it the curated or the tarot? What's it called?
The curated shelf. It's called the curated shelf, but it's right now full, and it's almost like I need to curate the shelf, you know.
It was supposed to be a curated shelf. Now it needs to be recurated all over again. That's awesome.
Yeah. We're about to hit the 100 mark on Tarot and Oracle, and the funny thing is I'm thinking of getting. I don't know if anybody's here going to get the Spirit Keepers Tarot, the next edition that's coming through, and I was thinking like, yeah.
It looks beautiful. Yeah, Robin has a request to show those playing cards. I'm going to make you big, Robin, for a sec, okay?
Okay, sure.
Okay.
Regular size, thickness, good weight. Beautiful backs, I think. I love the back design on this.
They're so pretty.
And the box looks really antique-y too. I really love that kind of classic, almost like bicycle card, box design. But it's funny. I don't know why they made the borders so fat. But I mean, you've seen these.
I would trim that down and make a mini deck out of it for myself.
No, but the backs are so pretty. I like it.
I like the mini.
Yeah, but and I like that it looks like Centennial.
Well, oh yeah, that's true. It's kind of ivory colored instead of white, stark white. But I think they really made a mistake by not putting in the diamonds, hearts, spades, and clubs in addition to the.
It should have been on there.
It's really good for learning. For if you wanted to learn how to read just playing cards.
Yeah, I don't know what they were thinking, because I like the idea of combining both, but they left the playing card aspect kind of in the ditch.
Yeah.
I think I've seen one that has it more fully, like it's got the picture in the center like that, and then has also the playing cards.
There's a couple like that. Dead on Paper has one.
Yes, I have that one.
Tarot. And there's another one that was on Kickstarter that's called, I backed it. Quality was so for me, but you know what I'm talking about? Yeah, I forget the name of it though. Oh, I gave Peggy the black version of it, or the dark version of it. Oh, that's not it. She's grabbing it. But anyways, it was called something. Nope, can't remember. Divine and Play, Tiny Trinkets and Tarot.
They do feel really good. I mean, I love a good slippery card.
Is it linen?
No. It should be, shouldn't it? Right?
Yes.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's sort of like make playing cards slick, really nice. I love that feel.
I know. It's a shame that it's out of print.
Yeah. Peggy has a cool one too called the Cagliostro that she's got in her hand right here.
Is it a mini one?
No, I'm just trying to hold it up right. This one, this is what I like.
Ooh.
Because if you look down the side of the card, it says exactly what it is.
Yeah, this one's really tricky.
I love that Marseille look.
Yeah,
I really, honestly, this is one of those. This is cool because it has all the things. I don't read with this deck. I just like it because it's really cool and it has all the things.
So wait, is it listing reversal meanings too, or not?
No. Oh yes, it does.
Yes, it
does. Desire, attraction, or love, passion, and relationship for this one. So it does have keywords at the top.
Unfortunately, this is an older out of print deck. It's got the
This is the Cagliostro. Cagliostro. Yeah.
It should have.
But you can't get it anymore.
Yeah, like this is the
It's got some really fortune tellery kind of keyword things on it too.
Yeah, that's got stuff. I don't know if it's easy to see, but it's basically got all the things in it. I don't think I would even try. I tried to read with this deck a couple of times, and it's kind of cool. But if you're into the astrological symbols, if you're into what playing card it corresponds with, it would probably be a very educational deck. It's really unfortunate that it's out of print because it's got all the things stuck on one deck.
Yeah,
which is what I like. But
that's a really cool deck. Yeah, when I found that, I brought it home. And Peggy's like, it's mine.
Yeah, I like the one that Robin. I like the one that Robin just showed, but I'm not very good at tarot.
I like how
overall,
compact
so I would
it
not understand it very well.
Well, it's basically just a Rider-Waite Smith, essentially.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
I do wish the playing card symbols were on there. It's such a missed opportunity. I don't know why they didn't do that. They've got the playing card Marseille that has the symbols, right?
I think so. Yeah, I agree with you.
Yeah.
Yeah, this deck here is 1981.
Ange says, sure, show us a deck we can't have, Peggy. Naughty. Sorry.
I bet Brant has it. And you could probably still find it in a trade somewhere or eBay or
yeah, I mean,
we found that at a local metaphysical store in their used section.
Wow.
This is an example, and maybe if any deck creators are watching this, maybe there's a hint for your next deck is to put the things in the borders somewhere.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. By the way, Christy and Nadia, I haven't met you guys before, so I'm clearly missing something because Christy's going like this. What deck did you make, Christy? And how did it
No, I was agreeing with you, Peggy, that is a great opportunity. And I was thinking when Robin was talking about the bicycle, was it Bicycle who made that RWS?
No.
I'm sorry.
They make playing cards, and
It reminded me of a bicycle playing card deck, but you could handwrite and put in all of those things in that generous margin space. And for deck creators, it would be amazing to recreate Peggy's deck.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, decks like that, because so many people now are investing in buying the books, learning the correspondence, the relationships, learning the astrology.
Totally.
So, as much as it might be, it would be a this is a very busy deck with a lot of stuff happening around it.
Yeah.
But it would be a really cool deck to learn from for people who are, no matter what you're trying to learn. And Nydia, I just have to ask you, what is that you're drinking out of?
I thought somebody asked. I was like, wait, what?
What is that? In a salad bowl.
Did you just say that's tea?
It's tea. It's just
You're
tea
drinking
in
a
a
bucket
salad
of
bowl.
It's a dog
Why
bowl?
are you drinking out of a
Why?
salad bowl?
A salad bowl.
I mean, I'm rude, but why?
Oh wait, this is your first time on camera, isn't it? I was just mean. I'm not really
I want
sorry.
to know
but
about your bowl of tea drinking habit right
I'm
now.
not really sorry, but I thought I should acknowledge that I've been an asshole now. Is it that hot, or is it just what works for you?
It's because basically it saves me from getting up and having like 5 different mugs. It's like I just put it in.
That's, you know what?
Hey, if it works, man, I am not gonna knock it.
It works, and you're not hurting anybody, so who cares? That's just awesome.
How many tea bags though are in that?
It's just the one. I'm carrying the Indian tradition, normally being a saucer, right? Like drinking out a saucer in India, but instead I've got the whole bowl thing going.
It's super size. It's your super size.
Okay, but it works. It's what's working, right? So that's fine.
Did we just lose Robin? What happened?
I think he put something over. Are you cleaning your camera?
I heard a shuffle.
Maybe he's taking off his clothes and stripping into his thong. That could be He's gonna come back and we're gonna be like, oh, new outfit.
Yeah, Sarah has a regular cup. Nothing to tease there.
Oh no!
So I have a question.
On your thong, Robin.
No, it looks like putting on a less sweaty shirt.
No, I brought my Pyrex measuring bowl, which I eat most of my meals out of.
Solidarity.
It's very handy. I only have a microwave. It holds a quart, I think, and it's got a handle on it, and only one dish to clean.
That's perfect. I regularly. Peggy's gonna show. Yeah, this is my favorite bowl, especially for
mine.
noodles.
This is mine.
Well, mine is pink, but it's the same thing.
This is my cereal bowl.
Yeah.
It holds the equivalent of about 4 bowls of cereal.
Yeah, Peggy doesn't have
4
normal people
bowls.
size. She literally, like, if you get a box of cereal, half the box is a serving.
Half the box goes into this.
She only does that once in a while.
Half of a little box. Half of a little box. Yeah. I only eat cereal when I'm in the mood to just.
And boy, does she.
Yeah, so this is, and she steals it for her garbage. I mean, noodles.
I have a pink one, and I like to make these buttery noodles that are like really processed and crummy, but I love them. And Peggy teases me every time I eat them. Oh, you're having your garbage noodles, she'll say. But I think
what are your garbage noodles?
Yeah,
they're
so good. They're like
we have regular pasta noodles. We have rice noodle. We have
ramen.
We have ramen noodle. And she eats these really, really crappy sidekicks noodles or whatever the heck they are. And it's like compared with the stuff that we keep in the house on a day-to-day basis, she's eating garbage.
It's like Kraft macaroni and cheese. Only up here it's called Kraft dinner. It's like that. It's like comfort food, right? Like it's like there's some of those dishes where it's like this is the thing. You know it's highly processed. You know it's crap, but it tastes really good.
See, she's admitting that it's garbage, but she has to explain it.
It's tasty garbage. It's tasty, tasty garbage.
As long as you admit it.
Poutine. I can always eat a poutine, and it's like,
too.
Yeah, like
Christy, are you in Canada? Where are you? I didn't even ask.
What did you
say? I totally interrupted you. I was just.
Nydia, did we scare you into putting away your tea?
No, I was gonna get my Maggie noodles. Does anybody know Maggie noodles? Like,
but
Maggie, yes, we have them here. Where are you, Nydia?
I'm in Belgium, but it's weird where I come from.
Yeah. Well, we have an amazing stores here in the Vancouver area have an amazing international food section. So we have the Maggie noodles. We have those.
What are Maggie noodles?
See, Lisa's like, what are Maggie noodles? It's noodles. Yeah, go on, Peggy.
Oh, they're Indian instant noodles, the same as that.
Like a ramen?
We've had them.
Yeah.
Yes, we have.
Oh.
They're made in Malaysia.
They're
made in Malaysia. They're made in Malaysia, but they kind of like get eaten in India, which is really weird. But yeah.
I totally cut off Rebecca a second ago. What were you saying, Rebecca? Because I totally went off into left field.
Oh, that's okay. I was just talking about poutine. I have a friend in America who he'll regularly like send me pictures of like a really outlandish poutines, and he's like, I blame you, Canada. And it's hilarious. And I'm like, dude, you gotta at least try a poutine. That's like my first thing I get, and it's how I judge whether or not I like a fast food place or a restaurant. I'm like, but how's their poutine?
I went up there.
Great.
I went up there to Montreal, and I went to visit the McDonald's, and they had poutine at the McDonald's, and I thought, what the hell is that? I don't know what that is. I'm afraid to try it.
Don't by McDonald's. Their gravy is not good.
It's not great, but you know what? Peggy took me for my very first ever poutine when we went on like a little date to the Great Lakes, and there was like, where were we? Lake Erie?
Lake Erie.
Lake Erie, and there was like a little place that had poutine. And I'd never had it before, and I thought it was the weirdest thing, but it was so tasty. And now that I've been living here for as long as I have, I've had like Italian poutine, which is really just spaghetti sauce and cheese and pulled pork poutine, like all these like non-traditional. Oh, for anybody Googling, look at ultraviolet.
Okay. Poutine. Basic poutine is fries covered in gravy with
squeaky cheese,
with cheese curd or grated cheese on top.
Cheese curds.
If you guys
it's sloppy and it's slimy and it's really good.
Also, another really good one is now I don't know what's available in the US. I've only been to the US all of once in my life, so no clue. But Swiss Chalet, you can get a chalet sauce poutine instead of the gravy.
I hate their sauce.
I hate their sauce.
Chalet sauce. I don't do that in. Because their gravy is way better in my opinion, but I used to love it, and like it's really good.
What's chalet sauce?
It's
their dipping sauce.
It's a chicken dipping
sauce. Have you been to
sauce.
Swiss Chalet before?
No, because it doesn't have it. They don't have Swiss Chalet in the States. I don't think.
I thought a chalet was like a Swiss house or something. In the
Well, Swiss Chalet is a restaurant chain in Canada. And they have like
very many of them. I thought it was an American. Anyway, it's a chicken.
I don't think it is. I've been to Swiss Chalet, but it was in Canada.
Yeah,
I think it's only Canada.
It's a barbecue chicken place. So the chalet sauce is the house sauce that you dip your fries in, but it's so salty, it's garbage. It's gross.
Some people like it. Be nice.
No, I don't need it anymore. I stick to the. No, I used to like it. I stick to the gravy now because I really like gravy.
But now
it's like my
down in the States, it can be really hard to get gravy for your fries.
Peggy, I wanted to ask you, because you brought out the cereal bowl before. What's your cereal of choice?
Right now, it's the Reese peanut butter cup cereal.
Oh my God!
Yeah.
I've been really wanting
I like Fruit Loops.
I only eat that if I'm having a really good day with my sugar because, diabetics shouldn't eat that shit.
Yeah,
So-
I'm guilty.
I have a question.
What?
Who all here is expecting a new deck that they're waiting for? I know Robin just got one. I've got 2. Lisa, how many are you? Don't look away and drink water.
He doesn't have enough hands.
4. I
How
got
many
10.
decks? How many decks are you waiting for?
I feel like this is. I think we should ask everybody else.
I promise.
I think she's waiting. She's
We'll
waiting
take
for.
turns. I'll go last.
She's waiting for at least 5 that I know of. I can't think of them by. I can't think of them.
We're in the brain.
Ish.
Now,
What
are
are
there
you
any
waiting for?
Kickstarters in that?
Can we each share what we're waiting for?
Yes, please.
Sure.
Oh, look at Nydia's list. Hold on.
Nydia, you
Okay.
won.
Wait. Let me make it big, Nydia. Okay, show us your list.
Hold it up.
That's all.
Oh my God!
Oh, you win.
Oh my goodness.
I've
I don't know.
Okay, so I've got a Thoth waiting for me, a Rama Oracle. I've got waiting 36 Secrets, the book, White Light Oracle, Tarot Vampires I've ordered, and then stuff like the Golden Wheel, and I just another regular Amazon delivery.
I approve heartily.
That's amazing. Okay,
Who wants to fess up next?
You notice how Lisa doesn't want to go next?
Nope, I don't want to go next.
How
Who's
many
next?
decks?
Who's next? Somebody else.
I have one deck coming. I finally got the Tarot Divine. I ended up getting it from the creator. And then I've got 6 Kickstarters. One that's still funding.
Which ones?
Literary Tarot. Literary Tarot is the one that's still funding. There's 3 days left on that one. I've got the 2nd edition of the Tarot Bot, the Deck of Care, the Phantom, Practical Magic, and the Rare and Magnificent Creatures Tarot.
Cool.
That's cool.
Those all sound super awesome.
Your turn, honey.
Wow.
Do I have to go next? Really?
Lisa has to go next.
Let me pull up my Kickstarter.
She has a list.
Everybody watch really closely. Peggy's face will give away what ballpark we're looking
Yeah,
at.
Peggy,
Watch
Peggy, put your fingers in your ears, Peggy.
So Kickstarter.
No, you guys are going to start screaming.
Outside of Kickstarter, I'm waiting for Tarot of the Abyss to show up from Book Depository.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's the only deck on order outside of Kickstarter, I think, ? But in Kickstarter, I'm waiting on the Dream Vision Tarot, the Pacific
1,
Northwest
2,
Tarot,
3, 4.
the Entangled.
Roll, honey.
Okay. Well,
Scroll
all
down.
right. Hold on. I got to get logged in. Hold on. Just calm down.
The 4 total, Peggy.
So wait,
We
Dream
might not be
Vision?
we might not be doing this marathon again because I'll be in prison.
Dream Vision and Pacific Northwest Tarot are still funding. Ones that I've recently backed that I haven't got yet are the Entanglement Tarot, the Ocean Tarot, the Alley.
36.
The Alley.
Oh, I've got the Ocean Tarot too.
Phantom, the Charmcast Tarot, which is a set of charms. The Zodiac War board game, Faunabelle.
Okay, I could see it said 36.
Oh, well, some of those I have now. And the deck of many animated spells. And I'm also waiting on the Ocean deck from the Waves of Your Soul, Waves of Healing Tarot from Indiegogo.
Healing Waves Tarot.
Healing Waves Tarot.
Healing Waves. I really want that one. Wait, did you say Allianz?
Yeah.
Okay, Nydia, I think Lisa just won.
Wait, what'd you say, Rebecca?
She won.
I just want a question. Does anybody have the she-wolf here and is using it? I just want to know.
I wanted that, but I was torn.
Yeah.
Like, I want it, but there's so many on my list.
Okay.
I'm looking at it now.
You're looking at it?
See, I'm only shopping for one kind of deck right now, and I don't think, and so I won't be. I want to find. I like little teeny tiny decks, and I'm trying to find. I'm trying to see if I can find another one. I've got like 2 or 3 now that are really tiny, but that's the only thing I'm looking for. Super tiny decks.
There's a question in the chat, Magdalena. There's a new board game. It just finished. It's on pre-order now. It's called Zodiac War, where you use like astrology and tarot together to like conquer the cosmos. It looks fantastic.
Look at that thing, which is already fought.
It comes out in November.
Yeah,
Very
I will grab a link for you guys to the Kickstarter because you should be able to navigate to that, learn about it, and then go to their pre-order page from this page.
The story there.
Yeah,
You can. It's really easy. I was looking at it literally like 2 days ago.
Yeah, it's got like a full tarot deck in it, and it's astrology tarot themed board game. And I was like, well, that's happening. No question.
Barb just struck again.
He struck again. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Wow. That's one where you laugh and groan at the same time.
Yeah, pretty much. That's a good one.
I love it. Oh my god.
That is a good one. Okay, so
Christy, how many do you
Okay,
have your
are we also going to include oracles? Because I have
Yeah.
the Reclaim Oracle that I pre-ordered, and then I have Fat Folks Tarot, Spirit Keepers Tarot, and Ethereal Visions Luna Tarot.
Cool. Now, just to change it up, it's question for everybody, not just you guys. Tarot board games. Fun, I want to play them, or I take my tarot a little too seriously and don't want to turn it into a game.
I want to play.
Yeah?
Yeah,
play.
me too.
You would have to try it. It could be done really horribly, but like if someone in the community who respects tarot and loves it is also making a game.
Yeah,
So-
totally.
So open my okay. So absolutely no way. I'm open minded and we'll give it a shot. Yeah, I want to hear everybody. Yeah,
In
start
the
off with a
chat
game.
too.
In the chat too. Yeah, you people that are watching, you have an obligation to respond to some things if you feel like it because you don't.
Well, you don't have to. I like how she clarifies. Okay, Rebecca, while we're waiting for the chat to weigh in, what do you have on the way?
I have 2. I have the Tarot of Transformation, which was amazing, and I didn't think I would get it again because the card stock sucks, and it got destroyed. My first one, and then someone was lovely enough to send me another one, and the second one. And this is why I asked, because I wanted to personally nag Lisa about asking when my Say Yes to the Deck will go live, so I can talk about the deck I'm waiting for, because the other one, the one I picked there.
Sorry, haven't edited yet. It'll be a bit. Lots on the plate.
We have things happening. It's like, oh my god, it's crazy.
Oh, I know.
It's crazy.
I know. It's just
It'll be soon though. It'll be soon, and then you can spill the beans.
Okay, I love that. So far, everybody's saying that they're definitely open to trying it.
Yep.
Yeah. I think. Yeah. I mean, I
used to be fussy in a way. I don't know what the right word is for it, but I used to
You
be a
know
lot
what?
more.
There's even Christian board games. Like, I mean, there's certain times that even if you take something seriously, you don't take it all.
I used to be a lot more precious. I guess I think that's the word I would use. I used to be a lot more precious about my tarot decks than I am today. You know what I mean? There was a time when it was like every one was like. It's not that it's any less special now. I think it's that I was a lot more rigid about it, if that makes any sense. Like a lot more. Yeah. I don't know what the word is for it, but yeah,
I get what you're saying. I like at first it was like because I was just discovering it.
Ooh,
I was like, it has to be the most sacred thing ever all the time, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And now I'm just like, I get bored and I'm like, let's just shuffle some cards, and 5 million fly in my face. And I'm like, okay, that's too many messages. You got to chill out. Just give me like one here or something, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
You know what? There's one topic that we haven't got to yet. What's that? Aliens.
We haven't talked about aliens yet.
Aliens.
We should have done it.
I think that's what Barb's point has been, to secretly try and get us to talk about aliens all day.
I think so.
Judge the alien.
I think so, because there was the U.S. just declassified a whole bunch of. There is apparently an entire division that investigates sightings, and they just declassified a whole bunch of stuff. And I think it's been a really cool conversation in the background, because people that previously had said, "Oh, this stuff is crap," are now coming out and saying, "Nah, it's not crap."
Yeah, that's really interesting.
I think it's just human. Some people are going to disagree with me, and no matter what, if you disagree, I promise that's fine. I think it's kind of human humorous to think we're the only things around. Like, if we can be here and there's all this magical creation, I don't understand personally why there couldn't be that something else somewhere else.
Yeah.
You know?
That's why I always say that the universe is too big for us to be the only things in it.
Yeah. Has anyone had experiences? I know I've heard, like, Dustin shared stories on 3 Fat Readers, the paranormal one, I think.
Yeah.
But has anyone here had anything that's like, I wonder if it's this kind of an experience?
Ooh, Robin.
Go, Robin.
Spill it.
Well, I've had 2 UFO sightings and 1 mysterious phenomena thing when I was a little kid. So I don't know what you want to hear about.
Whatever you're comfortable sharing.
But I think it's just really cool that we can actually share this stuff and not get laughed out of the room anymore.
All right. I have to be careful how I word this story. I must have been about 3 or 4 years old. I had my own bedroom, and I woke up in the middle of the night, and above the head of my bed, there was a window. And I got and stood up in my bed and looked out the window, and exactly on the other side of the glass was this huge face looking in at me.
Weird.
And it was it was a moose.
Oh my God.
But the weird thing is, there are no moose in that area of the country where we were living. And I asked my mom about it years later, and she said, oh, well, there's a little fenced-in area right outside of there. There's no way a moose could have gotten in there unless it was dropped in from above. And so, but at the time, I'm looking at this thing, and I'm thinking, I just woke up. Am I still asleep? Am I imagining it? Because it wasn't moving. It was like a mirror image kind of thing. And I somehow remembered, if you pinch yourself and you feel the pinch, you're awake. So I pinched my leg, and it hurt. And I thought, oh my God, there's actually something out there.
Wow.
So I went running, screaming to my mom, and I remember I was only 3 years old, so I didn't know the word for moose at the time. I just remembered it was like big, like a cow. Like a cow. So I said, Mommy, there's a coward in my window. There's a coward in my window.
Oh, no. Oh, that's so cute, though.
And she goes, go back to bed. The only coward around here is you.
Oh, my God.
Okay, that shouldn't be funny.
She took me back in, and of course she checked, there was nothing there. And I slept the rest of the night under the blankets. I was terrified. I have no idea what that was, but I think there's more to it than what there was. And I remembered reading in UFO books years later about abductions and about how extraterrestrials can mask their images so they're not like upsetting for people or whatever. So they can, not like shape-shifting exactly, but they can implant in your mind how they're perceived.
Interesting.
That people often think they're seeing deer or owls, and they happen to be extraterrestrials. And so I thought, when I heard that, I thought, oh my God, it wasn't a moose, it was a masked extraterrestrial or whatever. But I'll never know. I've often thought I should have like hypnotic regression done to see if I could uncover more, but I'm too scared.
That would be interesting.
Yeah, that would be super cool.
And the other 2 were UFO sightings. It was like in the late 70s down in Soho on a rooftop with my friend in August. We were lawn chairs, stargazing. And there were so many stars in the sky. I said to him, oh, wouldn't it be cool if we could see a UFO about now? And within the next 5 or 10 minutes, some of them flew over from east to west. And I started counting them. Oh, look, it looked just like starlight kind of, but they were shooting across the sky. And I started counting them, 1, 2, 3, 4, and I got somewhere between 5 and 7, and they'd already spanned the sky. So that's how fast they were moving. And then they moved like there were dots of white light, but they moved the way birds do in flight. You know, like how some will move a little bit ahead, or they'll cross over a little bit, or fall back. So it was kind of that sort of formation, but it was just so fast, and there was no what do you call it, sonic boom or anything like that. It was a plane or something, it would have made a sonic boom.
It would have made a sound.
And if it was birds, they wouldn't have been flying anywhere near that fast.
No, exactly.
So there was that.
Cool.
And then I think about a decade or a little more ago, I was on a train platform returning from my parents to New York. And I was on the waiting area of the platform with people waiting for the train. And I saw a plane in the distance go by. And behind the tail of the plane were 3 dots of white light in a perfect row, perfectly spaced apart. And I thought about saying something to other people on the platform, like, "Hey, do you see that? Or what do you think that is?" But I didn't know anybody. I don't talk to strangers, so I kept it to myself. It followed perfectly for a few seconds, and then they just disappeared. They didn't shoot off or anything. They just blinked out. They weren't there anymore.
That is so cool.
When I did get back to New York, I did write everything down, and I contacted MUFON. Not so much to claim that I saw something, but I thought, it'll be good for me to put in a report, because if anybody else reported something, this would back up their report.
Yeah.
So that's why I did it. And so I emailed it. And then like 3 or 4 days later, I got a phone call from MUFON wanting to know more. Well, by then my details were a little bit less clear to answer all the questions they wanted. But that's my experience.
That's cool.
That's really I have a theory, and it's like, if ET is here, look at all the air traffic that we have going on right now. We have helicopters, light aircraft, we have big aircraft, we have so much shit up in the sky right now. Even just traffic helicopters, day by day. They would just have to disguise themselves as a traffic helicopter. Nobody would think twice.
Yeah.
Nobody.
Yeah.
They could just be up there going, "Yep, there's Robin. Let's just fly over and scare the crap out of him today." And nobody, but we would have no way to know unless they I call them duck blinds, because that's what they do that's what animal researchers do.
That's true.
They put up a blind, they put up a something so that the wildlife in the area doesn't recognize what's going on. And I would say that if they're here and watching us,
we're not going to know.
They're literally in our faces and we can't tell.
Yeah.
Well, in the old days, there only used to be sightings at night. Yeah. And they were talking about, if they retrieved stuff from Roswell or whatever, they've been back engineering. I think a lot of the ones, some of the ones we're seeing now, I think are ours. Because it's like, if they don't want to be seen, they won't be seen. They're not as sloppy as us, Americans are about everybody seeing us in broad daylight.
Well, so here's a conspiracy theory right there, because there's a lot of people that believe that Roswell happened. I'm not going to judge anybody for saying they believe it or don't. I think that something happened for sure. That Roswell happened, and that some of what we're seeing is backwards engineering and stuff like that now.
I think Roswell happened, but it's funny. It makes you wonder, something that could travel millions of miles through space around meteors and God knows what kind of stuff. How easily is that going to crash land in our atmosphere?
Well, it's not true. Yeah. What were you going to say? Sarah, were you going to say something?
Oh, well, I was going to say, someone asked which way the wind was blowing. I got a fan in front of me. And I got to go. I've got errands I got to run.
Oh, thank you for
Vidal Sassoon, if you want the look.
Bye.
We know where to reach her.
Find a heat wave and a fan.
Yeah. Take care, Sarah.
Take care.
I hope I'm not scaring everybody away, because Regina did a talk on UFOs the other day on her channel with Justin and I, and Justin texted me afterwards, and we got 12 dislikes and 10 likes. He goes, people didn't like us talking about UFOs, so I don't know.
Yeah, because UFOs imply that if there's another being out there that has that kind of power and technology, then we start to look pretty insignificant in comparison, and humans don't like that.
Well, the entire thing, like we believe, we as a sorry, babe.
I just elbowed you in the face.
Got you in the elbow. No, but like you ask anybody, and they'll say we are the pinnacle of human evolution, blah 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 blah, and to find out that there might be something, regardless of that, may not be human and may not be human or even humanoid, and be more evolved than us. It's like that's a big blow to the ego.
Yeah, it's exactly. I had one maybe something. It was definitely a paranormal experience. Don't know what it would fall under. I was like 12. I was exactly 12. I don't know why I said like. I was 12. And I was at my friend's for a sleepover, and we lived in the same apartment building. And all of a sudden there was just this really high-pitched sound that, like, all I know was just high pitched and a sound, and as it went, there was, and we lived in Toronto, so there's not a lot of airspace in Toronto for things to be flying low that are like big aircrafts.
Yeah,
there's no space for that there. It's not open. There's buildings everywhere, right? And so as this high pitched sound went, this bright green light, I've never seen this color green since then, flashed across the whole of the windows for the whole apartment, right?
Wow.
And it was all like the quickest thing, and then immediately it started storming. Like,
weird.
So it could very well have been a weather phenomena. I truly don't know. I don't know all the science, but it was so weird.
That is trippy.
Well, you know what? There's a Shakespearean quote. There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than are dreamt of in your philosophies. So it's like there's so much shit that we still don't know, that we don't know whether it's natural phenomenon, psychic phenomenon, whether it's physical, aliens. We don't know. What are you gonna say, Nadia?
Look, I found a friend. He said the same thing happened when he was
Zach.
This is
Zach.
Hello.
Story.
Your storyboard is goat beard.
Apparently, so he's a year older than me, and so apparently he saw the same thing happen in Toronto in an entirely different, like I'm in Bellamy.
Yeah,
like same time, different location.
Yeah, it's the same thing. Was it in the middle of the summer?
Yeah.
Yeah. Middle of the summer. Bright
Oh,
flashing.
you two are gonna have a chat later. That's cool.
Look, you're on YouTube now. We're now
What about you, Nadia and Christy? Have you guys seen anything interesting? That's something.
I remember when I was 12 and I was living in India at the time, and what the part of India that my parents come from in the western side, like near the border with Pakistan, we have dry, flat plains, really, really flat plains. And about a month before the monsoon came in, which is about this time of year, basically June, what we have is like we have these lightning strikes, but there's no rain, and you just see
lightning. Yeah.
You just see it's like somebody's got a huge flash and taking camera in the sky, like taking photos in the sky. It's just it's amazing, amazing. There's no thunder, there's no rain, you don't actually see the lightning strike the ground. And I remember saying to my cousin, "What is that?" And he says it's a phenomenon. I looked at it later. It's a phenomenon that occurs just in that part of the world. It's just like this huge
cool.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah,
That's so cool.
Yeah, and it's like a really arid area. There's it's like the hottest, driest place in like the world, part of the world, and it's just we've never seen that anywhere else. We've never seen that. So yeah, so if you ever want to
They changed the terminology from UFOs to UAPs for unidentified aerial phenomena, because some you can't really define as objects, but it's some unidentified phenomena that happens up there.
I think on a government level, I think the U.S. government in particular is convinced there's something out there, or they wouldn't be putting the money that they're putting into the project to look into this stuff. But we won't know until the aliens land. So
I think there's a certain level of it too that's just like other things. Like there are how many stories and how many myths and how many legends, whatever words, about aliens, about fairies, about dragons, about you, whatever it is you're looking at, they all have that same thread of these stories are all across the world.
Yeah.
And they all have certain threads of similarity. What are the chances that we're all having this huge, like, I don't even think of the word hallucination, this like giant group hallucination that happens at random times. You know what I mean? Hey, Ruth's back.
I came for the end.
Oh, yay! That's a very good point, Rebecca. Christy, it sounded like you had something you were about to say. Maybe I.
Oh, I was gonna say I have not personally experienced that kind of wonderful, like extraterrestrial phenomena. Long time X-Files lover.
Oh yes,
the truth is out there. Yes, totally agree with you, Lisa. There has to be something. If the United States government, DOD, feels like we gotta keep things like locked down, put research money into it. So yeah, of course.
You know, I think if the government's going to lie to us, they better come up with some better lies than they have.
Right?
Because,
No doubt.
I mean, I tell you, what I find more disturbing about Roswell than them finding a saucer was the fact that the trained military didn't know the difference between physical debris of a ship of some kind and a weather balloon.
Hello.
You know, like
come on.
Come on, you know, if you're in the military and you're trained for this stuff and you don't know the difference between a balloon and a crashed plane or something,
that's a pretty big difference.
What does that say for our military?
Yeah, well, you know what? There was an article that came out about 15 years after. Well, the article came out about 15 years ago by now. The guy who originally found the crash site and reported it had previously found 2 other weather balloons. He knew what he was reporting when he reported it, and he was called and they laughed him out of the room and said that he was a lunatic, blah, 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 blah. Meanwhile, the guy's a rancher who has found other weather balloons in the past because the area that he was working.
Niddy's heading out. Bye.
Oh, bye, Niddy.
Bye.
The area
Take care.
They launched the balloons from a singular research station, and they had a tendency to fall in the area. He'd found weather balloons in the past and knew what he was looking at when he reported and said, "There's something here," and it's not a weather balloon.
So cool. Hi, Andy.
Okay.
Hi. Do you have a channel at all?
Yes, I do.
Is it linked already in the description box? If not, we'll add it.
I didn't look, but I sent it to you, so maybe. I don't know.
If you send it to me, it should be in there.
Then it should be there.
Okay. Check it out. Okay. What's your channel name?
Andy the Wildflower.
Andy the Wildflower.
There you go. Yeah, I think it's gonna be. I think it's gonna be a really hard one. I wish the governments, while other governments are other governments are doing more to speak up about what they're finding, because the secrecy is not doing anybody any good. But I would just wish ET would land and put us out of our misery so that we would know for sure one way or the other. You know, like, I mean, I don't know.
Very, very exciting stuff. I think it's really interesting because there's so much we don't know. And it's like, it's a fun topic because nobody has definitive answers, but I feel like there's lots and lots of proof or evidence. I should say evidence. There's lots of evidence.
I question. Can someone give me the Cliff Notes version of Roswell? Because I've never heard of it.
Oh, okay.
Back in the a Canadian thing or a not paying attention thing?
Roswell, back in the 50s, there was a great big scandal because a rancher reported finding an alien craft on his property. Government swoops in, gathers everything up, says it was just a weather balloon, but then treated everything like it was top secret. So the conspiracy theory is that it was a UFO that crashed, and that the government came in, recovered the UFO and possibly survivors, and have been experimenting on the craft and whatever the survivors if there's survivors ever since, and backwards engineering to create their own advanced aircraft. And which is why the U.S. government is so insanely invested in researching, and why they've had so many top secret projects researching UFO sightings for the last like 50 years.
It was 1947 in New Mexico.
Yeah.
Okay. I will look up more, but I'm going to say goodbye for the day. because there's someone else waiting.
Woo, people! Yay! Oh, we have Masha coming
in
in.
the chat. Oh yes, there's my
Rebecca.
That's Cora.
Robin, do you know anything about the Skinwalkers Ranch?
I was just reading about that.
I watch way too much of the History Channel, so yes, I know about it. I've read at least one book too.
Yeah.
I was reading a little bit about that. I don't know very much about that, and I have to go look up some more because there was some really bizarre happenings there and UFO sightings, was there not?
All kinds of crazy stuff. There's a TV show now where they're trying to like measure things scientifically, and it's just bizarre. Everything from UFOs to strange cryptid sightings to cattle mutilations to weird energy readings and people being their physical health being affected by the energy in the area. It's just like all over the map.
Didn't some people disappear there too? And a UFO sighting, spot a UFO, and then realize that somebody is missing a few hours later, and they weren't found, or is that something else?
I'm not aware of that, but it could be.
I could be mixing up two different stories because I read about this stuff all the time.
Well, and there's a whole thing related to skinwalkers and the Native American population about how shamans or whatever can shape-shift into werewolf type creatures, cryptids, or whatever. I mean, it's very involved.
Yeah.
Oh, and hi, Masha. We forgot to say hello.
Masha.
I know you guys just came thrust into the conversation on aliens.
We're talking about aliens.
This is what we're doing now.
We're talking about ET and wondering if he found his way home.
Masha and I were in a 4.5 hour Lenormand class earlier today, although I think she had to leave earlier to get a little sleep, and I hope she got enough.
The course started at 1 o'clock in the morning, so I just woke up, so I'm ready.
Oh, and Andy's back. Yay, we didn't lose her forever.
Yeah, stupid. I don't. Our data is terrible, and so is our Wi-Fi. So we just kind of bounce back and forth, and
that's okay. So, have either of you, Andy or Masha, have either of you guys had, or Ruth? I don't think we've asked Ruth yet either. Have any of you guys had any like paranormal or like supernatural kind of experiences that you're comfortable sharing?
Yeah, it's something that you couldn't explain.
Well, I had a few, but nothing like UFO or anything. But it's just more kind of experience with the death in my family and kind of near-death experiences. If you want me to share those,
sure. I'd love to hear about one of them. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, and I have one about my dog as well. But yeah, I'll share with you about my cousin. So when I was about 21, I lived in Belarus, right? And my cousin, she was in St. Petersburg, where I was born. And I was just at my mom's place, and I was ready for my uni exams. And suddenly I kind of have a vision, right? So it's almost like the room is divided in half. I am where I am, and then I see my cousin, like she's standing in a hospital hall, and she was only around 21 of age then, and she tells me that I'm gonna die in pretty much soon, and like within a few hours you will get a note that I've passed away. And it was very unexpected. So I just was really taken aback. I went and told my mom, and she said, like, you're just studying a bit too much, so you need to rest, you're stressing out. And I was like, no, Mom, it's real, because I had the vision. And she just said goodbye. She said that, look, I know I'm young, I know that we're close, but I also know that I am okay, and I wanted to let you know before it actually happens. Yeah, and within kind of a couple of hours, we got a message from her parents, from my mom's uncle, that she passed away unexpectedly. She fell on the hospital floor. Yeah, they didn't know it then, but she had brain cancer, but they thought it was just kind of a fever. So yeah, so that was one of the.
Yeah, wow, that was a trip. And I know, Ruth, you were going to share one too. I think you had something in mind.
Well, I was going to say that when I was living in New York City, and I was in this house with two other women, we were sharing a house in Brooklyn, and one of the girls was learning how to be a Yoruba priestess, and all kinds of things would happen in that house. You know, like I'd wake up in the middle of the night, there'd be something in my room, or I would sleep, I'd be asleep, and something, I would feel hands on me, and one time something tried to pull me out of my bed, and Just weird things like that.
Wow.
That would freak me out to no end.
I had something happen kind of similar to what Masha described, where when my grandma.
That happened to my aunt. She had a similar experience.
Yeah. My grandma was sick with cancer, and I remember we used to go with my grandparents to this little local, like a what do you call it, amusement park kind of thing. And the one night it was right around the time she was in the hospital. And I had a dream where she took me to the amusement park, and we were sitting outside having like a little picnic. And we were having this whole big chat, and she was telling me she loved me and she'd always be there. And it's a very detailed, like kind of goodbye kind of visit. And then when I woke up the next morning, I found out that she had passed overnight. And stuff like that is just like, I mean, I get goosebumps even just talking about it. It's that kind of stuff is trippy. And you were about to share something too.
Oh, no, I just, my one aunt, when her brother died, two of my aunts actually, because I think Aunt Ruby had the same. Anyway, my one aunt when her brother died, was going down the hall, walked into her bedroom, and he was sitting on the foot of the bed, and he was in the hospital. They knew he wasn't going to be living for much longer, so there was no surprises there. But he just basically was sitting and said, yeah, I just thought I'd come in and say goodbye to you. I just thought I'd come say goodbye, and they chatted for a minute, and then she just basically went to the next room just in time to pick up the phone and be told that he'd passed.
Wow.
Because she knew. They knew he was sick, but But and then my other aunt had a similar experience, and I think it was the same brother that she said that she kind of saw him walking across the room or something, and like waving goodbye at her or something like that.
Wow.
I think those experiences. I think that's way more common than people realize, and people just they don't recognize. Oh, I was daydreaming. Oh, I was having a dream. Oh, it's just my imagination. I think,
they discount it because it's like we're easy to dismiss it. What about you, Andy? Have you ever had an experience that you feel comfortable sharing?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. No, I haven't. No.
I think it's really easy for us to, like, whether I don't think it's like that everybody has these experiences, but I think so often we have like little experiences or synchronicities or like coincidences that it's so easy to like go, oh no, that doesn't mean anything. Absolutely. That's just a coincidence, right? Which I think is really, really interesting because it's easy to get kind of caught up in that loop of like, oh, this thing happened, but it was just a dream, or it was just a random thought. Or you have a theory about deja vu that I think is really interesting that stuck with me.
Oh, well, my theory, basically, if you have deja vu about a person, place, or a thing, then it's because that's exactly what is supposed to be happening in that moment. Yeah, that's kind of. Oh, it looks like Candy's waiting to come in.
Yeah, I think we lost Andy. I can't tell if she's here or not.
So, in regard to having another a experience like that, I've definitely had that type of experience where when my grandmother was in hospice, the night that she passed, it was early morning, I woke up and I didn't really realize, I was like, okay, I'm pregnant. I've been getting up at weird times, going to the bathroom a lot. But this time I did not have to go to the bathroom. And my parents called me that later on that morning, because it was like about 2:30 in the morning, and they told me that my grandmother had passed. Wow. So I believe that it was her spirit like waking me up and
just say goodbye.
Yeah.
Wow.
Can I say one more?
Yes, please.
Sure.
My husband had his aunt and uncle. He was very close to them, and I really, really loved them. They were great. They embraced me as soon as we got married. Actually, before we got married, and each time they have. A couple of years ago, I kept thinking about, we need to pay attention to Uncle V, and it just kept going on my mind. And so I told my husband, I said, you need to go and visit more. You need to make sure that he knows you love him. And 6 weeks later, he was gone.
Like you knew.
Same thing with his wife. I said, Mary Alice is going. Mary Alice is going. You need to make sure that she knows that, you know, and it was really sad because we hadn't been able to see her for a whole year during the pandemic. But about 6 weeks before she died, I kept getting these feelings like, okay, you know, and so I had to tell him, I said, you need to make sure that you have communicated with her before she goes, because she's going.
Wow, I'm getting goosebumps again. Like that's
it's like that's such an amazing gift to have, to be able to do that, to be able to see that.
Totally. Welcome back, Peggy. And hi, Ashley.
Not the happy fun kind, but still.
Welcome.
I'm sat here listening. I keep forgetting I'm actually on.
You're here. We're just
it's quite late here. I've got a coffee. I shouldn't be drinking coffee at this time. But I'm just sat there listening, thinking, oh, actually, you're on. Just don't forget you're on.
Yeah, don't forget you're actually here. And welcome, Ashley, your first time on today.
Hi.
Hi.
I've been watching all day.
Have you?
Yeah, but I have little kids, so it's hard to like find
You
the
also have a
time.
unicorn.
Well, I don't know if you remember, but I told you I was going to, and I'm a woman of my word, and so.
Oh my God, no! Oh my God,
it's a thong.
It is. It is. Also, just so everybody knows, I'm not used to the laptop. There's a tag because it's not worn underwear.
I think that's an excellent addition, just for clarity's sake. You officially win the Thong Award of the day.
It took me 5 hours, but we got a thong today.
I told you I was going to.
You said it in the Facebook group, didn't you? You said you were going to come on and you were wearing a thong on your head. Yep. And it's a unicorn thong suit was just everything.
Yeah, and it's brand new with the tag still on, so we don't get to make any disgusting assumptions there.
I got it just for this. It doesn't fit anyone in our house. So
I love it. I think it's excellent. It actually makes a pretty adorable hat. Oh, bye, Christy. Oh my God.
My God,
it looks good. New fashion trend.
That is awesome, and I love the color, and it matches your hair, which is amazing.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, I've had a couple of experiences. I get to see black shadows. That's awesome.
Oh yeah, Peggy sees.
I see black shadows. I don't know how to describe it. It's only happened a few times. The most notable one was my uncle had just had a heart attack, and he was in the hospital recovering. And everybody, he'd had a heart attack, and it wasn't his first heart attack, but they also said, oh, he'll be fine. He'll be out in a few weeks, whatever. We go in to visit, and he's getting more mobile. So they're still making him use a wheelchair because they don't want him walking. So he's sitting in his wheelchair down by the hospital entrance that we were coming in at. And I remember walking in, and I looked right at him, didn't recognize him, and thought, why did they leave a corpse sitting there? He looked like he looked like he had this black shadow around himself, and that he was already dead, and he wasn't.
And it really freaked out.
I'm like, oh my God. So I shook it off, realized who it was, shook it off. We went over, we're talking to him, hanging out, blah, 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 blah. 24 hours later, he had a massive heart attack and was brain dead.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's a crazy thing. Although it has been reassuring before, because I was really worried about Bruno the one day, our little diabetic puppy, and he's the one I fret over the most, even though he's not the oldest dog. But I was like really worried the one day, and she's like, "Don't worry, honey, I don't see the black shadow," and it actually was genuinely reassuring.
I don't see it every time, but I see it
a lot.
But yeah, every single time I've seen it on a cat. On one of our cats. I've seen it on my uncle. I've seen it on a couple of other people that I didn't know very well, but I had been connected with them in some way. But yeah, every single time I've seen it, that person or animal has been dead within 24 hours.
Wow.
And it's like, this is not okay.
Yeah.
Not good.
Not good at all.
One of the best and most moving experiences I've ever had was there was a member of my Quaker meeting, and she was on life support, and we had gotten close since I had been there, and her son asked me while she was on life support, they were going to unplug her that day. And he asked me to come and sing to her as she died.
Oh my goodness.
And let me tell you, that was it was moving, but it was also really exhilarating.
Yeah.
It was such an interesting experience.
Wow.
That would be so hard.
Hard, but really powerful and beautiful. And
yeah, it was very powerful. Very powerful.
Yes, it would be.
Like a deep honor, I think, to be able to assist somebody in that transition in some way, I think is really powerful. And I've heard the term death doula, which I think is really beautiful.
Yeah.
People that help assist that transition. I think that's so incredible. I know when my mom was passing, we had not hospice nurse. What was the name of that type of nurse? That
I don't remember.
There's a name of a type of nurse who literally is there to help somebody.
Palliative.
What is it?
Palliative care.
Palliative. Oh my God, that woman became my lifeline. Every time she walked in the room, she was like the anchor to, it's hard to describe, but it was such a powerful and important thing at the time. And I remember thinking, gosh darn, I hope they pay you really well because this is such important work.
Yeah.
And it was after that I encountered the term death doula. And I thought that was such a beautiful, powerful thing. Oh yeah, Rebecca just said my friend recently became a death doula. I think that is such an incredible calling for the people that are really meant for that work. I think that's amazing.
Yeah, when my dad passed away, I mean, my dad got cancer, and we had all the nurses coming out to the house because we cared for him at home, and they were amazing. It was a lifeline for all of us, really, trying to do that final end.
That would be a very difficult calling.
Yeah, difficult, but so important.
Yeah,
and it's kind of like I knew I couldn't be a vet because I couldn't handle the difficult aspects of the job. You know what I mean? So the people that can handle the difficult aspects of really important work just have my absolute respect and gratitude, because I know there's types of things I could never do, and it amazes me that people can and do and give in that way. I think it's so incredible.
Yeah, agreed.
Welcome back, Kelly.
Hello.
Who did we lose? Oh, did we lose Ruth?
Ruth had to go.
Oh,
I think she left a message.
She probably did, yeah. Thank you for stopping by.
Ruth has to go finish dinner and eat. Thank you for coming
We
by.
shout like they can hear us from the other room.
I have to shout. I shout at everybody. It's fun. And I think the whole topic around stuff like that, I think it's a very difficult topic for most people, because we are so conditioned to just be terrified of death.
Yeah.
So then, did you see a ghost? Did you see a ghost of your loved one? Did you watch somebody pass away? And it's like it's got to be a not. I don't know. I know it's not. I know it's definitely not a happy, fun, comfortable conversation for me to have those conversations.
Yeah, it can be hard.
It can be. Yeah,
but also it's very comforting, right? Like for me to know that my cousin, like if I didn't, I would think like it was such a shock death at such a young age, that she wasn't healthy, that she wasn't okay, she didn't know, right? But it's just so comforting to know that there is kind of I guess, not just this realm that we're living in, right? And she could communicate with me across hundreds of kilometers, and that for me it was a comfort that she was okay. And I think with those experiences when our loved ones come and say goodbye before they pass, it's kind of, for me it says that, they're passing, they're moving out of their body, right, on this earth, but really they're still there. They will always be there for us, because otherwise, why this communication happens across the time and across the places, right?
Yeah, it's such a gift, really, at the end of the day. Yes, Barb. I know my dad is still around watching over me. I often smell cigarette smoke when I've been in dangerous or emotional situations. Hello, Charles.
Hold on. I'm going to give her my headphones. Hold on just 1 second.
Okay.
You say hi.
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 How are you? You've been on our living room TV all day.
Oh my God.
So they've been like, can I say hi?
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Oh my God. I cannot believe we've been on for 5.5 hours and I still have a voice. It's because other people are talking too.
This has been a lot of fun. Have you had like seen ghosts or any of those type of experiences? We haven't asked. No, who hasn't answered yet? We haven't asked Kelly, because Kelly just showed up.
Nope. We haven't asked Candy.
Have you asked Candy?
Yeah, there's been lots of activity in this house. It's a 1930s house, so it isn't really one that you look at and think, that looks like a haunted house. It really isn't that type of house. But my ensuite has had a lot of activity. Things get thrown around for no explanation. I find things floating in the toilet. I find things inside the shower which have been moved. And a couple of times, well, I'm on my third sink now. The sink keeps cracking.
What the heck with the sink? It just keeps cracking? Like,
yeah. Just when it goes in bits and starts. I didn't have any activity here for about, that sounds bad, you know,
no, I know what you mean.
for about 2 years, and then it started up again. Footsteps and noises and really, really loud footsteps at night. I'm sat down here and I can hear like across the floor.
Do you feel okay about it? Like, do you feel safe and like okay?
Yeah, because Masha says she feels good about
twice
that.
I've been, the footsteps I'm okay with. The piano played by itself once as well, which I was okay. I was strangely okay with that. The sink being cracked, I just tell it off and say you just can't keep doing this, and I'm fine with that. I've been frightened twice, and that was I was reading bedtime stories to my little boy on his bed, and his bedroom door slammed shut. And I thought somebody had opened the front door at the bottom of the stairs, and it had caused a draft. But when I went to open the door to say, is the front door open, make sure the door's shut, somebody was holding the door on the other side.
Oh, no. Nope. I'd be doing some badass protection magic. I'd be like,
and that I didn't like, because I thought, well, my ex-husband, now ex-husband, was still in the house then, and I just thought, is he messing around? So I was shouting, whoever it is, you're freaking me out, loose, go. And the door suddenly gave, and I like went flying backwards, and there was nobody there.
Wow. No, I would be okay with that. I'd be like,
no, I'd be moving.
I would send them the most intense magic I've ever done in my life.
That frightened me, but the same night, my middle daughter suddenly started screaming. I was literally just finishing off putting my little boy to bed, so this had only just happened, and then I heard her scream, and she'd come up the stairs, and she said, I thought you were in your bedroom because there was somebody in there by your wardrobe. So I went in and you weren't answering me, so I put the light on and there was nobody there, and it just completely freaked out. She said there was somebody by my wardrobe. And she was talking to it in the dark, and when it didn't answer, she put the light on and realised she was there by herself. So those two things have frightened me. Like them getting around my daughter, really, like that freaked me out.
Yeah, that's a lot. Oh my gosh. Welcome back, Andy. What about you,
and
Kelly?
Masha? Welcome back, Masha.
Have you had
I've had deja vus, like I've been here before.
Yeah,
I get that a lot. I get
even when I was a kid. But I've also heard that it could be like a past life thing too. So I don't know.
Could be,
was it at my parents' house? And it was funny because I'm an Army wife, so I haven't been in the house for a long time. And then I kept seeing something. I'm like, what the heck? We call it the front door, but it's actually the back door. But to us, it's the front door. And
I get it.
There's a window that is, when you look out, you look at the driveway, you see the houses, what have you. And if you're sitting, when you walk in, there's a kitchen table. My mom sits where her back is facing the door. And you have this chair in the middle, and then the chair facing the door. And she usually has the kitchen table up against the wall. The fourth seat is blocked by the wall. If you're either sitting there or sitting where, like my dad usually sits in the middle, sometimes my mom would catch it in the corner of her eye. There's somebody, it looks like somebody's coming up around the house, walking by the window, like they're going up to the door.
Oh,
wow. Every time. And my gut saying is an old lady. Every time. I just, I don't see what the person looks like, but my gut saying it's an old lady.
Interesting.
Every time. Wow. And my mom would have my aunt over, and my aunt's like whipped. She's like, is somebody coming? No, she's like, that's our ghost.
Oh my God. What were you going to say, Candy?
I was saying, seeing things out of windows is scarier. I'm actually happier with it being in the house than seeing something walk past the window.
Yes, scary, but in the house, scarier. Like, I'm not, no.
Just none of it.
None of it. I'd rather not.
You know what? I have a theory that we've all seen.
Other than that, no, not really. You know, sometimes I would hear a voice calling me, clear as day. Like just somebody there, like what? Okay.
Nope.
So it's like I think it's something. No, so I'm thinking like it's my spirit guys trying to catch my attention or something. Or if I'm thinking about something.
Have you guys ever had has anybody in the chat ever had that experience where like you're just alone in your house, you haven't seen anything, you haven't heard anything, but this used to happen all the time growing up, is there was this one specific door like by the laundry room, and I remember it was always really dark back there, and I don't know if it was just me freaking myself out, but every once in a while I would walk past that door at night and I would and I would suddenly get that instant like terror, and I would run from the spot and then I would be fine again. But have you ever had that experience where like everything's fine, you haven't actually seen anything, heard anything, or even maybe felt anything, but you just get that like foreboding fear, like something dangerous is nearby?
I work nights at a hotel, and sometimes I will see like visual hallucinations, I would say, you know, people who kind of, and I'm like, not tonight, because I'm there by myself. I'm like, no, not tonight. And then I will like, it's nothing, but I will still like walk around where the area was instead of walk through. Just, you know, we walk
like
through
you just
anybody.
know, you can just sense something happening. And you're like,
something's not right. And it can carry itself away, you know, and it's like, and I'm like, no, we are not going to start this, you know, like you go through the whole night freaked out by everything you hear.
I think we've all seen ghosts. And we've just all discounted it, disregarded it. It's like, oh, I just saw a shadow. It was just a bird flying by. I think we've all, because I think in a definitive way where we go, that's the ghost coming up the driveway. That's one kind of experience, but I think that we've all had. I think it's very likely that we've all had minor experiences that we just didn't recognize. That were just.
Ashley's kid is funny.
I can't even. I'm like over here, like I can't. She's the best.
I'm sorry, guys. She's like,
it's
amazing. My daughter's listening in, so
look it, there's another kiddo. Seagull.
We must keep the children entertained. That includes me.
Yeah, well, this is true. I mean,
do you know, Lisa, would you say that if you ever like had a door or something, you've really triggered a memory for me, because I've always thought to myself, what is it about this sink? It's whenever I get near the sink, and I've said in other lives, there's something about me and sinks. And then you've saying that when I was, before we moved to the Welsh borders, when I was 7, we lived in a house in Birmingham, and I had a big old bedroom, and it had a non-working sink in the corner of the room, and I was petrified of it, and I used to think there were things living in and under it, and I just thought perhaps there is a link, because I was absolutely petrified, and I would never sleep facing the sink because I was so frightened.
So you have
you ever thought of like
energy that's already been focused? You have a childhood fear. So there's a certain logic to it.
My brain is instantly going, well, sinks have drains, and drains go elsewhere. And like, is that an area that any of us, this is me going woo on you, but like, is that an area that any of us
that just made it much more creepy with things coming up the sink.
Right, but like I don't cast salt rings or do protection around like other orifices in the house. Like, I don't know what the right word is for it, but like, you know what I mean? Like, we protect doors, we protect windows, but we don't necessarily protect the plumbing. I mean, it kind of makes sense, right?
We're still in a pandemic. I don't need to fear of sinks.
What's our next book, Lisa?
We're still
magic.
Oh my god, that's amazing. Yeah, there's probably a better word for that. Oh my god, Rebecca, we passed woo like 3 months ago.
But there's a certain logic to this. Okay, like think about this logically. Just like
logically.
No.
Discuss the sinks.
No. Think about this logically. You can open a math book and it says 1 + 1 = 2, and 1 + 1 will always equal 2. 2 + 2 = 4. We have things that we already know to be facts, but almost everything that we've discussed today, we have no facts to back it up. So it's anybody's best guess. So what we have to do is compare experiences and see what the most likely possibilities are. And then, okay, so it's
process of elimination.
There is everything, tarot, witchy practices, all things metaphysical. Nobody's coming over from the other side and going, "Yep, you're right. Here's the guidebook." It's not happening that way. We're making our guesses as to what's this. So if you have energy focused around sinks, if this is something that you were afraid of in the past, maybe there's a logical reason why there's energy being focused on this and why your sinks keep breaking. Like,
yeah, because it's tangible and things in the ensuite get thrown around. It's the only place in the house where the activities like things being thrown, but the footsteps are all centered around there as well. So there's definitely something going on, but I do wonder whether it's something that hasn't been around me all the time, because when Lisa said, are you scared of a certain door? I suddenly thought, oh my gosh, the sink from when I was a little girl.
So there could be an energetic connection, which is why this kind of energy manifests in that room.
Yeah. So I don't know. It's not very romantic, is it? Sinks.
Yeah. Well, at least it's not your toilet. It could be your toilet. I don't know.
The other thing I want to add is my family, my mom and my aunt and my grandmother. My mom and I did not meet her mother. Her mother passed away when she was 3. But my aunt, who's like 50 years older than her, she would tell us that my aunt, whenever she would dream of a white owl, either somebody would pass away or she would get news of some kind. Every time she dreams of a white owl. My aunt, my grandmother used to buy this lipstick from Avon, and there was a certain scent that it has. Yes. And my aunt was she was the one that was taking care of my grandfather, their dad. And she was sitting there just waiting. And she smelled, because they don't sell it anymore. She smelled the scent. She freaked out. She literally thought, oh my God, Mom's gonna be here to take Dad. It didn't happen. He lived another 5-6 years, but I didn't blame her. Like, I would have been like, but I found out like they don't make that lipstick anymore. They stopped making it years ago. So she goes, I know that scent. And then my mother had a spirit go through her one time.
Yeah, people that are sensitive.
I remember I woke up. She had to be up very early in the morning to go to work at like 5:30, and I was kind of like waking up a little bit too. All of a sudden, I hear my mom get up real quick. No, because real quick. She goes, "What the heck?" So later on, I asked my mother, "Mom, what was that?" She goes, "She felt something go through. It was cold, and it was summer, no wind whatsoever, and she saw the curtains get sucked to the screen."
Oh my gosh.
Wow.
The next morning, it happened again. She got up and she went, "Knock it off." She says she felt it stop, and she felt it instead of going through her, it went back out. She went, "I don't care. You are welcome here. Please do not do that to me." And it never did it again.
Wow.
Sometimes you gotta tell him who's boss. That's true. Like,
What's
I'm not
that?
gonna
Oh,
put
yeah.
this crap anymore.
Oh yeah.
Dude, it's just a cracker. You can't have it.
He doesn't understand.
But yeah, it runs in our family with spirits.
Lisa gave me a cracker. My dog is right here.
Or news or whatever. Yeah, it's really interesting. I tend to get dreams.
Yeah.
Hey, kiddos.
Hi, kiddos.
I have all the children.
Of course.
Oh, the baby's
Actually,
sleeping,
what's the
so that's
age?
good at
What's the
least.
age gap between them two?
She's 7 and she's 4, and then I have a 1-year-old boy.
Okay, I have 2 girls. This one you saw, she's 10, and the other one that Peggy and then Lisa saw much earlier, where she's 14. So
Yeah.
No.
Lucid dreaming.
Oh my God.
I've been interested in that, Christine, but I haven't jumped into it yet. I don't know why.
Okay, so hands up. Who has had a lucid dream?
I have so many feelings about this.
Who's had lucid dreaming where they can control their dream? No?
Can I say a thing? Can I say a thing? I'm really excited.
Oh, Andy put her hand up. I saw it.
Yes.
Oh,
I'm not surprised.
Awesome.
Yay.
So basically, when I was in high school, junior high, somebody told me, hey, did you know, I didn't know what this was called. They said, hey, did you know that if you can recognize you're dreaming while you're dreaming, that you can do whatever you want? And I remember literally that night going to sleep, having a dream, and literally saying to myself,
I have to share this one. I'm very sorry to the room.
Share. What are you doing? Oh my God, no, with the haunted toilet. Okay. Anyway, so somebody told me this. I went to sleep. I went to try to dream. And I remember thinking, well, I want to fly. Like, if I can do whatever I want in my dream, I want to fly. Like, that's the logical thing you want to do, right? So I had my best friend with me in the dream. I'm like, hey, best friend, like, did you know that as long as we know we're dreaming, we can do whatever we want? So I take her hand, we run off the edge of a cliff so that we can fly. And I woke up before I hit the ground. And I was like, well, that didn't work. But the next night I went to bed and I did the same thing. And I basically trained myself. I had so many incredible lucid dreaming experiences that by the time I had high school, I was doing like freaking reports. I was studying the work of Stephen LaBerge. I was like deep diving into it like you would not believe, because it was the coolest thing ever. I constantly flew in my dreams. I took charge of my nightmares. Oh my God. It's a whole, anyways, I will shut up. But I get very excited about this topic, but it's very cool. And Andy, you had,
sorry, go ahead. You did. You just said, I want to be able to do this, and and it happened.
I recognize, but you have to know you're dreaming. It's a fine line. The first time didn't work because I was telling it to myself, but I didn't actually believe it was a dream. If you can actually believe it's a dream and know it in your dream, you can suddenly, that's what makes it lucid dreaming, because you're able to bring your conscious awareness, and like anything else, it just takes practice.
You know what though? For me, it's like, this is just a dream. Fuck this shit, and then I'll wake up. Like, I don't want to have this dream, so I'm just not going to do it. And I don't do anything special with it. It's like, why am I not just turning around and going for a quick fly and killing all the monsters?
But there's
I don't know.
There's so many techniques.
It's like, nope. I'm just like, nope.
Okay, it's kind of like training yourself to remember your dreams. You can train yourself to be aware you're dreaming. It's the same kind of thing. You just have to like set an intention when you go to sleep to try that you want to be aware that when you're dreaming. And it doesn't work right away, but over time you do. It's just like remembering your dreams. If you write them down every morning, eventually you'll remember them better. It's exactly the same kind of idea, only you train yourself.
That's a little advanced. I think just the ability to go, this is only a dream, and then wake yourself up, no matter whether you're swearing to yourself or not.
But then you're not flying.
I would pick flying. I would not pick flying. I've got a chronic fear of heights.
Yeah, same. It's like,
that
I want
would
to
be
fly.
a nightmare for me. I would not pick flying.
But
I'm interested to know what everybody else would pick.
Yeah, what would you pick if you were aware you were dreaming? And could
oh yeah, let's round robin on that. Okay, so you're dreaming. You know you're dreaming. What are you doing?
Yeah, what could you do?
Let's start with Masha. She's been way too quiet. We've been letting her get away with sitting in the corner.
Yeah, put Masha on that.
I probably would return to one of my experiences when I had it actually in a meditation, but in yoga nidra, when you lie down on your back, right? But out of body experience when I was just a wind, and it's almost like not having a shape, right, of form. It's just like a wind, but sort of in a, I guess in a snake-like movement, or even like cheetah-like movement, moving through the fields, because that was the most freedom. So it's sort of like kind of almost flying, but not that high, right? But it's just kind of moving through. It's just a great experience I had in my yoga nidra practice, which is yogic sleep, really, right?
I love yoga nidra.
I think I'm attached to it, so I wanted to return. And you inspired me, Lisa, to try it, because I did. I study like Zen and Cartomancy with Camelia Elias, and it kind of includes a bit of magic. But last year we had an assignment when we had to do like a 3-card reading with mages of Tarot de Marseille, but also set an intention to dream on the answer further. And my card was an emperor, and in my dream it was like so clear that I was taking the role of the emperor in the reading that I I wanted it for me, right? And I was moving as me, but the archetypally, I guess, the qualities were that I was acting like an emperor, and that dream brought so much insight for me, you know, and it just was simply by doing a reading for me before going to sleep and setting an intention and leaving my cards there at the bedside table.
And then you triggered it. You triggered that experience for yourself.
Yeah.
And then to Candy's question, I guess if you today, let's say you went to sleep tonight and you realized you were dreaming in the middle of the night, you're asleep, you realize you're dreaming, you realize you can do anything you want. What is the thing you do in your dream? What do you choose to do?
I just want answers, you know, I want answers of that from the higher realm. So I don't know what I would do, but whatever needs to be done, so I just have that knowing, right?
Like download information. Like I just want to download ancestral information or spiritual knowledge. Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah. Well, I guess probably enlightenment on the very basic level. That's what I would want, you know, because there are different levels of enlightenment, of course. But yeah, that's what I would. I just want to have that sense of knowing that, I guess, also will bring me that sense of empathy and compassion, but deeper understanding of the universe and how it operates.
Well, that's cool.
What a good answer! Holy crap!
Ooh, you
Good
know
luck
what?
following that.
We're gonna pick on Ashley next because she has a child-free moment.
Oh my god!
Your kids are adorable.
Thank you. So, the one that was just sitting on my lap, she gets her Make-A-Wish tomorrow.
Oh,
yay!
It's a surprise, so I'm trying to be quiet. She's getting a golf cart.
Oh, nice.
And pink.
Nice.
That's awesome.
But so we're like really quarantined because she's got cancer. And so anytime I'm on the computer, she's like right in front of us. Sorry.
That's awesome.
Yeah,
that's
no,
awesome.
kids
she was freaking adorable, by the way.
Kids come first. Kids come first. It's just that simple. So no worries.
That's
there.
why I've been like, I had said in the form that I would probably try to come on at 6 so that my husband could have the kids, and then they were just mad all day long. So
it happens, right?
That's fine.
Okay, so pick on me.
Okay,
well,
so
so lucid dreaming. If you could lucid dream, if you could like pick your own adventure in a dream, what kind of adventure would you be dreaming about?
Yeah, like what would you do?
Okay. Hold on, okay. She's telling you Luca just came out.
All right.
Have you seen the movie Luca?
Yeah, I haven't seen it, but I've heard about it.
Yeah, really cute. So what would I do if I could? Okay, bye. I don't know what I would do. I feel like I would want to do the same as Masha said. Like I just want answers.
Yeah, knowledge.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, I'm like, I just want to fly around a bunch. That's
she just wants to go fly around. Stuff.
Like, I feel like that would probably be the thing I would think of first, just because it seems a little simpler than interrogating people.
But then you could be like, I'm going to connect. I'm just going to download all this information. It's so interesting to see what the possibilities are with something like that.
Yeah. And what would you do, Andy, if you could lucid dream?
Yep.
And like you
have lucid dreams, though.
Yeah, I have. And actually, so working nights, sleep is a big thing, you know, and I've been working nights for 5 years and I have 3 kids. And so I don't get a lot of sleep. So when I do sleep, I'm so overtired that I'm almost beyond sleep. And I also like to meditate, but there's no time. So I kind of found that in that state, meditation is super easy and super powerful when you're in that very tired in-betweeny state. So I have played around with path working in that state and can go into the dream starting there. And it's like, so I do it quite often.
So do you feel like you're getting answers?
I'm not looking for answers. Actually, I'm not in search of answers. Where I generally go is a peaceful place, like my idyllic place. I'm going to a place and I'm going with a person I'm missing, or with a person that I haven't seen, or whoever is. And that's just what it is. It's like, and it's always like this, like a country, not always, but often like a country road going into a field of wildflowers with a person who I want to be with me who isn't, you know. I guess that's what I want. I don't know that I never thought to look for answers because I guess I kind of knew I was creating it in my own mind. So all the answers would be my own.
Well, if you ever
maybe
decide to try it, report back to Masha and Ashley.
So I have a question, Andy. I have a question. I've only ever heard of path working. Well, I'm kind of new, so take this with a grain of salt. But I've only ever heard of path working as like while you work with like tarot cards. So do you like pull cards and do it from the image you see on a card, or do you just do it in your mind? Not always. Okay.
Yeah, not always. I have certainly done it with the tarot card, and it's I guess it's easier that way when you have an image to start with and you can kind of expand it in your mind. But as I was doing it more and more and more, these images are already there, and so I can revisit those places that I've gone before.
This is so interesting.
That's handy.
I've been afraid to try to lucid dream.
But you're in full control if you're lucid dreaming too.
Yeah, so you're controlling it. So there's nothing so you can change it as you're going. Like there are times when like something will creep up and I'm like, oh no, we're not doing that.
Yeah, exactly.
No, I'm sorry. You thought you were scary? You're actually a unicorn, dude. Like stop.
That's how I dealt with nightmares actually. I used lucid dreaming. I had this one really horrible recurring nightmare. And I finally was able to, it took a long time to be able to lucid dream in that nightmare. But the first time I was able to, I literally destroyed the bad guy in the nightmare. And I never, ever had that dream again, ever. And it was such an empowering healing process. What did I miss? Oh, geez. I mean, it's a good place to do some experimenting because it's a lot safer.
That's about the most harmless way to do that.
Okay. But see, you want to be in total control, though.
Yeah, that's
you don't want to be, and I, cannabis is legal in Illinois where I live, but I would not lucid dream, only unless I was, sober because I want to be in control. Like I don't want my mind going off in crazy places. Like I want to be grounded in that.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so Kelly, you're on the hot seat. If you could do anything in your dream, if you were lucid dreaming and you're like, oh, I'm dreaming, I can do whatever I want, what would you want to do?
Oh. Try to meet my grandmother.
Yeah.
Oh, that would be a good one.
Yeah.
I haven't met her.
Candy
She's
left
my mom's mother. Met her.
Okay. She's still there.
And I would actually, it's like a lucid dreaming, but more like a past life. It's like I would love, my grandfather was in New York City, and I found out the other day that he was born in 1905, something like that. I have to double check, but he smuggled beer, alcohol during the 1920s.
Oh.
And we found out that he worked for, what was his name? I know his face.
Wasn't Al Capone, was it?
Like the only gangster.
One of those types of guys?
Was like a gangster?
He's the only one I know.
He worked for Al Capone.
Yeah.
He worked for Al Capone.
Was it Al Capone?
And it's interesting because it's like, even when he was in his 80s, he had still had that slick old school slick back hair. And my cousin took a picture one time. She was just taking pictures of her downstairs apartment, and the apartment she was living in, her dad passed away, but supposedly. She posted on Facebook, she tagged all of us and she says, who did you see? Right off the bat, I went, oh my God, that's Grandpa. Because the way the swirls were was that same hairdo.
Interesting.
I was like, everybody went, oh my God, that's Grandpa. My mom and I went, that's Dad. Oh my God. Yeah,
so
that was
explore some adventures from your history.
Yeah.
I would love to meet my grandmother.
That would be so cool.
That kind of stuff would be cool.
Yeah.
Okay, Candy, you're on the hot seat now.
Candy's going last.
Candy's turn. You asked the question, but now it's up to you.
I can't decide. I'd love to be able to have a conversation with my dogs.
Oh,
Well,
that's a
love that.
beautiful answer. Oh my God.
I'd also really love to be able to have a conversation with like trees and plants and get into the sun with a tree. I'd love that. And I've got one more as well, because my eldest daughter's got a condition called Smith-Magenis syndrome, which is extreme behaviours. And sometimes she can't explain some of the meltdowns, and I can't work out what the triggers are for a lot of them. And they're really extreme. And I would just love a couple of hours inside her head to see it from the inside of her out, so that then I can come out and reparent her with that knowing. So
yeah.
I would love that. I always think I just wish I could get inside her head just for a few hours, just to see what the world feels like for
to know what she needs.
Yeah, because it's like unfathomable. God, that's a difficult word to say at nearly midnight. But I think that would be fantastic. I'd love that.
Yeah, just to be
That'd
able
be
to
cool.
know and untangle.
And you just want to fly around.
You know what? I did
She's
a lot
so
of
selfish.
I did a lot of empowering stuff. I did a lot of reworking the things that scared me through that process.
I mean, the first step is to empower yourself before you can move beyond that anyway.
That's true.
I mean,
I think for me, it was like the reason flying was my go-to was because it was a thing I can't do in waking life. So to be able to do something I couldn't do the rest of the time kind of validated the experience of lucid dreaming, which then strengthened it. Like if I'm like, okay, I know I'm dreaming, I'm going to fly now, and then I do, it like further reinforces that I am lucid, and then it's like it opens up more possibilities.
Well, and it would feel safe.
Yeah.
For you, because you're not afraid of heights, and it would be you're in control.
Well, and it was very freeing. It was yeah. I think that was it. I think a lot of it for me was about escape at the time, because I learned how to do this when I was still living in a very toxic, not great place. And so I think for me, a lot of it was about freedom.
Why you learned how to do it.
Yeah, a lot of it was about freedom, and a lot of it was about control and being able to control my own environment and like prove that I could control my own environment. I think that's what a lot of it was about. I haven't done it in years. I haven't done it in years though.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't
But
know.
I think that would be. I don't know. I think.
Yeah, what would you do? Yeah, we didn't ask you. What would you do if you could do anything?
I think I have lucid dreamed, but honestly,
But what if you lucid dream tonight? What would you want to do?
Okay, but I don't usually have nightmares, so I just usually just
doesn't matter.
I don't know. I have no idea. I actually don't, because it's
Hold
like,
on, you can't put us on the spot and then not
Exactly.
answer.
This is not a good show.
Hold on.
I think, okay, for me to lucid dream, I mean, I don't think I have. I do think that I'd be like, look, I think if I was lucid, I think if I had a really strong control of lucid dreaming, I would be all about getting answers and diving deeper.
Yeah, I could see that.
Because I mean, I already already interpret my own dreams, interpret other people's dreams. So I kind of view dreaming differently.
Yeah, that's fair.
So I don't know how to describe it. Like, she'll have a dream and I'm like, oh yeah, blah 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 blah. This is what it's all about. So I do approach it differently. I would be all about getting more answers, more.
Can you do it for yourself?
Dream interpretation?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
She does.
I'm actually not as accurate when I'm doing it for myself, because it's easy to go, well, this is what I want it to mean, because you already know.
Yeah.
So when I'm doing it for myself, it's like, okay, this is what I should. This is the. It's pretty easy for me to sort out what I should be exploring.
Mm-hmm.
But like, if Lisa has a dream and she goes, I dreamed about this, and this, I can go, well, that's what it means.
Well, she knows me and my history so well.
But if I have the exact same dream, I can't, like I said, because your own wishful thinking will trip you up every time.
She does a good job of exploring it verbally, and then we talk about it, and then she untangles it that way.
Yeah, I sometimes I'll tell her, I'll say, this is what I'm thinking, but I think this part is my wishful think. This part's the dream, and this part is the dream and the message of the dream. This part is, and then you got to peel out what part is your wishful thinking.
Yeah.
So it's like reading tarot for yourself. Shannon
has a question for the room. I'm going to just totally cut you off because I'm really excited about the question. Have any of you guys ever had an experience where you do feel like you're connecting psychically or intuitively with your pets?
Oh, that's
okay, Masha, tell us.
Yeah, I did tell the story on Amber's channel for Paranormal Experience at Lavender Moon, but I had a vision again and again. It wasn't a dream. I was with my husband in Hunter Valley in Australia, which is like a wine and dine region, right? And we were there like having a fancy 3-course whatever lunch. And like when the first course was served around that time and I had nice wine, I kind of see the separation again, like I saw with my cousin. And I see a vision of my dog who now passed away, Cocker Spaniel. He was very young then, that he jumped, well, we rented the house then in Newcastle region where I live now, but there was landscaping done and we had to keep the dogs on the leash for a while they were putting their places underneath the fences and everything. But the vision I had is my dog jumped and he went himself on his leash and he was suffocating and he couldn't quite reach the ground. So I told my husband, look, we gotta go. And this experience, again, I don't know, like, you know, it's sort of like, I think it's across the time because I don't know the time frame, right? But I told him, and he, because he doesn't believe in that stuff, right? Or he didn't. And he saw me going like white, and I never go white because normally I'm like, I'm olive skinned, right? So he kind of saw that I was afraid, and it was about 1 hour drive. So we kind of rushed and we drove back home. And yeah, we opened the gate and we see the dog hanging on his neck and the white foam coming from his mouth. Yeah, so we were just in time, and the dog didn't have any side effects. So I picked him up, I gave him some water to drink, and he wasn't even traumatized much. So I don't think it happened long before. I think that more my vision was almost like predictive in a way, you know, because he wouldn't be able to be there for 1 hour while we were driving. So that's why I don't know how the timing works with those visions of mine. But yeah, so we saved him and he lived for many more years, happy life. Yeah. And yeah, for my husband, it was a shocking experience because, you know, he doesn't believe in that. And he saw that exact what I described, what I saw an hour before in our Hunter Valley region, and what in actuality what happened when we got back home. Yeah.
Wow. Oh my goodness.
But I had a very strong connection. You see, that's the thing for me. The experiences happen when I have a very strong connection with an animal or a person in my life. So I don't see much of the, you know, people I don't know very well. Like for you, Peggy, you see shadows, even people that you don't know that well. I don't have any experience like that. I need to have that personal, deep connection.
I don't see it. I don't see it all the time for everybody, but I have seen it for people I don't know very well. But I have to have some kind of connection with them.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's not fun.
What a trip.
That's
Anybody else have psychic experience with pets?
No, my two rescue dogs. When I was possibly looking for another dog because I'd still got my old dog at the time, and I was starting to look on rescue site pictures, flicking through like you do. And I love all dogs. Literally every picture I was going, oh. And when I came to the picture of Rupert, there was such a massive connection. I literally thought, why is my dog in a picture and not with me? And I looked at him and he just really felt like my first dog, which was an Alsatian, the family dog, from when I was a kid, like our main family dog. And I just thought, oh my gosh, I just know this dog. This is my dog. So I went and got him, and he literally feels like a reincarnation of our first family dog. And then when I saw Luna, which is my second rescue dog, who I got a year later, I just looked at the picture again and thought, that's Pippa. And she's so scatty, and she's the most dippy, scattiest dog you've ever likely to meet. She's hysterical, and it's exactly Pippa through and through. So I don't know whether that counts, but I do.
That definitely counts.
There's
That exactly
souls that
counts.
I've met before. I just really feel it.
Look at what Donna just said, Ozark Oracle. My dog Henry told me he was my childhood dog Prince. I know exactly what you mean. Yeah.
My son, when he was 3, he was 3. Stephen had just been born. Like Stephen was just starting to walk, whatever. And we just, no, John, okay, I forget how old the kids were. They were young. They were little. Okay. We decided we're going to go get you guys a kitten. Okay. And John was like, oh, this is great. We're going to go find a kitten. We're going to go to the house. We're going to go in the house and we're going to get the kitten. He's going to be orange. He's going to be orange, and he's going to have I think it was like a white nose and white paws. And I'm going to name him Johnson, and he's my best friend. He's going to be my best friend, this sort of thing. And we're like, okay, well, and so we looked in the paper. We found somebody that had kittens.
Oh, I can add another person.
Woohoo! And I was back.
I just tried to push a button. I didn't know I could have more than 6.
Yay!
It said 10 when I entered the room.
But
it said 10.
Wow. Ooh, now we know.
Now we
So
know.
anyway, I'm gonna finish the story though,
Yeah.
because this was the most freaky thing, and even like I was married to a guy at the time, even John's father freaked right out. So we back then Free Kittens to a Good Home was in the paper all the time. So we call a guy, we call a guy that was local. We found somebody local. We call and say, hey, do you still have kittens? Yeah, come on over. We go over, and John is like this little toddler in the back seat. We're gonna go pick up Johnson today. We're gonna go pick up my orange cat. He's this, he's a boy, he's this, going on. We go in,
oh my God,
and there's all these black and white kittens in a box. They goes, oh, here's the kittens. And John, who's, you're gonna pick out your kitten, right? He's looking at me, yeah, but Johnson's not here. Where's he? And so we're looking. Well, it's okay. He doesn't have to be orange. Just look at the kittens, right? He goes, yeah, but Johnson's. And he looks over, coming out from under the couch. Oh, there you are. And there's this little orange kitten.
You've told me this
that had been under the couch.
every time.
And John goes, there you are. Come here, Johnson. The kitten. And John was already sitting on the ground petting the other kittens. This kitten came out. Yeah, this kitten came out from under the couch, wandered over, sat right in his lap.
Oh my God. I can't believe I just now discovered I can have more people on the stream. I'm sorry to everybody who had to hop off.
We thought,
I just figured it out now.
But
I knew the whole time.
What? Why didn't nobody tell me?
It said you can have up to that.
It doesn't tell me.
I'm finishing my story.
I'm sorry.
Anyway, this kitten also was a male. It was a male cat, white nose, white feet, tannish orange cat. Exactly. He just, and like I said, we talked to him the whole way over. Well, they might not have an orange kitten, or tan kitten. They might not have an orange cat. They might not have him. Oh no, he's there. He's waiting.
Kids know. They know.
Yeah, they had brought us the kittens in a box because kittens get active. They had gathered them up and they couldn't. They said, "Oh yeah, we couldn't find him earlier."
That is so cool.
He was hiding just so you guys could get him.
He was hiding, waiting for John. But this kitten came right up to John, right over, right into his lap, sat on his lap the whole way home. Yeah, and this cat was John's best friend. It was. I couldn't believe it, and even Dennis was freaked out, and he didn't believe in any of this stuff.
Oh my God!
So, yeah, it was freaky.
He's had a couple of things. I won't tell both stories because they're really sensitive. But the
Sorry,
first
Rebecca,
one,
but it's 4 o'clock. We did 6 hours, guys.
Congratulations! We're not stopping yet.
Congratulations!
Wow.
Having too much fun.
We're having fun. We'll go for a little longer. We got a few more minutes.
My kiddo, and I've had psychic stories too, but they're not like pets and stuff. But kids know. I've had other pregnancies that didn't go the best, and I'm just gonna leave it there. But
yeah,
one of them, I was getting dressed in the morning, and Cameron was like 2 or 3, and all of a sudden he just pokes me in the belly and says, "There's a baby in there." And I found out 3 days later I was pregnant. I didn't know. He told me.
Yeah.
And so like kids know it's creepy. I couldn't
Kids are
resist
insanely psychic.
Yes, totally.
Yeah. Kids are totally psychic.
I think it's because kids don't doubt themselves the way
No.
adults do, right?
Yeah.
We are so quick to discount our own experiences, but when we're kids, we don't necessarily know what's true and what's not true. You just assume it's true. You assume your experience is normal. You have no reason to doubt it. You're not conditioned otherwise. So like as kids, we're open to so many doors that we close as we age. And
watching Luca.
Oh, you're gonna watch Luca? That's amazing.
Right.
I was just gonna unmute my mic and say she's psychic because she knew we were talking about kids, so she had to come say hi.
Of course.
Hi again.
I think hi again.
Okay. If there was some way to do this safely, wouldn't it be really cool if there was some way to raise a bunch of kids in an environment where nobody questioned what they said?
Yeah.
Just
so that they
believe
never had a reason to doubt
Oh,
themselves.
you saw an invisible person in the corner? Oh wow, that's really cool. And then raise them as a like because you raise one child and then they go to school or they go outside and they start hearing from other kids that's just like not okay, or that makes you different, and you take like 20 families with 20 kids and raise them in an environment where this sort of behavior.
This is our goal.
Yeah,
encourage and support, and just see how psychic your kids grow up to be.
Yeah, exactly.
That would just be like
That's actually something that is like our family's goal. We want to have a farm compound, and we want to. I homeschooled the kids before the pandemic, so it's naturally I'm just gonna keep doing it now. Yeah. And like I want to teach. I'm sorry, guys.
It's awesome.
Okay. I want to like. My kids are so when she okay.
That's so great.
She's wild. So she gets with part of her chemo is every 3 months she gets steroids for 5 days straight. So think steroids, like you think of steroids and you think of like football players and rage, right? But consider like steroids with kids that have like very little self-control yet.
Yeah,
Sounds exhausting. It is so exhausting, especially with a toddler that's climbing everything. So, so I recently got a bunch of not so loud, Bubba's sleeping. These little crystal animals, and when she's having a meltdown, because that's one of the things is it's very hard to calm her down. I let her have. I have like a whole dish. I don't know if you guys can see them without me spilling them. And she'll just sit and play with them, and she calms right down.
Oh, I love that.
And like I don't get to work with them a ton because I have 4 kids in my house and we are quarantined. But like it's just insane to see her do that. And like so we want to have the farm and we want to do all kinds of stuff like that with our kids.
Yeah, just encourage that. I mean,
that's amazing.
I got a cat. I think there's a lot of people who do it who just really believe that a lot of these that I believe that we in the past had a huge range of skills that we simply don't have anymore.
Yeah.
Because we've convinced ourselves that that's a problem. It's like if suddenly you take away all the bicycles, right? Take away all the bicycles for 100 years and then suddenly put them back. How many people are actually going to be able to learn to ride a bike?
Analogy. That's a great analogy.
Everybody knows how to ride a bike.
Well,
most people.
Yeah.
Most people. Oh, okay.
Not to have had a bike.
Okay, okay. Some of us can ride well. Some of us can't ride well at all. But most of us understand the concept of riding a bike and believe in the ability of other people to do it.
True. We know what a bike is. We have context for it. We take context away and then put it back.
If you see me riding a bike, you're not going to go, this is some trick. It's not real.
True. Yeah. That's a great
But
analogy.
take away the bikes for 100 years. Take away bicycles. Make the wheel and run of this for 100 years. And then suddenly, throw a bicycle into a cave full of Neanderthals. What are they going to do with it?
True.
They're not going to be able to figure it out.
I think that. Oh, sorry. Oh, I was just going to say that I think too that like, without getting too political, like they do it on purpose. Like they kill our intuition when we're small on purpose.
More about control for sure.
Yes. I don't know how to say it without like.
It's conditioning, right? It's just kind of like we're conditioned from a young age to follow a certain path, and a lot of that is just societal norms and how they impact us over time, for sure.
Yeah.
What were you about to say, Kenny? Oh, sorry.
I've completely forgotten.
That's okay.
Welcome to the Hit Show.
I think that conditioning too has kind of become, from the people who hand it down, I think a lot of times it's become an unconscious thing.
Yeah,
like
totally.
people don't even, whether or not people did it on purpose at one point, I don't know. I wasn't alive then, but now it's unconscious. There's ways in which we do it. And come to think of it, I just remembered, I actually did the same thing my son did when I was 12. There was this woman in church. This is how long ago that was. And she was sitting there and she just was sitting back and had her hands on her stomach. And I just looked at her and I don't even remember. There was just something about her hands on her stomach. And I looked at her. I was like, "Are you pregnant?" And she was stunned. She looked at me and she's like, "How did you know? I haven't told anybody yet." And I'm like, well, I didn't do that. I was 12, but I was very pleased with myself.
Yeah,
of course. Oh my gosh.
The school system as well. I mean, I worked as a year 1 teacher, which in the UK is like the 5-year-olds, for over a decade. And the school system, once you, the school system with the testing and the pressures on the school to test, it's all designed to knock it out of the kids that free thinking of that spirit. Really, you've got so many hoops to jump through. I mean, I really campaigned in the UK when I was a teacher to take all that testing and that paperwork side of it away from the kids, and we actually spearheaded a thing in our school where I used to let the kids do the weekly planning. I'd tell them what they'd got to learn, and then I used to say to them, right, so how do you want to go about that? Tell me what you want to do. And they used to do the week's planning for me. We'd have a planning session, and we'd do it all through play and dress up. Oh, it was just fantastic.
Yeah,
and I mean, we had TV cameras and everything in filming, because I got so fed up as a year one teacher with the 5-year-olds dragging the kids in because they'd come up from reception class where it was all play, and they didn't want to come into year one because it was more work. And I said, you know, we can't do this. There's another way to teach it.
Yeah, and they're just not ready for that kind of thing. Like our kiddo, so he's almost 7, and he's been home since like the September when it was like, okay, we're pandemic, are you sending your kids to school? And he used to have trouble talking, so he was on a wait list for speech therapy. He wasn't reading on his own, like he was starting to, and we were really worried. Our intention was to homeschool him. Not gonna lie, he didn't spend much time homeschooling this year because stress and adult things going on at the same time. He's reading on his own completely, and we did not enforce it. He just naturally did it when he was ready. And I think that a lot of it is like trying to force kids to do things, and they're just not ready yet, right?
Too much
Like
pressure, right? Too much pressure.
Yeah.
I agree, totally.
Well, I think we institutionalized education. So in order to do that, we took the things out that we didn't think we made this list of things. Oh, well, the kids need this, but they don't need that. They need this, but they don't need that. So we made educating our kids somebody else's responsibility, and they're going to educate to the lowest common denominator, which means that personal, spiritual, that kind of growth. Just they can't teach that to your kids. That has to come from the home.
Yeah.
And from development as just the kids, like we're not like the idea of like asking your kids if they want to hear about your spiritual beliefs rather than just saying I'm just going to teach them my spirituality. We try and ask Cameron because he might not agree with me, and that's fine.
Yeah, my kids, both of my boys have always had a choice, and regardless of what they believe, they've always respected what we believe.
Mm-hmm.
That's
super true.
So that's how.
But I think that high school is such a social game. Like I have 2 daughters, and they're both in high school, and whether as independent thinking as they are, they will conform to normalize, to not be the weird one, to actually have friends and not be the one sitting at the lunch table by themselves, or not being texted, or being whatever they do. And they will just normalize themselves because you have to play the game or you're going to be, alone. And nobody wants that.
Yeah, I have a 14-year-old who's going into freshman year this fall, but she has both my girls have very unique personalities. I said, don't lose that. Don't lose it. I tend to tell them, just, play the game just a little bit, but be your own person. And she doesn't have a lot of friends. And she asked me one time, she's like, Mommy, she goes, did you have friends when you were? I said, no, not really. I said, but I made friends after high school. You're gonna find your gang.
Yeah.
You may not find them now.
Also,
you will find them later.
I think we're also like conditioned to think that like high school is the end all be all. Like,
oh my God, yeah.
I never thought about after high school until I was out of high school, and then I'm like, man, I was so miserable, and I could have just enjoyed it more if I wouldn't have worried so much.
Yeah,
and then you're stuck.
I just kept to myself and did my own thing and just kind of whatever. And my oldest is doing the same thing. My youngest is doing My youngest, she's like a freaking social butterfly. She could be friends with anybody. Oldest can be too, but she's that. picky about it, which she's seen the stupid crap, like some of the other girls. She's like, Mom, she's seen the fake stuff. And this was this past 8th grade. Now, when I was in 8th grade, I was 3 years older than the rest of the class. So for her at 13, that intuitive, she could see the fakes. I went, don't lose that. Do not lose that, because that's going to help you in the long run.
That's such an important
And
quality.
she has a very strong intuitive, my oldest, definitely. And my youngest too. Like, she's starting to see, right now we're living in a yuppie town. So it's like, they're seeing the fakes and all that stuff. And they're just like, yeah, we're so done.
Yeah. No, I'm so glad. Yeah, high school. I don't know. They got to figure out a different way to run high school, because high school is a miserable experience for most kids, even the popular kids. Like, I mean, John was the social butterfly popular kid.
Yes.
He had a great time in high school, but a lot of his friends didn't.
Yeah, that's true.
And yet they were part of the more popular crowd.
Yeah.
But just because they were stressing over how they were
it's different now than when we were
other people. Yeah.
It's different now than when we were in too.
Yeah.
Totally. Yeah, that's true. It's changed a lot.
Oh no, we have to do the thing and start saying goodbye.
I think it's almost food time. I'm like ready for food now.
I got an ice cream sandwich and 3 crackers all day. But this has been a lot of fun, guys. I can't wait to do it again.
So
absolutely.
Thank you for having us.
I think we had a whole lot of good conversations.
Who wants to know when the next one is?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
The next one is.
Yes, thank you.
I'm gonna write it down.
Yeah, we just looked at the time and went, we're dying of hunger.
Saturday, September 25th will be the next party.
In 3
Marathon block party.
Yay!
Well, you guys
Just
have
after
been
my
great for hanging out.
birthday. Yes, I was.
Yes. Shout it out in chat if you were here the whole time. We want to know.
Oh yeah,
Who
we want to know.
stuck it out for the whole?
Who stuck it out? I was here for the whole. I wasn't.
Oh,
I went to walk the dogs.
I went to the bathroom several times. I drank a lot.
Yeah,
of
the dogs get their business done faster if it's me.
Nice.
My son discovered that he can lower the arm on my chair. So he just lowered it twice on me. That's why I squealed there, because lowering it backwards.
Woohoo! No, this has been a lot of fun. I can't wait to do it again. I think this was a success.
I think that it's really great that we were able to do this. Like, if you really think about it for a minute, there were people from all over the world.
I
know. This was really awesome.
Absolutely.
Now that we know we can do it to 10 people at a time, I don't know. I don't.
Barb has been amazing. Thank you, Barb.
Yes, Barb's been amazing. Barb's our lovely moderator.
Thank you.
Yes. And the jokes, Barb, thank you so much. That was so
Barbisms.
I want
Witty
some
Barb. Witty Barb.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Yes, all the emojis are in there.
Okay, guys, we need to go get some dinner. And thank you once again. Shayla's over there wiggling. Shayla is our timekeeper, because once she starts, we know the barking is going to start, and she knows when dinner time is.
That's right.
But this was a lot of fun. We're doing it again, 10 to 4 again, unless something changes. Yep. In 3 months, lots of time.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you everybody who dared to come on camera with us, because I know that getting used to talking over and around each other has been it's a fun challenge when there's no
They're dropping like flies, babe. Wrap it up.
Okay.
Bye, everybody.